Chapter 11. Hermione's Helping Hand. Chapter text between the boy who lived, and this chapter title, Ron is once again left out of the gift of getting one explicitly named after him. Poor thing. Hell, even the twins and his mum got one. Hope you enjoy this peregrine falcon. You mentioned you've been looking forward for it. HP. Remus hesitated, his eyes lingering on the book, his hand brushing where his chapter had ended, but his eyes traveling from Lily, whom he owed the book to Harry. James' words lingered in his mind now more than ever, and well, he couldn't think of a better opportunity, while Harry still seemed so pale and unsure, and the topic had just been presented. Harry, can I talk to you? He made the snap decision, not letting himself talk himself out of it again. James and Sirius exchanged a pleased smile when Harry said yes at once, nothing but surprise, and perhaps a hint of guilt as he followed him out of the room up the stairs. Lily watched them go just as curiously before turning accusing eyes on the boy's left. And what's that about? Easily recalling Remus' foul mood this morning and hoping it was all going to be put away for good when they came back. Why should we tell you? Sirius asked with a slight touch of sulk in his voice. You won't tell us who the half-blood prince is, though you clearly know. Lily pursed her lips in answer, preparing to launch a volley of defenses as James turned to her as well. But then, shocking both of them, he said, Dumbledore hasn't been the only thing on Moony's mind of late. The way he's been acting towards Harry in this future, or I should say hasn't been around him at all, it's really been getting to him. I encouraged him to have a chat with Harry about both of those things. I'm glad to see he's finally taken my advice. Prongs, Sirius whined. You've gone soft. Where's my marauder that would dangle this over her head until she gave something up? James just shrugged without answer, and it was Lily's turn to frown at the expression on his face as he turned to Sirius and easily distracted him with a chat about Tonks, offering new solutions to a problem they weren't even sure she had yet. Still, she eagerly jumped into this lest anything else surface. Harry waited patiently for Remus to order his thoughts. He'd known he deserved whatever was coming for ages, and whatever had finally gotten Remus to deliver it, he was grateful. He just wasn't sure what to expect. His past experiences only offered what Vernon or McGonagall would have done. He was positive in this instance to lean more towards McGonagall, with a stern lecture about his temper and how Harry should think before he vented what he had on Remus the previous day. He wanted to start with another apology, which Remus truly deserved. Even still had some unanswered questions about their last talk, but held it all in, letting him speak first like he was owed. Harry, I just wanted to say before this went on any farther. He couldn't help making an agitated face already. The whole summer had been bad enough, but for him to not have even been heard of that breakfast. I really do understand why you lashed out at me. I deserved it, and can quite easily believe how you grew to resent me over the years. Just please hear me that I'm trying. I won't so blindly follow Dumbledore again. Remus, I never resented you. Harry finally cut through, hardly able to believe what he was hearing. The thought never even crossed my mind. I mean, you could have turned out worse. He felt a little guilty for adding that, but he also seemed determined to speak his mind. You could have been like Snape. The thought had been lingering for ages. He often wondered why the idea didn't baffle him a lot more than it should, his mother being friends with someone like Snape. It made him briefly at times consider he'd somehow learned this in his own time, though he had not a clue how that was possible. Clearly Snape wasn't sharing that information. It still made his point, though. Snape hates me even though he and my mum used to be best friends, and you could have been the same way. You could have blamed it all on me. Remus' scandalized expression simply made Harry nod, thinking that proved his point. I'm still ashamed I took that out on you, Harry went on, before Remus could pull himself back into speaking, forcing himself to get this all out while he had the chance. If I can find a way to make that up to you, I will. You already are, Remus promised, only hesitating for a moment before reaching out and taking his shoulder. What you're giving us is a gift we wouldn't have even known to ask for. That's more than we could ever thank you for, so everything in between should just stay in this house, eh? Harry grinned at once, completely relaxing and all at ease now just as he was. It was still baffling how little his proximity seemed to bother Harry. No matter how much he kept seeing to the contrary, he still kept expecting Harry to pull away from him for any number of reasons, but he never did. There was a longing in his eyes, one that didn't quite match what he held for the rest of the family. It was almost regret, or something more, but what Remus was sure of was that Harry wanted to know him. If it really was because they grew closer in this future, then he could finally rejoice. He'd done something right at least. The smile dimmed for a moment, but before Remus could even start to worry what crossed his mind, Harry offered, I feel like I should, I don't know, apologize for everything Dumbledore does as well. I don't know, it's kind of weird since he hasn't done it to you all yet, but I can see how much he means to you. I get that. For so long he's the only one who—" He stopped with a now familiar, pained expression, but waved him off, promising he wasn't pushing any farther. Well, considering how my first lesson with him went, let's just say now they probably won't be going better the rest of this year. But I just can't despise him for everything. He finished lamely. He really couldn't wait until he never had to deal with this feeling again, of being incomplete. A piece of his mind that was missing a huge chunk of this conversation, that just like no matter what Snape did, he couldn't hate him with all his being. Remus surprised him by laughing. I'm a big boy, Harry. I promise I can deal with whatever thoughts I have towards Dumbledore without blaming you. Harry winced in shame, and Remus realized that wasn't the best choice of words, so he soothed. We promised you we wouldn't do anything until we heard all you have to say. Not that they had a choice. He couldn't help mentally grumbling with one eye out the window, but his point still stood. Thanks, Remus. Harry grinned at him. When he looked like he was just going to wave it off, Harry insisted. I mean it, for everything then and now. Remus beamed, and Harry grinned right back. That look never failed to make the premature lines across his youthful face vanish, and Harry wished he'd seen that smile outside this house. He couldn't recall one, though, and very much hoped it was somewhere in his future. He led the way back downstairs, the cheerful mood still pouring off both of them now. The other three noticed at once. The slight tension between the two for the past few days finally leaving almost a physical thing. James and Sirius felt like hugging them. They couldn't stand to see the two fighting, or whatever that passive ignoring each other nonsense had been. Lily almost happily picked up the book and began at once. Despite the climate Harry was still living in, his sixth year having the same air as all 7 years of their school with the way it had started, there was finally something to be smiling at that couldn't be taken away by this book. You're giving me horrible flashbacks, James sighed, rubbing his own forehead with the memory of those first few weeks coming back, all that homework that never seemed to end. Sirius Mark fainted in surprise. Lily began giggling hysterically again like that was still the funniest thing she'd ever heard. James rolled his eyes at her, while Remus and Sirius just grinned at Harry, congratulating him on at least finding one class he could have an ease of. They wished they'd had this thing in school, causing at least the 4 graduates to burst out with further laughter, and Harry to huff. He was just so glad it was so funny to look back on for them. He certainly hadn't been as amused at the time. One of the very few reasons I actually liked that class, Sirius agreed with a crazy grin still in place. Got to use quite a bit of language in that class, and the one time she ever told me off for it was when it was directed at Snivelus. He deserved it, James said fairly when Harry looked like he was trying not to laugh. I don't know what crawled up his arse that day to decide to drop that thing down Padfoot's pants, but he was cut short by Harry bursting out laughing as hard as they just had. He was honestly a bit relieved. He hadn't been entirely convinced Harry still would laugh at that kind of thing after what he'd seen in Snape's memories. Oh, Lily sighed. She couldn't imagine how much that would sting for the poor dear. Remus just clucked his tongue. He felt a little bad for Hagrid, but surely a teacher would know not to take it so personally a student wouldn't continue with the class. He had any sympathy at all because this would be his first year with such a sudden drop, especially his 3 favorite students. I'm sure he's just busy, Sirius tried to soothe, as Harry started to look very guilty for this. Neither of them believe it, but Harry appreciate the attempt anyways. Whoa, James hooted at once. Next time start with the bad and end with the good news of tryouts, James huffed when Lily had kept going, but he was still smiling hopefully for that to come. Hey, Sirius waved his hand vaguely, and Harry wasn't all that reassured no one here really denied Hagrid may have tried to get away with that for an advanced class. Priorities, Lily huffed, wishing he'd set his friend first, especially after a full week of not going to see him. It comes and goes every year, James waved off. Harry suddenly looked quite alarmed at his friend's deduction. Surely she couldn't be right about this one. It didn't help no one in here looked likely to protest it. They just looked a bit amused. Now that his affection for Cho had been entirely eradicated, they'd actually been really curious who would catch his eye next. So Hermione bringing it up was quite entertaining. Harry's hand twitched uneasily at the reminder again, and it didn't help they all adopted the same murderous faces now as they had first hearing of this. Whatever those centaurs had done still didn't feel like good enough retribution for leaving a permanent mark on their boy. Honestly, if those two dance in any more circles, they're going to put a moat around Hogwarts, Remus sighed. Sirius snickered hard for Harry's friends, somehow finding this even more entertaining than Prongs and Evans had been. Lily's heart had started to grow heavy at the start of this. The sting always present of being denied this for her child, never appreciated when it was pushed to the forefront of her mind. By the end, she was trying to stop herself chewing on the inside of her cheek. The unease for Remus squirming so much inside her she thought she was going to be sick. With an uneasy glance up, though, she saw both were trying to pretend like they hadn't heard a thing. It was of some relief, at least, that their little chat had soothed what once could have been a very awkward moment. But for now, she tried to get past that as fast as she could, like the boys clearly wanted. Remus couldn't help it. Even knowing Harry didn't hold that against him, at least now, like he did, he still made a face that a bloody bookstore sent more mail to him than he did. That could just never be right. It helped that James, sitting right next to him, still just looked miserable like the rest of them, rather than resentful like Remus wouldn't have blamed him for. Graffitied. Lily gave a half-hearted giggle to at least try and push the good mood back in. For what you're doing, or ruining a book? Sirius asked with genuine curiosity, clearly ignoring Mooney's moment as much as he could. Couldn't tell you. A bit of both, probably, Harry answered naturally enough. All four of them started chuckling, a pure sound of amusement they all needed. Clever, Lily couldn't help but congratulate, having never thought for a moment he was going to give it back. Now he even had an excuse. The temptation to tell him exactly whose book he was keeping was still on the tip of her tongue, but she restrained herself. They'd just gotten their good mood back. No need ruining it with certain information. And that man has never passed up a bargain, Remus smirked. Lily sighed. This was honestly the reason she hadn't gotten the paper through much of her youth. It was depressing to turn every page and expect as much. All five of them scowled for her name being brought back up. Azkaban was almost too good for what they owed her. Almost. Ouch, didn't see that one coming, Lily muttered, her lower lip pouting in surprise. They still shouldn't have arrested him until they knew for sure, Harry seethed. Sirius just gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, honestly wishing this was more of a surprise to them. They heard all the time of arrests from the last people you would think. Crouch was a good example, but there were others out there doing explicit things you wouldn't think to point a finger at. That's even worse, Harry snapped. Calm down, Harry. I'm sure it won't last long, Lily tried to placate. Though none of them were really any happier about this development, they weren't sure why Harry was in such a temper over it. It was just too commonplace to them. He shouldn't be in there. He doesn't deserve it, Harry insisted. That was also a moment you claimed a broom could reach outer space. So, James trailed off with a pitiful shake of his head. Sirius suddenly flinched, his favorite joke escaping him as they all realized where Harry's ire could be stemming from, and maybe he didn't even realize it, except his own choice of words. Harry couldn't say anything, not looking at any of them. Sirius sighed unhappily, not wanting to say any empty words, but shimmied just a bit closer to him anyways, as much a promise as he could offer they wouldn't let this happen to anyone again. Harry's misery only grew at this news. That was as depressing as it could get, hearing of more parents like Seamus' mother. It was somehow even more sad to see this didn't surprise anyone around him. This sort of thing must have happened all the time. That is unusual, Remus agreed slowly, trying to keep the accusation out of his voice, and almost getting there this time. I mean, not really, if you think about it, Lily tried. Maybe the ministry reinstated all of his titles in the community, plus the Order of the Phoenix. He can't just be sitting around in his office all day. We never exactly kept tabs on him at the table, so I couldn't say how often he was there at our time, James agreed slowly. Sirius was already smirking, and without any preamble this time stated, I always look serious. I hate using anything to change myself otherwise. Who would want to deny the brightest star? Harry snickered in surprise, while his friends rolled their eyes. Harry felt cold chills erupting all along his arms as that memory was given back. He didn't even have to pretend what that news was like. He'd lived it only days ago, hearing his parents weren't going to be in this world with him much longer. "I'm sensing a triangle forming," James said extra loudly, well aware Harry just couldn't keep a smile in place this time around. Surely even the coming Quidditch tryouts would help with that. "At least I'm not anywhere in that shape, though I'll still probably be hearing about it," Harry huffed. "Poor things, not being Harry Potter and all," Sirius snickered, while James puffed up his chest, well aware none of them would be making the house team, breaking his son's record of being the youngest in a century. Remus snickered in surprise, while James' mind was already wiring clinically. "Nah, doesn't necessarily mean skill if he can't stay on the broom. Or Ron just beat him out," Sirius sniffed. "Well, I can't help but like him just for that," Remus burst out laughing even harder. "Honestly, I'd probably be rooting for him if Ron weren't trying for the same spot," Lily agreed. Harry made a face at both of them. He had no goodwill towards him, even if he couldn't explain the feeling. "He'll learn fast," James scoffed. "Not bad at all," James approved, his eyes many miles away back on the pitch himself. "Get a good handle on just how often they're in the air." Harry couldn't help the shy smile, blushing a bit at the praise he hadn't been expecting. He was only doing what he thought was obvious at the time, to help out his team. Causing all five of them to burst out laughing, Harry hardest of all as he tried to hold it in at the time. Lily scoffed at that one. They would have made better cheerleaders. She didn't even like the game and couldn't understand why they'd bother if they didn't either. The Marauders laughed extra hard at that one while Harry rolled his eyes, thinking they could go annoy their own tryouts. "What did I do?" Sirius demanded. "I'm sure you weren't any help to Dad when he was going through this," Harry shrugged without remorse. "Don't encourage him by responding to that, Harry," Remus groaned. When he laughed was bad enough. No, Harry was right that time. Sirius was laughing his arse off, and I had half a mind to kick him off the field. I was seriously annoyed by him too. James couldn't help joining in with a chuckle that time, causing Remus to make a face at him of pure betrayal, while the others just laughed harder. At least someone was enjoying themselves. Harry gave a grudging laugh as well, everyone around him still giggling too much to hold onto that agitation that had been hovering over him at that time. Harry was beaming at this. He had a really good feeling at least these weren't decisions he'd regret. It was the other positions he wasn't feeling as sure of, and hoped he wouldn't let his dad down with any of the others. "Yeah, I'd believe him," Sirius nodded along, having actually done as much to one who had the gall to tell Prongs what a sham he was after all that. "A shame twins don't come along more often," James sighed, still eyeing Lily hopefully, who was ignoring him. "Ah well, I'm sure Ron's over all that by now anyways. He won the last tournament after all," James smirked. "This next one both will be playing in it. It's going to be a blast." Sirius already agreed with high energy to get to that. He could be nervous and still readying himself. Remus pacified, all of them at ease and sure Ron would do fine. He'd lived through the worst of it last year after all. "A tough score to beat," James grudgingly nodded. "I suppose if they tied you just have them do it over again." "Yeah," Harry sighed with agreement. Fingers crossed it wouldn't come to that, and Ron would do brilliantly. Harry blinked in surprise, rubbing his forehead for why that would cause a stir in his memories. "Ooh, bet Hermione loved that." Sirius rolled his eyes. He already disliked her for her previous tendencies in Trelawney's class, and hoped Ron didn't really return the affection. He'd still take Hermione's stubbornness over some giggly girl. James gave a sympathetic nod, thinking there had been many times during his captaincy he'd had to show more restraint than he had all previous years of school because of that badge. "Ugh, what a sore loser." Remus wrinkled his nose up in disgust, as well as the comparison. "Honestly, even if they had tied, I'd rather Harry give it to Ron now just for that," Sirius agreed. "That a boy," James approved, his eyes narrowing and his hand twitching for his wand. Even knowing Harry could handle himself against some pompous seventh year didn't mean he was going to stand for that. "And good riddance," Lily sniffed, as happy as any of the boys for the way this turned out. "Wonder if Hermione did something to her or said something," Sirius snickered. "Quick, check he has all his teeth." James yelped in alarm. "And all his sense," Lily agreed with a giggle while Harry rolled his eyes at all of them, Not all of Hagrid's cooking was that bad. I missed Ron doing this, James laughed. Harry missed the others laughing around him this time, an idea just on the edge of his mind, and then he nodded to himself, a slight smile in place as he thought it was all but confirmed. Oh, she didn't, James said, a look of mingled exasperation and amusement in place. I'm thinking she did, Sirius nodded slowly, like he couldn't decide if he should be outraged at such a display of interference in Quidditch or laughing his arse off she pulled something like that. Lily easily decided on laughter at all of the boys' expression for this. For Hermione herself, she was just giggling up a storm for so long they couldn't help but join in. Hermione was very many things, but they couldn't deny she helped her own too. Sirius scoffed. He quite liked that beast and was honestly considering getting his own now. Lily's voice hitched in her throat. Her hands shook across the cover. They'd actually managed to go 2 whole chapters without that being brought up, and yet somehow it worse as Harry reminisced with a beast of all things about it. Oh dear, Lily sighed. That could have gone better, James agreed with a wince. I disagree. Sirius looked a bit wide-eyed with alarm. The last people Hagrid was ticked off with got their heads nearly knocked off. I haven't cursed McGonagall lately, Harry half-heartedly defended. It's been a week. Surely he's just making his point clear they offended him. Remus pacified. Soon as they get to talking to him, he'll come around. Wish he would have already, Lily sighed, still wanting to smack him for treating her son that way. Just picturing him on the other side, arms crossed, pouting. Sirius laughed a bit, though it did nothing to erase Harry's uneasy frown. You've been a bit violent today, James noted. Not taking any nonsense with his friends right after you, Sirius agreed good-naturedly. You actually pulled it out. Lily gasped. She honestly couldn't picture it. I'd have really done it too, Harry said without too much remorse. He wouldn't just let Hagrid ignore him. I can almost imagine, Remus said slowly. Despite the obvious contrary, he rarely thought of Hagrid as intimidating. It wasn't pleasant picturing that anywhere near directed towards Harry. Lily couldn't help but make a little face at that. It hadn't even registered until this moment Hagrid, as a teacher, had never actually referred to Harry as such, and the contrast now was startling. Harry's really got all the teachers on their toes this year with that mouth. Sirius gave an appreciative laugh. Ungrateful is a little harsh, James frowned in defense. Honestly, Hagrid, would it have been much better if they'd forward you they were dropping the class? Maybe a bit, Remus sighed. He still felt some sympathy for Hagrid despite his attitude about it. All 5 of them scoffed at that. Honestly, even at his worst, they'd never actually be afraid of him, and after what Hermione had just done, they would have thought she'd be more bemused at his behavior like they were. Lily muttered, feeling a little bad she'd never really thought about it. The other teachers could all converge in the staff room if they wanted company, but it was a bit depressing to suddenly wonder how many went out to go see Hagrid just for a chat. This is getting offensive, James sighed. I'm all for the theatrics to prove your point, man, but you're holding a bit of a grudge against students not wanting to take a class. Hagrid's always been big on gestures. I'm sure this seemed like a significant one to him, Harry sighed, though even looking back he wasn't sure what he could have done differently. James still had the urge to knock that out of Harry's hand for his health. Never pictured your face on a potato before, Sirius snorted, though I'm sure it's helping Hagrid a bit. Thank you. Now I'll never eat at Hagrid's again, not that there was much of a chance before, Remus muttered. Ooh, Lily huffed, wishing to make him look at her and really acknowledge what his problem was. She couldn't blame him for being a bit hurt, but now he was starting to make her son look guilty for something he really couldn't help, and she wouldn't lightly stand for that. They felt some concern start lighting up the room. Surely Hagrid hadn't found something even more horrible than Grop already. This was so entirely the opposite of what they'd just been fearing. They all got a good laugh for the harmless things and the overreactions to it. Noah, Remus offered, though he was the only one who bothered. The others got a shifty look in place at the reminder of him. Ooh, that poor dear, Lily said in sympathy at once, suddenly realizing Hagrid's overreaction to the kids may have actually been out of focus for something else. Please tell me you're talking about Hagrid. James still had his nose crinkled in disgust, even as it flagged a bit for Hagrid in sympathy. She ignored him, actually trying to keep going with just the tiniest bit of hope they were misunderstanding this. She never would have thought she'd be hoping for an acromantula's good health, especially this particular one. But Hagrid had this way of making her care for things she never would have thought she could simply by his own huge heart. Sirius couldn't help but frown for the poor man as well. Aragog had technically been the reason Hagrid was expelled, and yet Hagrid still cared about him so much. It really was sweet, even if he couldn't bring himself to feel the same for something that had once condoned eating Harry. Sirius still managed a gag for that. He'd somehow prefer the man eating spider to that monster. I'm sure Ron would be exempt from this offer, James offered half-heartedly. Remind me to grow arachnophobia so I can be as well, Sirius huffed. Funny, Remus repeated slowly, wondering if Hagrid was really ignorant of their true nature in this. It didn't seem likely, with as knowledgeable as he was of species in general, but surely Hagrid knew it wasn't common of someone to go in and out of a nest like theirs so freely. Harry was the only one who managed an uneasy laugh. The other still couldn't for that not-so-friendly reminder. Was that all it took? James sighed. Next time I'll bring one along with me. Please don't, dear, Lily muttered, not entirely sure if he meant it or not. Lily shivered, but altogether tried to ignore the goosebumps flying up her and her soul crushing for once again having to remember all that had transpired in there. See, lying and flattery really does get you everywhere. Sirius burst out laughing. Even Lily gave an uneasy chuckle back just to hear him keep saying such things. The constant reminder he may not be able to one day made almost all of his many annoying habits just a bit funnier than usual. I was joking, James muttered. Lily snorted enthusiastically, and Remus couldn't help snickering as well. The two Quidditch zealots still looked more torn than anything, deeply wanting to praise Hermione's clear conniving skill and even the lingering effects the spell had, but she'd interfered in Quidditch. Ugh, I'd have done it on principle as well, Remus scowled. James gave a little huff, but the worst part was he really could picture Moony doing the exact same thing, and he still wasn't sure if he'd laugh or scold him for it either. This is true, Sirius sighed. It's just the principle of the matter. It's like cheating Ron's way onto the team. The one time you don't condone cheating, Lily rolled her eyes. Quidditch, James insisted, is not to be trifled with. And the three marauders muttered that really was the least awful part of this. It was quite brilliant under any other circumstances, in fact. Poor Ron's jealousy might be making a comeback, Sirius chuckled uneasily, hoping Ron didn't get the wrong impression and pick another row with Harry. Harry just scoffed. It was a ludicrous idea to him what Sirius was implying, but at the same time, something uneasy lingered in him for it, about Ron getting the wrong idea. Ah, and so it begins, James groaned. You're lucky you had so much practice ducking away from Lockhart. You'll be using that on this one as well, Sirius groused. James was already miming snoring at this point, and Sirius and Remus were shifting restlessly like they would have walked right past him already. Harry honestly wished he'd done the same. Lily was ignoring them and smiling fondly at this, having quite the flashbacks to her own years in school again, some of the happier times. Ouch, all five of them muttered, Remus most potently as he'd experienced that along with. Well, every time, Slughorn had tried to catch up with James and Sirius. The fact that you use his title, James scrunched up his face in disgust, even as he weighed in his mind which would be more reprehensible to listen to that night. Both really were coming out equally unappealing. Sirius did get a good laugh out of that, very much wishing Harry could sit in on that conversation. I'll bet Slughorn's hoping to use his old status on him to get his way, Lily said fondly. Was Snape in this? Harry asked in disgust, his respect for this stupid club dropping every moment more it was discussed. Yes, Lily frowned reproachfully. We spent so much time debating in class, trying to outdo each other with our potions. He thought we were a riot and invited him along all the time. Harry tried very hard not to roll his eyes, while Lily bit her tongue for a moment to stop herself pointing out Harry should be very grateful to him this year in particular. It's honestly a miracle he did it the first time, James agreed. Don't know what she's thinking. I'd take the chance to further confound him. Sirius. Smirk turned into that cruel little twist Harry uneasily recaled, getting first-hand experience of in a pensive. He'd seen it several times in here, as well when they were speaking of Snape. Wonder just how many times you can use that spell on someone, think they'll miss their mouth, and start shoving food up there. And this is why I never wondered why Slughorn only invited you to his big parties, instead of all his gatherings. Remus rolled his eyes. She does know she can just not go, James snorted. Suppose she felt morally obligated or some such. Him singling her out like that. Harry shrugged without much concern. Remus sighed in pity for Ron, while the others seemed happy enough to gloss over this. They obviously couldn't care that much, since his friends blew them off, and Lily couldn't find them much of a big deal since she went to so many. He, however, knew exactly how Ron was feeling, and he hadn't even cared that much for it. That's not how you start a conversation. Lily squeaked as Harry had nearly startled out of his seat in alarm as well. Considering all these kids had been reading of the paper, not to mention past events, Hermione should start with the end of that sentence. "Oh, see, Harry, he wasn't dismissing you at all," James grinned. "Pity he didn't find anything," Sirius sighed. "The boy who lived to be the chosen one is far too special for such a thing," Sirius dramatically declared, while Harry fought back the compulsion to whack him upside the head. He hated both of those titles, let alone them being strung together. "Ewa, why would he even have that?" Lily muttered. Harry got a blissful little smile in place. For just such a small moment the others hardly noticed. They hadn't thought about this at least since Malfoy had stamped on Harry's nose. Quite the distraction. But now they were back to wondering just what was up with that. Hermione did have a point. It should be next to impossible for Malfoy to get anything too horrible into the school. Could he possibly be putting this project of his off until next summer? Nah, mail's probably still being checked, Sirius disagreed. Harry was painfully wrenched from his little memory of watching Ginny, her hair the same color as the fire behind her, surely making her stick out more than she should, and responded with agitation. Thought only Umbridge did that mess. She was much more invasive about it, Lily seethed at the reminder, but more calmly explained. But it has been known to happen in a more broad sense, just to know the kind of thing getting in, not what it actually says or what it is. It's a good thing Malfoy doesn't know about the secret entrances into the school, James agreed with a sigh. Sirius gave a suggestive smirk, muttering what could possibly be on Ron's mind, while the others ignored him. Well, he's not in a fun mood. Remus rolled his eyes. Remus winced while the others just sighed, honestly feeling a bit bad for Ron, but there was no good answer for that problem. Of course he'd rub that in as if Harry asked for it, James grumbled. The one-time Slughorn could have done some good, Sirius sighed in agreement. He wouldn't have bought gloves anyways, Remus snipped. So the warning was just a pre-insult. That's Snape for you, Harry agreed. I'm finished, Lily told with a shake of her head. That could have been worse, she supposed. At least overall, it wasn't getting into the terrible state it could have been, considering Harry's past track record. Chapter 12, Silver and Opals. Chapter text. James took the book from Lily with a happy enough air. He was mostly hoping the first Quidditch game would come up soon, considering tryouts were already past, and they needed to see the team in action, of course. Thoughts I really don't think of too often, unlike Moony. Sirius rolled his eyes. You make me sound like a panting teenager, Remus grumbled. Of course, I wonder all the time where the leader of the order is. Ears really have been saved, Harry, Sirius continued as if he hadn't spoken. Used to come up at least once a meal what that man could be up to, and that's nothing compared to school. I take it back, James agreed. We might not have ever noticed if he was missing from the staff table, but Remus would have flipped the castle inside out if he was missing for more than a day. Remus' scowl increased upon both of his friends. Their jesting was in good nature, but it still rankled him they weren't wrong. It simply angered him more than anything how blind he'd been until days ago, how he'd refused to see any side of Dumbledore except his white beard, until he had it shoved in his face. He could be missing something. His friends obviously knew that had been shaken. They just weren't sure what to make of that themselves. It should have been a relief. That wasn't the right word either, because it was too sad how down he was now with no one to look up to in that same sense. When James realized Moony wasn't going to react in any sense of the word, he decided to keep going instead, deciding he'd been through more than enough today already, no need to push it. I entirely doubt that, Lily sighed, though what else he is busy doing is beyond me. Harry nodded his agreement, trying not to pretend he hadn't been panicking just slightly at the thought of being forgotten, left alone again. He wanted to laugh at his own thoughts, but his teeth were still rather gritted. He didn't want to see the expressions on those around him, either pity, remorse, or anything else for something of his past that just could not be changed, no matter how much he'd wish for it. so was more than relieved when James continued without too much of a hitch in his throat. Nah, never seen the school get that bad. Sirius rolled his eyes at the thought. The teachers are well aware we'd burn the place to the ground ourselves if they didn't let the students get some air. And that was the normal students, considering this lot went about it without permission. Lily snorted. Lily started snickering away again at once, and Harry looked at her in exasperation, still wanting to demand just what was so funny he was missing. It certainly wasn't the same reaction from the marauders, who looked more dumbfounded than anything. This was how Harry chose to spend his time. Even if he'd chosen to pursue homework, they'd have thought nothing of it, but independent study. You lot can't even really mark him, Remus pleasantly interpreted the almost constipated look on James and Sirius. Because I caught you lot doing the same thing with transfiguration books, so often I honestly thought you had split personalities. Yes, well, we had a pretty damn good reason, James huffed. So does Harry. He's catching up on 5 years' worth of potions that useless teacher couldn't have taught him, Sirius insisted, deciding to defend this for now, though no one in here was accusing him of anything. Lily started laughing harder than ever, and James quickly kept going then, to Harry's relief. Harry whistled in surprise. Hard to imagine a student inventing spells. I wouldn't be that surprised. We tend to experiment quite a bit in our years, far more than when we age and do things out of habit, Remus shrugged. The first two weren't of much consequence. They were used regularly in all their years at school amongst the students, and it was more likely this prince had simply copied a spell he intended to practice. That last one, however, did catch them off guard. They'd never heard of that exact spell. That's really interesting, sort of like honing an imperturbable charm, except instead of directly forcing anything not to be around you, you're merely distracting them instead. James' eyes were alight at once with the possibility of this. Glory, I want to meet whoever got a nail on that spell, Sirius agreed enthusiastically, causing James' face to settle back into drawn confusion for that, and Lily to start snickering harder than ever. No surprise there. Remus rolled his eyes at this continuing to be mentioned, who maintained a rigidly disapproving expression throughout, and refused to talk at all if Harry had used the Muffliato spell on anyone in the vicinity. Harry watched wearily as those around him frowned at the mention of that spell, one they hadn't used in quite some time. Before he even had a chance to ask, James gave a blustering sigh but explained, "You already saw that one in action, courtesy of me." Harry's eyes flipped wide in surprise as he demanded, "You invented that spell?" James frowned in confusion at Harry's leap. "Nah, did a transfiguration paper for a 6th year in exchange for some nonverbal spells our current teacher hadn't wanted to share with us." He waited and watched Harry flip through the spells he'd seen his father use, only one of which was silent in the one time he'd seen his father perform magic. "Oh," was all he could think to mutter before waving him on. He still felt like there was some connection he was missing in this, even if he had latched onto the right memory for once for an answer. Lily had to fight very, very hard this time not to fall off the furniture in a fit of laughter. She knew that would be just too much of a giveaway. Thankfully, she'd been in such a spirited mood for so long now. The others were just ignoring her still near constant stream of snickering, even though their annoyance continued to grow just what she found so funny. "Well, it seems to have worked," Sirius said pleasantly. "Wonder which of his roommates he snagged." James chuckled. He'd accidentally caught a random 3rd year on his first try, and this was bound to be funnier because Harry would know the bloke. "Hopefully not myself," was all Harry could think to mutter. "I half expected it to be Neville. You already mentioned him snoring, and he hasn't had a catastrophe happen to him in ages," James chuckled. "Venge for him punching you awake over the summer." Remus got a good laugh out of that. "It happened so long ago he wouldn't even realize you'd still planned retaliation." "Mooney's favorite," Sirius sighed. "Ah, well, I was half right." James' laughter continued, the easy mood flowing through the room making him continuing, just at everyone chuckling even harder than they really should have been. "Now where's the fun in that?" Sirius cackled. "Why?" Remus demanded, looking genuinely dumbfounded at this display. "He must know by now anything regarding that book won't entertain her. It's even worse when she's right," Sirius huffed. "She's got half a point." Lily couldn't help but agree now that some of their laughter had subsided. "That really could have been dangerous, or you may not have even known the effect at all until it was too late to understand something was wrong. may not even have had a counter-curse ready. Harry couldn't help but shift in unease, not at all enjoying the foreboding feeling he believed her. Gah! Sirius clutched his ears in pain. As if we didn't hear enough of that last year, Hermione's really working to get on every one of my nerves lately, James agreed tartly. I don't even think the prince made up half those spells. James rolled his eyes. I'm starting to wonder if he just heard about them and was trying to figure out how to do them himself. At least 4 of them so far had been common knowledge during his time at school. It seemed ridiculous one person had made up all of those, and they'd grown popular in that same time frame. James tried to laugh, but the sound didn't really make it to full crescendo. Harry very obviously realized the answer to that one here and now, but what he wouldn't give to gift his son with something like this. His cloak oftentimes didn't feel like it was enough to remind his only child he'd even existed, but he tried as always to shake off those thoughts. Lily really was getting a handle on herself, and almost entirely smothered the funny little noise Harry had the wrong parent's influence for this book. That must have been an entirely different spell, Remus disagreed, or at least a modified version of it. Levicorpus very specifically hoists one up by their ankle. That other bit of magic was much more. He trailed off, not at all liking the words his mind offered up to explain such evil magic. Flexible seemed to light for what those muggles had suffered. At once proving her wrong, Sirius needlessly pointed out with his own eye roll. Girl needed to get a handle on her expressions. He only wished Lily were so easy to read. He still kept eyeing her and hoping any moment she'd slip and tell them who this prince was. But aside from laughing at their ignorance, he wasn't getting anything. Lily let out a blistering sigh. The kids had just so easily transitioned into talking about what she'd refused to see for far too long about this prince. Oh, but of course, lots of parties would be going on during that. Sirius wrinkled his nose in disgust, even as he joked of this. Death Day parties, Remus agreed with the same expression. James snorted at the random insertion and all the sudden memories of doing that with much more purpose. You mean that's not how you make the best of friends? Remus mockingly demanded. Ginny's been doing that a lot this year. Lily chuckled in surprise, while Harry was quick to smile again for getting off this topic. It was starting to give him a headache lingering on this. The 3 marauders sighed heavily. More than making their point, they'd laughingly demanded the same thing of Filch at one point or another and received the same results. Fred and George already put them out of business. James forcefully put a happy little spin back in his voice at the reminder of how murky business were in this climate. He still hated all the reminders pouring back in now upon Harry's life. Harry couldn't even begin to play along. Ginny had only caused a slight delay in an ever-growing headache, which clearly hadn't been about the prince, but his coming day, and this wasn't boding well. Sirius inhaled deeply like he was trying to pull that scent to him right now. Boy, he missed his frequent trips to that shop. That toffee scent's still worth it, Remus muttered conspiratorially, as if Slughorn were here now, and trying to wrangle the pair of his friends along once again. Nah, I'd have gone outside again already, Sirius agreed. Maybe come back with a few snowballs if he didn't take a hint, James agreed. I can't decide if Hermione's lying to herself or him, James snorted. All of the boys got a good laugh out of that, while Lily rolled her eyes. They really weren't that bad. I already expected that, James smirked, while Harry gave a nervous grin back. He really wanted this game to go without a hitch, it being his first one as captain. Try him, Sirius sniffed. They'd managed quite often in their years. An insult on top of an insult, Remus groaned, as if Ron didn't have reason enough for his insecurity problems to be in his face. Subtle, Sirius drew the word out with a deadpan expression. I don't see why she doesn't just invite him along, Lily sighed. Ask Slughorn if she can bring a friend. He'll say yes on principle. He can come along to one and see how they are. I'll doubt he'd want to go again after that, she finished with a grumpy look at the boys. After that first one she hadn't the chance, Harry reminded of his Quidditch practices. And I'd be even more cross with her, subjecting him to that. James rolled his eyes good-naturedly. They'd invited Remus and, well, they'd invited their friends to one as well, and they'd taken to it as well as to be expected. Needless to say, there was a reason Slughorn only invited he and Sirius to the important parties instead of everyone after that. Oh, joy, Sirius huffed. The last time this one had been significantly mentioned, he dropped the ball and allowed a Dementor to attack Harry. The end results weren't the point. This one wasn't a favorite of theirs, no matter the good laugh he was worth from time to time. Sounds about right, Remus snorted. Probably stole the lot, James agreed. Wonder why he would be, Lily muttered. Harry really hadn't shown much inclination towards him for Mundungus to be anything other than passingly cordial. James startled hard in surprise, automatically trying to lean in closer to his kid, in fear someone had attacked him. It was a natural reaction after all the threatening situations his kid had been in. Forcing himself not to imagine Dementors swooping in once more upon his child, he kept going frantically because of that one simple word. Bloody hell, what did he have? Lily yelped in concern, fighting with herself to jump in front of Harry and demand a reasonable explanation for this. His fierce expression wasn't giving much of an answer, clearly so outraged the words weren't coming to him, but she just knew it had to be a good one for him to be acting like this. This was so far beyond the scope of the danger they'd been fearing. The burst of surprised laughter almost sounded like it had been punched out of Sirius. He still kept going, though, his shoulders shaking with mirth, even as his eyes landed shrewdly on his godson. What a reaction! Harry's anger didn't lessen at all for his godfather's careless way, keeping a focused anger on no one in here for the disrespect he saw in this act. James cleared his throat uneasily before calling for his attention. Really not seeing what you are here, Harry. Sirius doesn't give a damn about that stuff. Surely you know that. He nicked his stuff. Harry spat, aghast now that no one seemed to be getting this. It doesn't matter, he wouldn't care. It was still his things. James still exchanged a puzzled look with Remus, who shrugged without answer. If he caught Mundungus doing that, he likely would have rolled his eyes and ignored the act, exactly for the reason Prongs had just said. They were things. They barely associated that house and anything inside it with their friend, because Sirius himself put so much distance away from it. Sirius decided it was best to just play this off for now, though. It didn't really matter what his reaction would have been, but Harry's anger for it, and so he persisted. Well, the point here is Harry's finally giving Mundungus some revenge for bailing on him last summer. So whatever the reason, I say you keep going with it, Prongs. James shrugged and did just that, not doing a very good job of hiding his mystified expression. James winced hard at that line, swallowing convulsively and nearly choking on the spit. He had to remind himself it had already been months to Harry since this happened, whereas he'd just heard the news days ago. He could hardly fathom speaking the words in a conversation yet, let alone Harry still casually dumping that pile of words no matter his temper. Not anywhere around there, Lily muttered. If there was one thing Mundungus was good at, it was weaseling himself out of those kinds of situations. Harry's anger only seemed to double as he howled. Am I really still being followed? Wouldn't surprise me, Remus frowned, a bit of reproach already boiling. If Harry really took this out on Tonks, she didn't deserve it at all for doing her job. What makes you think it went away? Probably not, though. Sirius quickly tried to diffuse, more than happy to jump topics. She said she was stationed in Hogsmeade, probably walking the area, and the Hogshead is as good a place as any to do that. Or maybe you just missed an order meeting. Harry just turned to grumbling and not acknowledging either of them, his hands still itching like he wished to pin someone where they stood. Wouldn't surprise me if she knew. James gave an uneasy chuckle at the idea of her helping to pack it away, instead of Sirius like they'd all laughed about at one point. Why did everything have to come back to haunt them with their jokes? So we gathered. Lily frowned in sympathy at him. She really was trying to understand why Harry was in such a temper about this, and she could sort of see it just being the principle of someone desecrating his godfather's house like that. But even then, that wasn't a place Harry liked to think of Sirius in any more than them. Sad maybe, depressed at the reminder of those things now in Mundungus' possession, she'd understand, but where was this anger coming from? It was starting to wind her up as much as him for the simple fact she couldn't grasp what was bothering her child. I don't know why you wouldn't be. You're clearly not going to let this go, Sirius sighed, though he more than wanted to. No, all four of them muttered. That really had been part of Mundungus' charm. It wouldn't do to have a thief around who wasn't good at his job. Oh, good. I needed someone to hex. James muttered for himself on that one, well aware Harry didn't partake in his personal feelings of venting, but he certainly was envisioning it right now. All the more reason I would have laughed it all off. Now it was doubly uncared for, Sirius sighed. Least Mundungus would put it to a good cause, his own pockets. Harry gave him a scandalized look, and Sirius quickly raised his hands in surrender, deciding against pursuing the point. What exactly do you expect Dumbledore to do about it? James asked curiously. Harry just let his expression keep stewing without an answer. He didn't really have one. Most lads do, Sirius chuckled, though I think he'd know better by now than to show as much in front of Hermione. Getting her back for ignoring him at breakfast that other day, James shrugged. Hermione's jealousy really is getting more obvious than ever, Remus chuckled, more than willing to play along and put that nasty business off their minds. I'm wondering how long it'll take Harry to lock them in a classroom and force them to have it out. I was more waiting for them to get on with it. They'd never been subtle in the past about their Rose. Harry rolled his eyes. But at least his words weren't as biting anymore. He was clearly calming down. All four of them sighed as it registered Harry knew this anyways. It was maddening he wouldn't just spit it out and tell them what his real problem with this was. But he also had his teeth clenched again and wasn't looking at any of them. Whether he thought it was obvious enough or just didn't want to talk about it, no one was going to force it out of him when they'd rather it never be spoken of again. Despite his hands still twitching in his lap and his face tightening more every second, they all thought he was still just on the topic of Sirius. It didn't occur to them a headache was forming again. That warning feeling deep in his gut was starting to bubble again. This trip into Hogsmeade was destined to get worse. How random, Sirius chuckled forcefully, but was all for Harry's stray thoughts being shown rather than his lingering one. I can see how that would bother you. James was quick to jump in and agree with this, making Lily wonder if she wasn't the only one feeling wrong-footed in not getting a handle on Harry's real problem. If I had anything resembling a sister, I'd feel the same. Harry was so startled to hear that coming out of his mouth, he entirely lost his contrite expression and turned to him in surprise. He'd never contradicted when anyone said this because, before now, he'd really felt no reason to. This time, though, he wanted to protest in disgust. It was nothing like that. Ginny was far more of a friend to him than anything resembling a sister. He held back, though, because he wasn't sure that was the right comparison anymore either. It wasn't like his friendship with Hermione after all. So what was the word to use for it? He was chewing on this so hard, he hardly noticed the tempo of his headache increasing as his dad continued. Ugh, avoid this, Harry, Sirius swiftly inserted. Teammate she is, but you don't want to get in between her tiff with her friend. She'd think you're a right pig of a captain. A trickle of sweat started forming on the nape of Harry's neck, despite the freezing temperatures he so vividly remembered. He could no longer focus on Ginny, Sirius, or much of anyone right now, except the very real pain of his head screaming at him to pay attention around the splitting it was causing his vision. James froze, the feeling erupting in the room all around them. As Harry had just said, this was not in any way funny, but with a glance at his friends, he tried his hardest not to immediately assume a Death Eater was around. This didn't have to be the panic-inducing fear for life he was already latching onto with far too much practice. Lily's lip was already trembling, her face as white as the sleet in her mind during this depiction. She was fighting back the urge to shriek as loud as that wind. Even without Harry's ghastly face a mask of horror promising this should not be interpreted any other way. She knew, they all did, something was terribly wrong. James startled to his feet without remembering to do so, his body trying to put him into action even as no spell truly came to mind. There was no answer for this, his eyes only staying locked on the words for explanation, even while the back of his mind was already offering up the horror of this happening to the rest of the kids, his Harry next any second. No, you don't separate from them. Harry hardly acknowledged this, couldn't even have said who'd scolded him, his mind purely absorbed on the one goal of finding help. Before the guttural noise could even form, a snarl of anger or fear for Harry next running into yet another problem, James was still going in the same breath, though he really hadn't breathed since Katie began her flight. A spastic noise thumped somewhere in Sirius' throat. A good old laugh about who Hagrid worried about more with the order of those names, but it never even made a flicker in his mind, to focused on every word Prongs was saying. Lily was still shivering nonstop, her teeth clicking together as if that cold was permeating the air in here as well. This was what brought James back to the room, and he crossed it quickly to settle beside her, with her son on her other side. She tried to protest, but he ignored her as he kept going still on the same breath, even if it was coming out more strained every second for not giving himself a chance to breathe in between this mayhem starting out of the blue. Harry startled out of his seat as well, nearly sending Lily and Sirius to the floor in his wild grab to stop this. James hardly noticed, locked as he was to the words to ensure Harry's intent went through to the one who needed it. The breath of release escaping them all finally forced air in again. They'd all wanted to shout that from the moment Leanne had said the words, afraid Harry's natural curiosity would send him off to do this. But it had been locked in place until he showed he'd be doing otherwise, the opposite in ensuring his friend wouldn't suffer the same fate. "It's cursed," Remus said flatly, as his mind finally spun back into processing things again. "And a powerful one at that," Sirius agreed, as he rubbed ruefully at his jaw. That was the kind of thing he'd expect to find in his mother's jewelry box, not some poor kid at Hogwarts possessing. "What the bloody hell was Katie doing with it?" Lily demanded, her voice not anywhere near normal volume no matter how hard she tried. "What was she doing with it?" "That is a very good question," James agreed, only managing the flat tone because he was still getting his breath back. He took one more cautious look at Harry, the idea of his son going through that nearly suffocating him all over again. It helped nothing Harry refused to take his seat, but began pacing the room, a deeply troubled look that he hoped had everything to do with his teammate being in these circumstances, rather than remembering this happening to him next. Sirius snarled, fighting back the impulse to spit in disgust at how often that store kept being brought up recently. He made a mental note to burn it to the ground, and sadly that wasn't even in his top 10 of things he had to do first. There are more ways of bending people to your will than that curse, that one just tends to be the most powerful. Lily murmured to herself, the idea of it happening at all still causing her to want to scream any second. Why did this have to keep happening in Harry's life? She wished this was more boggling, but sadly in their time in school, it wasn't unheard of for students to come across cursed objects, and cursing each other with powerful spells was a walking liability, and still her son kept managing to find the most oblique ways of emphasizing that in his life. James shivered so hard the book nearly fell from his grasp. He understood why Harry was doing it, of course, so no one else could unwittingly come across it, so someone like Dumbledore could investigate it. Reasoning obviously said Harry would be fine, so had Katie until it had been touched by skin, and his son was clearly being careful of this. None of that fought off the compulsion to slap that away from his child this second, to be the one to do this instead. "You're very likely not wrong," Lily passively agreed as she watched his hurried steps pick up in tempo. Whether in agitation for being wrong or excitement of being right, she really couldn't tell. "It does tie up rather well, but at the same time, it doesn't at all explain the conversation you heard between Borgin and Draco. The bit about being seen carrying it down the street, sticking out most in her mind. This was easily something that could have been hidden away. Hermione herself had seen it moments later when she'd stepped in after Malfoy. Like a bloke couldn't slip into the girls' bathroom for a second, Sirius jeered, entirely sick of Harry's friends protesting something like this at every turn. "It's not as if it's got a ward on it to stop us." An interesting query, though, why the girls' bathroom? If it was indeed Malfoy and not some isolated incident, why did it have to be a girl? Malfoy could have just as easily done this to any male coming along, Remus muttered, wondering if they were missing some significance in light of Harry's train of thought. "That's another thing," James said in clipped tones. "No matter what Katie's, or whoever cursed her, intentions, there's no way that thing would have gotten in the school past Filch. Maybe she wasn't trying to get it back to the school, but headed to somewhere else in Hogsmeade with it," Remus offered. "No, Leanne specifically said someone inside Hogwarts," Harry parroted, still pacing this way, and that as his mind clamored to show him something he was forced to keep away, the movement wasn't helping at all. "Someone inside Hogwarts who very likely wasn't actually inside the school at that time," Remus agreed. Everyone in the castle was likely to be out that day, clearly thinking his theory still stood. Harry didn't acknowledge him, afraid anything he said would only make his own mind worse. They really were all in such a highly agitated state that hardly made a blip on their thoughts. If they'd thought about it at all, they would have said McGonagall herself. They just cared too much about Katie, and whoever the target had been right now to think otherwise of who looked that thing over. I think you offended her. Sirius tried absently to put a smile in place, though nothing of this whole chapter had been funny at all. I can see your point, though, Lily said fairly, even if the same thing wouldn't have crossed her mind. No matter how open Dumbledore seemed to Harry, her son was still one of the few students in that school who would see him that way. Everyone else had even less direct contact with him, and would have gone to their head of house with this. All three marauders looked very snappy at that, with the firm belief they held that no matter their personal disagreements, they wouldn't be showing that in front of anyone else. This was just insulting on Harry's friend's part, far more than disagreeing with him in general when they wouldn't even play along with his idea. He didn't accuse me. Sirius went wide-eyed and innocent again. Harry glanced up at him and gave an obligatory laugh, but only faked that this put him at ease as he sank down in the nearest seat, next to Remus. He was still rubbing hard at his temples, his eyes clenched shut, and for all the world wishing he could sever his head to be rid of this constant pain. Both you boys really aren't keeping up very well with this. Lily shook her head at them. It had been months since that happened, not this morning. Harry mumbled in slight defense. He hadn't recalled the exact words, even as much as he'd obsessed over them. Congratulations, Ron. Now you're mimicking the book inside the book. Sirius pressed out an even more forced chuckle, growing heavily agitated. This was getting harder every time. How would she know? Lily muttered in confusion that seemed more like something Snape would be aware of. The point didn't particularly matter, she supposed, as she agreed with James' next words. Rodrat, James sighed. There went his prime suspect. I wouldn't rule him out just yet, though. Sirius still had a calculating look in place, still prepared to defend Harry's idea. Crabbe or Goyle could have done this for him, if he is the one behind this. He really found it hard to believe Malfoy was very possibly up to something this year, and then this happened without being connected. Harry looked up sharply at him, but even this answer still felt a step off. Still, it did ease his pain somewhat, as always, to hear the conversation around him circulating, the true answer just beyond his reach, but at least not festering as his dad continued. I didn't realize Malfoy's boasting earlier literally meant he wasn't going to be doing his work this year. Remus rolled his eyes at this inconsequential bit of information. Surprised he hasn't been paying someone to do it for him like all the other years, Sirius groused. Harry's eyes lit up briefly. He was so sure that was the right answer, and the confidence nearly spurred him into words, but was cut off by Remus shaking his head, while James had been listening the other two. No, to all three. I'm still leaning towards it being a woman the intended target now. Why, the girl's bathroom, that part just makes no sense. It had all happened so fast he'd lost his confidence with the exact same thought, back to muttering in squalor of the uselessness of his mind. I might disagree, Lily hedged, twisting a strand of hair around her finger as she thought. It really depends on the kind of magic placed upon her to force her doing this. If she'd been given the very explicit command to give this to you in your shared common room, she may not have even registered you behind her at all. Her focus came back, though, and she shook her head sharply to dispel away that line of thinking. Point is, though sound logic Hermione's using, we can't rule out anyone. Harry could at least nod his agreement to that, though his eyes kept drifting out of focus like he'd struck gold, and let it slip through his fingers all at once, and for the life of him couldn't understand why. "Ooh, now we know we've got her in a temper," James huffed with a roll of his eyes, but did tell Harry, "You're being rather single-minded with this, though. You're causing just as much trouble not hearing others' ideas and insisting on your own as they are ignoring yours." "But you know I'm right," Harry spluttered. "Not really," he sighed. "I agree it's a very, very good chance, but it also never hurts to hear other ideas while you're at it. Could even somehow round back to helping your own on a completely different theory." Harry crossed his arms and muttered defiantly, causing Remus to actually smirk in genuine amusement again. Harry sounded so like both James and Sirius with the grumbles he was using. "That's as much as you can ask for at this point," Sirius sighed, "letting you talk yourself out." "Gee, thanks," Harry snipped. Give it a few hours, Lily sighed, knowing this wasn't the kind of thing to stay secret in the castle. At least until breakfast, James agreed. Remus snorted in surprise. I'll call that a small miracle she managed that, Sirius agreed, finally managing an easy laugh along with Remus for that random exchange. Glory, why is it always you? James groaned as he hastily snapped his chapter shut before anything else could happen. Harry couldn't help but agree. His stance on Malfoy aside, why had it been him coming across this at all? HP, actually, despite the characters not. I do get Harry's little tizzy over Mundungus in this chapter. I'd have been just as outraged, as if the principle of the matter Sirius was being stolen from. I hope I made it clear, though, that they just don't because they can't associate that stuff with Sirius, whereas that's really all Harry has learned to attach to his godfather, things. He barely has any memories with him. This is getting depressing, but I still hope you enjoyed on some level. Chapter 13. The Secret Riddle. Chapter text Sirius detested the now familiar feeling of dread as he accepted the book from Prongs. How uneasy everyone sat on the edge of their seat. How commonplace it was to be starting yet another chapter with tension. It was for a random student, and that somehow made it even worse for their own past school years, still somehow overlapping into Harry's life now, when all they'd ever wanted for him was a careless 7 years of school free of everything but fun. Still, he began with a forced, cheerful tone of voice, no matter how dour the situation started. Depends on how often you bring this up on how offended you should be, Sirius said cheekily. Once a day is a bit much, pup. You only need to repeat yourself when it's relevant. Hark, look who's talking. Remus looked at him, dumbfounded he could say anything so opposite to the words he constantly spewed, or more accurately, the joke he so often threw around. Moony, whatever do you mean? Sirius batted his eyes innocently, still fooling no one. Remus scoffed at once, the desire still very present to laugh at anyone who thought Dumbledore would be late. Lily sighed softly for him. He really was getting on in age, and was now living through the same war a second time. It would be taxing on any man. I'm beginning to worry that's going to be a permanent injury, James muttered in genuine concern. Are we still going through memories? Sirius asked without much interest. What else from his past do we really need to know? He still wasn't entirely sure what had been relevant about the first one. Maybe he met someone in that orphanage he grew up in who could be important, Lily offered. I can't see it, James disagreed. If he hates muggles, I'm betting that's where it all would have started. Not to mention, it's impossible to imagine Voldemort with anything resembling a friend. He just has lackeys, Remus sniffed, and he couldn't have taken it upon himself. For research purposes, of course, James muttered bitterly. He really couldn't even think why Snape had bothered. The slime ball had never done anything that didn't benefit him in some way. Lily gave him a scathing look for that one, though. She wished they'd show a bit more gratitude like they would any other human being doing this. She understood what had happened to Sirius, and Harry last year had only worsened matters, but couldn't they at least keep it civil? Oh, how I've missed that. Sirius rolled his eyes heavily at that thought being brought up again. That is true, Remus grudgingly agreed, though why Dumbledore had to make that sound like a good thing he couldn't fathom. After all, it was his specialty with the dark arts that had put him in with the Death Eaters in the first place, so clearly his superior knowledge hadn't been gained in any good light like the Order had. I should hope so, as much as he's been alluding to it from the start, James huffed, very sick of having so many answers dangled over his head. As if there's anything left. Sirius rolled his eyes, knowing full well any good thief would have already made off with anything of remote value. Harry felt an icy chill, as if a Dementor had just breathed down his neck. He was just so sure, for a solid moment he was confident, but the vicious stab from within stopped him a hair's breadth before he could lock in on the idea any more than an errant thought. He went cross-eyed, let out a vicious breath of pain, but as always was forced to wait, no matter how impatiently, for it all to make sense. Yeah, I can agree with that, Sirius said with all the cheer he could. No one had missed Harry's little problem over there, but they were leaving him to it, as clearly he was controlling whatever was troubling his mind. That's practically thievery, Lily yelped in a mixture of shock and disgust. That's the Burke store we know and loathe, James agreed, his face drawn for this poor woman who had probably never even been outside her house before all this. That 10 galleons was likely the most gold she ever saw in her life, and she likely put it all to her infant. This all managed to grow more depressing the more he thought about it. That Merope may have actually made a good mother if she'd survived. Not necessarily. Remus frowned in confusion of Harry. The Weasley situation should be enough for you to realize magic doesn't make us all at ease with life. Harry wanted to persist his point that the Weasleys struggled for money because of spellbooks and other things they had no choice but to buy. But food and other things should come along with much more ease. Then he really realized whom he was speaking with and shut his trap. He'd never asked Remus for specifics of his life outside of here, and he didn't feel it his place to. You didn't need to grasp how hard life had been on him. Merope, an unpracticed witch with no one else to help, would have it even worse. James shook his head slowly as he heard that. He couldn't even imagine it. With the way Merope's life had gone, though, he could almost see why she'd think that. Still, he wasn't convinced Dumbledore had the mark on this one. He could picture any number of things going on with her situation. She may not have even been able to, or known how, Lily said quietly as she brushed at her hair. Birthing a child can be quite the complicated thing. If there aren't doctors around, any number of problems could arise. She may have even just been sick, not taking care of herself properly. There's really no telling what magic could have done for her, even if she had been around it. Lily's breath caught hard in her throat. She felt smothered at the very mention of this. Her own final words echoed through her mind that she was willing to die for her child, leaving him without his parents as she'd know full well. She had to force herself to stop there, lest the pain of it all push into the here and now, reminding herself that whatever this woman's situation, no matter how much it was like her own, had already happened. Hers hadn't. Even if she had to choose the same in the end, it would still be her choice. Pity for the mother doesn't quite spew out into the spawn, Sirius huffed. Of course I did. Harry's mother's voice came out a sharp snap, and he looked startled, even wounded for it. She kept herself very well put together. He'd had no idea what she'd been thinking of moments ago. I could have. She couldn't even say the despicable words of letting Voldemort take him from her. But I didn't, and I never would. There's always a choice, Harry. I'm sorry, he whispered, the only thing he could offer for his question he hadn't really thought through. The echo of the Dementors again played through his mind. Voldemort had told her to step aside, and she'd refused, hence his very life he breathed now. Lily's face only burned that much more. That Dumbledore had to be the one to remind him of that. The loss of the life Harry had been deprived of never got easier to hear, that his headmaster would be the one to say that to him. Sirius snorted loudly, just to help ease some of the tension back out of the room for someone else showing such a high opinion of themselves. He was still ignored. I'm sure he was very hard to spot. You obviously needed this guidance. James did get a chuckle out of that at least, wrapping one arm tighter still around his wife who still looked distant. Sirius full out laughed for that, while Harry didn't look remotely abashed. Who only knocks once, Remus muttered at that random detail. The boys had no more been expecting Sirius to shout that at the top of his lungs, but Lily still managed to startle hardest of all, right out of her reverie. Was that necessary? She demanded of him. Yes, he agreed without looking over, but a satisfied smirk nonetheless in place. He had her full, undivided attention again. Did chickens attack them? James asked slowly, with genuine concern for wherever this place was. No, it's a muggle disease. Makes your skin get red spots all over that itch. Lily shrugged, recalling her fascination as a youngster when her whole class had them for a time except her. Even Petunia had gotten them. What's that have to do with chickens? Do muggles sometimes not cook chicken properly, and that makes them sick? He prodded further, pleased more than anything she was back to chatting with them again without that horror of her future in her eyes, or some secret she wasn't sharing with them in her smile. It's more like, it sort of looks like a chicken's pecked you all over. She tried to visualize it for him, but when James just looked more baffled than ever, she burst into giggles and waved Sirius on. That's about as likely with this man around, Sirius agreed. I still have those moments, James agreed, deciding for now to stop lingering on the idea of a chicken chasing a bundle of kids around. I'm surprised he didn't lie about that, Harry said, wondering if all normal exchanges went like this, rather than Hagrid bursting a door down for him. He's no reason to, Remus reminded. Even if she went and looked it up, Dumbledore would produce some paperwork for her. Harry gaped at that one, looking wildly around for some kind of explanation, while they all laughed at his expression. It was still nice to see him confounded by magic. I didn't say it was useful paperwork, Remus said around more laughter, as if that was all the explanation needed. Harry rolled his eyes, but let it go, deciding it was enough explanation for now. Obviously, he still had more to learn in his next year of school. Oh good, I always wanted to know his birthday, Sirius said dryly. We're dishing out plenty of socks this holiday. I'm sure we can ship along a pair for him. James rolled his eyes. Poisonous socks, Remus muttered, causing Harry to snort in surprise and James and Sirius to exchange a heavily amused smirk. Harry clearly hadn't heard all of Remus' mutters, but he would be now. That really was just. Sad Sirius could have connected many things to the moment of birthing Voldemort into their world, but honestly the start to it all was so depressing. The megalomaniac would be carrying that on to this day and never let them forget it, it seemed. Lovely, Lily said tartly. James' mouth still twisted with a nasty sneer for that. No child should be named for such a creature as that Gwant. Though he supposed if there was one exception, it was Voldemort. Not far off, honestly, Remus huffed. Oh joy, so he really was a psychopath even as a kid, James muttered in disgust. Why were they listening to this again? It was only more of a reminder where Harry could have ended up, where he almost had, and should have been rather than with those Dursleys who cared nothing for him. At least this Mrs. Cole had a clear concern for the kids in her care. Lily choked in shock, while all of the boys grimaced uncomfortably. A murderer indeed, even as a child, for something like an animal was never a good start to life. Harry shifted uncomfortably in his seat, the tight pull on his mind sharp once again for something he was sure he should have been connecting with, but he just ran his hand through his hair in agitation and wished his mind to shut up with its uselessness. Sounds better off than you were, Lily muttered so quietly she didn't even seem to realize she'd said it, but James heard, tightening his arm all the more around her as he realized they'd been thinking the same thing. I'm going to start calling him that, Sirius said at once with conviction. James got a good chuckle out of that. Ugh, that's almost as bad as his squashed snake face he is now, Sirius said in disgust for Dumbledore trying to humanize this constant bludger on their life. The full force of his words wouldn't hold, though. He could deny no more than anyone this was still just a kid, even one that had already grown up to be what they knew. He wanted to hate him on principle, but while it was there, it was not the only thing he could focus on. I'm sure he needs it, James huffed. What an impertinent child, Lily huffed, thinking he could speak to any adult that way. I'd like to lock you in one, surely. It's too bad Dumbledore didn't have the forethought, Remus sniffed. I know Dumbledore's calm about everything, Sirius said with only mild sarcasm, but now I'm wondering just how many people think they're being shipped off to a nut house. Personally, I wouldn't have minded so much. Couldn't be worse than the one I grew up in. More like try to force him out, Lily said bitterly. That basilisk couldn't have got him rather than Myrtle, James agreed. Eh, Sirius waved his hand vaguely, eyeing his best friend obviously. A lot of them do seem to wind up there. You're the poster child, James agreed without looking over. He was, looking at each of his eyes. Remus muttered in confusion. I don't get it. Did Dumbledore have a lazy eye during this conversation? James trailed off in confusion. We always knew he was mad, Sirius shrugged without concern. This really hadn't been very funny to begin with, and the feeling just continued to grow worse with each passing moment this little Tom spoke. Bloody hell, he's a menace, Sirius noted like he was eyeing a coming storm. What made him like that? Remus was grasping for words he wasn't even sure there was an answer for. I'd have thought we'd seen evidence by now the kids picked on him because he was magic, that's why he'd hate them, but from everything we've heard it's the complete opposite. He's using magic against them because he likes it. I really must wonder if it wasn't that love potion, Lily said hoarsely. I keep thinking, over and over, I've never heard of a child being conceived under the influence of one. Maybe it had some effect on the child then. Oh, great. So not only did she refuse to even look for an option to stay alive for the child she forced into this world, it's all her fault it was this way from the start. Sirius was getting angrier at Merrow by the second, looking for something to vent on that wasn't a kid. It still wasn't easy. He couldn't even work himself into a proper temper because the image kept lingering of some girl Lily's age, their age, without anyone to care for or turn to. Serious. He didn't need the soft rebuke James gave, but it still helped cool him, preventing anything else that could have come next. I still don't see a solution in all this, Remus sighed. Is there a cure? If there was, and he'd actually feel something resembling human emotions again, would it even matter? It certainly wouldn't really make up for all the crimes he's committed. You'd think Dumbledore would have recognized all this himself before inviting him to learn more magic to do more harm, James agreed. Maybe he thought he could, I don't know, fix him, help him, certainly not make him a monster. Sirius finished, while Harry felt Remus flinch slightly beside him. He glanced over in surprise, but didn't understand that look. He quickly hid from his face before the other two could see it. Sirius certainly hadn't any more to say on this, though. What had happened happened, and he honestly doubted he'd see anything in Dumbledore's own memory the man wouldn't have already spotted. So when no one else offered anything, he kept going restlessly for this to be over. Not that anything else going on in Harry's life was much more fun to be getting to. Most of our kind do, Lily agreed softly. Agreed with Voldemort of all people. She never forgot, though, those years before that weird kid Snape on the block had finally tracked her down and told her what she was. How special she'd been, unable to help but use Voldemort's own choice of word in understanding. Ugh! Sirius nose crinkled in disgust for not only that mockery of politeness he'd so used as well. He hated any idea he'd done anything remotely similar to this creep. No, Lily corrected. Much like Hagrid setting that greater flame for you, a little magic is always allowed in the beginning to prove a point, I should say. Oh, Dumbledore wouldn't really, James scoffed at once. Still, certainly not a kind trick on the kid, Sirius began, before his words caught up with him and he finished venomously, other than this one. A soft snort of laughter echoed around before Remus spoke up what they were all wondering. What did Dumbledore do? Sirius shushed him. They were now all listening more intently than ever. Here, something could finally shown to be the purpose of all this, something Voldemort actually cared for. Harry couldn't help half shouting in his excitement. What kind of magic is that? How did Dumbledore even know to use that spell, to know that wasn't his? It was rather odd, to be sure, seeing Harry getting so worked up over magic, as if he were 11 himself again. But James still answered, certainly, there's a few spells one could do to check ownership of a few objects. After all, Mrs. Cole and Riddle himself said, I'm not terribly surprised he's stolen things from kids as well. Harry waved Sirius on impatiently now, knowing something massive was coming. The others merely looked more baffled than ever why Voldemort had cared about such things, when it had been clear nobody of significance in his life had left him any of that. Souvenirs, perhaps, from his time in that orphanage. Though they'd been given no inkling so far he valued anyone, certainly not close enough to be given a gift. Harry, however, looked ecstatic, his eyes lighting with some dim understanding he couldn't yet fully grasp, but did not need any extra sense telling him to pay attention now. He was riveted. Of course not. That's an actual human emotion, James muttered in disgust, honestly believing Lily's theory more every line. Did he have any emotion in him? Obviously he did, as Harry had been all too painfully aware of last year. But then what was this? This lack of humanity pouring from such a young soul. There was just no way this was natural, as if he'd ever needed that confirmed considering what Voldemort was now. Inadvertently, I'm sure, Sirius Mark quoted. Starting with all the good threats, then, Harry huffed. Not that it did him any good, Remus agreed with heavy sarcasm, not missing the irony Harry had been under threat of both, whereas likely the perfect Tom Riddle they'd heard of in the past never had. Lily tisked quietly, but considering the many unspeakable things he had, or in this case would do, it really was a passing insult to her. Lily couldn't help the clear disapproval that time, though, cutting herself off with a heavier scoff still. He's just a boy. Surely he needs supervision. Maybe it would have stopped him growing an early interest in places like Knockturn Alley, Harry agreed, vividly remembering their protest of his short time alone there at 11. I think that's already been set in stone, Sirius disagreed with an eye roll. Besides, the kid turned down the help. I certainly wouldn't stop him not minding himself and getting run over. Lily turned her scowl on him, but couldn't really snap for that. She still couldn't make it sit right in her head like he so clearly could. This was still just a kid. All five of them frowned, another wash of sympathy for the soul that was Tom Riddle. They didn't know what to call that moment. Innocence, for his lack of knowledge that even magic could never really stop that. Callousness on his mother's behalf. It was certainly a true foreshadowing of his future nature. I guess I should feel flattered it's not just Hagrid who leaves out the detail about that barrier, Harry muttered for himself. Why would he think that would impress him? Remus asked, with a lingering frown for the boy's logic. He's already mentioned he could control animals at will, and Dumbledore hadn't really reacted to that. Why would speaking to a particular species be of any more significance? Your guess is as good as ours, Sirius reminded. I'm sure a wide range of reactions exist out there, Lily agreed absently. She'd thought Snape a loon until she'd been convinced. Harry had taken some convincing, and Riddle had believed it instantly. It sort of made her want to do a study on all the varied reactions a Muggle-born could have, if it wasn't so thoroughly depressing her son had found himself in that category. I'd be genuinely impressed if he did, Remus muttered. I'm sure if he had, he wouldn't have let his life go on as long as he had, James said belligerently. Lily wasn't so sure, thinking about what had been said earlier and Dumbledore's willingness to try and help others. What was the point of no return for him then? Was there one? You already knew that. James frowned at Harry in confusion why he'd pointed this out. Suppose up until that point I would have thought he wouldn't realize it until later in life, Harry shrugged. I'd hope so. They all muttered agreement to that. I'll be sure to give him a more original name, Sirius said deadpan. Why not even go from another anagram of his own? James answered with a smirk Lily was already trying to read around, though not before he started with. I've noticed a certain few letters spell out the word. She didn't care enough to let him finish. Putting this into the perspective of his adult self was helping them really. It certainly pushed off their confusion at that notion and put disgust right back in place discussing this vile plague on humanity in their life. I can see what he's going for, Remus said slowly, his eyes suddenly widening at the possibility. They'd been half right in their guess, but gotten the motive wrong then. I'm still not sure what the point of those are. Sirius had his head cocked to the side curiously. So he does value objects then, nicked something from people he's murdered then. Would stealing his closet full of knickknacks of the dead put him off enough for us to kill him then? James laughed at the absurd way Sirius managed to phrase that, but Harry was sitting right on the edge of his seat now, his face trained on the book while his godfather's words spiraled sickeningly in his head, forbidden to look upon, longing to know. Well, Dumbledore certainly thinks so, Lily sighed, wishing the man would just spit it out no matter the hour. This felt more important than a bedtime. She didn't like the bead of sweat her son didn't even seem aware of tracing down his taut face. Harry swallowed loudly, but no one needed that to feel the tension all along the room. What else had that ring been then? Lily read the final line carefully, but when it yielded no good results, she turned to the others for some kind of explanation that was certainly evading her. Chapter 14, Felix Felicis. Chapter text Remus helped her out at once, speaking while trying to pull his thoughts together at the same time to somehow get an answer. I'm wondering now if Voldemort has cursed objects. It didn't seem right, as even if he did, what could be the significance of that in relation to Harry surviving the prophecy? You're thinking that necklace that cursed Katie belonged to him. Sirius tried to understand where he was heading, his mind on an entirely different matter, like how all this tied back to Voldemort wanting to go after Prongs for any significant reason. You think Voldemort tried to slip him one over the summer and failed. That's what could have started all this, she prompted, her mind lingering on their old headmaster's injury. It was hard to believe he'd fall for such a ruse, though, and she still felt like they were missing the real significance of what was going on here. If Malfoy's supposed to be helping with something, maybe Harry's right, and he's trying to get one of these treasures of his into the school somehow, for a reason that can't be good. James uneasily agreed. And it walked right in the front door because of me, Harry said, but the nausea wasn't quite right for that feeling. He was sure they weren't on the mark now. We could be entirely wrong, Remus quickly disagreed. When he was young, he kept treasures on his person. I'm sure he treated those like a secret. Why hand them out now? Because now he knows how to curse people, Harry rebutted far harsher than he meant to, but he refused to let this theory slip away from him, back into the recesses of his mind. He was right, and he wouldn't let this one go. When no one else offered anything, he reached eagerly for the book, but Lily held it to her instead. "It's getting late. We should probably stop for dinner before anyone else nearly gets murdered." The dour comment wasn't much to whet their appetites, but no one disagreed either. Harry picked restlessly along his meal, not even realizing what he was eating. This really was one of his more mild years, he had to admit, and yet with each passing page, he could feel something terrible lurking on the edge of his mind, waiting for him to let his guard down and spring upon him. It was as noticeable to the others as it was the guilt they felt for seeing it. Sirius had tried in vain several times through the meal to catch Harry's attention and put him on a lighter topic of conversation, but it was clear he would not be pulled from whatever unhappy thoughts he was lingering in. They almost wished it wasn't his turn to read, so that they could try and put off a little longer and put him in some sort of good mood before he started. But in his preoccupation, he hardly even seemed to recognize his audience as he began. "They didn't wait up for you this time," James demanded in mock outrage, far louder than was called for, but he was still as determined as the others to snag Harry's attention. He barely glanced up, muttering about their prefect duties that night in answer before ploughing on. "I'm sure they can still understand you with that in your mouth." Sirius rolled his eyes. He found them bulky and extremely annoying to talk through. It didn't help Mooney had once given him one on his birthday as a hint. "I'm not disagreeing," Lily said grudgingly. "It wouldn't kill the man to get to the point a little faster, though," James huffed. He really felt like this was all dragging a bit. Harry beamed and didn't wait for anyone to ask why. "I hope Ginny was at that one then. She'd have loved that. It's her favorite team. I demand a reason I need to fight with a plant rather than chat with my friends. The second is definitely more useful for my life," Sirius huffed. Was he working all by himself? Lily asked, impressed. She often did as well, and especially in that class it could prove difficult with some of these larger plants, this one especially. It had taken her at least the first 20 minutes of class to manage this, and she was sure from this conversation they hadn't been talking that long. Harry had already agreed he was and moved on. "She still would have noticed you aren't working," Remus disagreed. "Yeah, then she would have likely even taken away points, putting a spell up trying to distract her," James agreed with a sigh. Lily smiled privately to herself, really wondering at what Hermione's reaction was going to be if she learned the origins of that book. She really wasn't even sure if Harry did, though she'd very likely inform him at the end of the year when the teacher would no longer be there. For whatever reason, she still wasn't sure she wanted to know. "Lovely things, aren't they?" James wrinkled his nose in disgust. "I remember I once tried to feed some snotty little third year into one for asking why I was in the wrong common room that morning," Sirius smirked. "What?" he demanded of Lily's agitated look. "He came out with a dozen of those little pods. I really should have got a thanks." "No, Lily," James said at once when she opened her mouth. "Oh, but the pods," she began to wheedle. James purposefully wouldn't look into her pouting face, knowing he'd cave in an instant to her ever-growing garden idea. Then Remus helpfully tacked in, "Actually, I wouldn't mind helping prune this one, perhaps even give it a snack from time to time. See how Padfoot likes it," he finished with an obvious look at his friend, who scowled and pressed his hand to his heart in betrayal. Harry still couldn't be distracted by any of this. Not his memories of wrestling a plant, his family having just a nice conversation around him, even Ginny's briefly coming to mind, had faded just as quickly, so that he wasn't aware of anything any more than the gaping hole in his mind where the answer to Voldemort, to everything this year, should sit. He wanted to skip right past all of this, find Dumbledore's next lesson, and keep going with that, and come back for this mess later. But he knew the others would never agree. "What do you mean that's not perfectly normal?" James politely asked. Lily couldn't tell if he was kidding that time. "I will demote her to passing friend along with Neville if she didn't lie," Sirius said at once. That did get Harry's attention. He never really did like it when they made cracks at Hermione like that, even in defense of him. That was his friend after all, so he swiftly returned. "You'd have done the same thing if one of these two had annoyed you so much recently." Sirius contemplated that for a moment before nodding along and saying, "True, revenge and forcing them to live it with me at the same time. All right, I'll take it back." Good, Harry chuckled. I'm the only one allowed to demote my best friends from anything, and it won't ever be happening. They were all just pleased Harry had finally reacted normally to something. Well, she can't say you aren't working anymore, Remus said with chipper. Ah, Harry heard those around him mutter, but he honestly couldn't have put a better comparison at the time. He was sure it was unintentional on Ron's part, but it didn't mean Harry enjoyed it either. He braced himself anyways, getting the feeling Ron may be getting just a touch on his nerves of late. It definitely wasn't declining the more the Slug Club was brought up. James couldn't help but snort a bit at that. It was quite comical. Incidentally, didn't that make him and Lily heirs to that throne? "Ah, that's brilliant," Lily chuckled. She certainly put him in a spot, deciding not to share this until after he'd badmouthed it all. Now if he goes, it'll be obvious he's only doing it for her company, James agreed, finding Hermione quite clever, though that wasn't anything new. "What's with you?" Sirius rolled his eyes. "Unlike you two privileged souls, these were my two best mates having this right in front of me, not one of them whom you didn't have to pick sides for," Harry finished with a huff, feeling it was obvious. Remus and Sirius exchanged a look before deciding it was lucky no one in their group had ever succumbed to this problem. "I actually wanted details of that," Sirius smirked. "Like cracking it against Ron's head," Remus agreed with a sly smirk that Harry didn't need to question. Remus wasn't picturing Ron. "Darn, and it was just getting good," Lily sighed, actually looking a bit disappointed. It would be nice to finally have some definitive answer, so these two would quit jumping around the subject. This had been a very good opportunity for such a thing, and she hoped they picked it up when Harry wasn't around. "Can't think of a better description for dealing with this," Remus snorted. "I'm glad, otherwise you'd be more daft than Lockhart of all things," Sirius smirked. "That's a bit fair, awkward transitioning phase and all," James shrugged. "Don't know what you're talking about. Harry's had time to transition since at least his 4th year," Sirius rolled his eyes. "It's one thing to be thinking it, it's another to witness, and still yet another to see in action. Have yet to see that last one," Harry sighed. Harry sighed as both options were laid out like that. He wished someone would tell him it would all work out, and neither extreme option was going to happen. But he also couldn't help but appreciate no one was giving him another false security. They just had this awkward look on their face, like they knew better than to say anything. So he just ran his hand through his hair to lay it flat and concentrated very hard on that sense of peace he could still cling to when he thought of his friends, confident that would never fade. Harry grumbled a bit more and shifted restlessly in his seat. He wasn't truly worried. That wasn't the right feeling. He may even be happy for them. There was just an anxiety over their relationship he couldn't quite place, like it would come back and bite him hard eventually. Oh, the poor thing. James sounded as remorseful as if he were just receiving the news all over again. She was in the hospital. James looked confounded, like it was hard to imagine anything that didn't relate back to Quidditch in some way. His questioning eyes sought out Harry's, who merely shrugged. "If it doesn't explain all the reasons, I will. Mostly, though I thought it was obvious, I don't want another Full House tryout spectacle." "I guess," James muttered, hoping that game hurried up already. "That spell always seemed more like a charm to me, conjuring things rather than, well, transforming them," Remus grumbled. "So it's only fair then," James quickly agreed, and Harry gave a lackluster smile back. All 5 of them got a snort out of that. Perhaps they weren't quite over their foul attitude of his last year. "There's the bright side," Lily half managed a giggle. She'd never really be invested in this sport for all the trouble it caused, but the clear stress it was putting on her son couldn't be played off either, so she was happy to see he was trying to look up all on his own. Harry sighed and fidgeted with the pages. It was clear his apprehension was mounting. She almost wished he had picked McLaggen now for the team, even if it would have caused extra strain between him and Ron. Surely his best friend would have gotten over it and faced facts there was a better player. She sometimes worried he was too loyal, and look where that had gotten her until the last straw. "Foul," Sirius said, in what he clearly thought was a helpful tone of voice while they all winced. Was that really safe? Lily couldn't help but scold him. "You'd only had the spell done on you once. You really should have someone explain that to you more before you go using it on others." She only realized after the fact her words weren't helping anything. His mouth seemed permanently set in that uneasy frown, so she soothed her tone and finished with, "But it was very sweet of you, and I'm glad you learned it." Remus snorted in surprised agreement. "You're a better man than some." James clucked his tongue and was very clearly trying not to do the same, while Sirius and Remus were having no such restraints. "Ugh, not something you ever want to walk in on," Remus said, with a stank eye at the redhead in here, who was blushing faintly while James wasn't bothering with anything except a smirk. Sirius had never been any better, nor subtle, hardly ever waiting until he was alone to parley in the same practice. Harry really didn't need to ask, nor was he even paying it much mind. He felt like screaming, though at no one in here. His fist clenched so tight the ring upon it actually felt strained on his finger. He never felt such a powerful feeling in all his time here, not even in his memories, and for once he read on looking for some kind of name to put to this newfound surge. "I knew it," Lily smirked. "Knew what?" Harry demanded, still fighting back that burst of outrage. "You've been paying more attention to Ginny for ages, and now you're out and jealous," she finished with a giggle. "Jealous?" Harry tried to snap in protest, but it came out as more of a question. "I'm not that surprised," Remus shrugged. "At least how he's been acting in here. He's always paid much more mind to her than he ever seemed to in the past, and I always wondered about the change." "I am." James was still frowning lightly between the book and his kid. "Just hours ago you were still referring to her as Ron's little sister. Where's this coming from?" Sirius suddenly burst out laughing, but he was watching Harry in a weary kind of way. "Well, this could be all kinds of awkward if it keeps going, even if it's just as far as it was with Cho. You were thinking how not fun it would be to have your two best friends dating, try your best friend's little sister. Sorry, Harry, but none of us can really compare, seeing as none of us have sisters." James agreed. Sirius thoughtfully rubbed his jaw for a moment before offering, "I don't know. If one of you had made a play at my brother, I'd think you were pretty balmy." "Well done," Remus sighed. "There goes my love life." Harry let them make a couple more jokes of it, but then decided to go back to the moment. His ring still felt heavier by the moment, and he was more sure than ever they were downplaying this moment. Jealous didn't even feel like a strong enough word, though he was now convinced his mum was right. There was more to it, though, so he pressed on eagerly to explore this new feeling that was very rapidly developing. "I mean, she's not wrong," Lily snickered, clearly still finding this funnier than anything. She was very pleased to finally have this one out in the open. Ginny had been seeking Harry out for ages, and he'd been reciprocating more and more as her youth vanished. Clearly, it had just taken the right circumstances to make Harry realize what she'd been seeing. "You've got Hermione as your conscious, now a monster ruling your jealousy. You're just made up of all kinds of things. Wonder what else is going to develop when you ask out Ginny." Sirius smirked and shook his head as he continued to pick apart jokes for all this. They'd been wanting to know Harry's new fancy, and now they had it. This was going to be hilarious until he moved on. "Prongs isn't her brother," Sirius said, clearly mystified. "Shut up, Padfoot." James rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "I'd be paying real close attention to this, Harry," Remus Mark whispered. "You could be Dean next." Harry blushed faintly, but the reaction wasn't near as severe as they would have thought. Perhaps this jealousy would come and go even faster than they were thinking then, for him to have so little a reaction. In all honesty, Harry couldn't get too worked up over this teasing like he had the last time with Cho. He couldn't even put it into words. It just felt natural to him, like watching his parents together. He wasn't even that worried about Ron's response, like the idea occurring to him now said he should be. So he'd take whatever ribbing they or anyone else offered and go with it. Glad someone approves of what's going on, even an inner. James subtly elbowed Sirius to get him to stop that one before it went too far. "Ooh," James sucked in air backwards through his teeth. This just went from awkward to flat out bad. "What does Ginny think she's doing, throwing that around?" Remus agreed with an uneasy wince. "She's proving a point and standing up for herself," Lily said just a touch defensively. "Her brother's being awful to her, trying to control her like that. He's telling her to get a room. Ginny's the one who escalated it, calling him out just because he's never had a girlfriend." Sirius scowled back. "Both of them are being rotten siblings to each other. They need to take a step back," Lily sighed. "Without their mum around, I doubt either of them are going to have the good grace to do that," Remus muttered. Harry privately agreed, and it was making him anxious, thinking of having to take sides in that. All five of them were looking like a bomb was about to go off now, Not one of them wanted this to keep escalating, but they were all sure it would. Eesh, I don't even want to know what he's going to throw at her. Sirius winced hard, very aware of the variations he'd set on his brother for multiple lesser things. He wished he could push Harry out of the way of this one. Harry rubbed awkwardly at the back of his neck. That was most definitely not how he'd wanted his feelings for Ginny to flourish, if he did at all. Now that he'd so vividly seen Ron's vehement reaction to someone being with his sister, it even turning into a brawl, Harry's calm assuredness from moments ago vanished, just like Ginny had from that corridor. What had he been thinking? Ron would be okay with this. He'd murder him. Well, I can find a bright spot in this for Lily, Sirius continued, pleasantly like nothing more had happened. Ron's going to hook up with Hermione just to prove a point. Was that supposed to make me feel better? Lily scowled at him. I want them to get together because they want to be, not for Ron to show off to his sister. If Hermione finds out this is the reason Ron finally made a move, I'll very much doubt she'll be happy. Can't win anything with you, woman. Sirius rolled his eyes. James noticed Harry was still looking rather queasy and had a wash of sympathy for him. Sirius and Lily had been non-stop having a go at each other since he'd started dating her. It had gradually turned into the friendship they developed, but James didn't envy Harry's position of having to pick a side in that argument, something that never had, and fingers crossed never would happen in his life. He was still half convinced Harry's sudden spurt of feelings for Ginny would fade, though, so he pushed that away and was more than happy when Harry forced himself to keep going. Harry still felt that way, as if his mind were being split in two. One part kept replaying that scene, like he should have been paying much more attention to it, instead of letting the rest flit off to corridors, to imaginations he'd never share with Ron, or memories. James whistled in surprise his son's mind was already going that route then. He'd never even escalated that far with Cho, especially not right off the bat. Ginny, slip something in your evening dinner. Sirius burst out laughing at Harry's now scarlet face. That was not something he'd ever wanted to share with them. Where's all this coming from? I really think it's just been building for ages, Lily said clinically, as she kept eyeing him as well. Harry kept his eyes trained on the pages instead, well aware how much every one of them were still looking at him. Let's hope it doesn't take him another 2 years to get his act together and do something about it then, Sirius chuckled. James snorted slightly that kept being brought up, but really he was still assessing all this, while Harry fidgeted more than ever with that ring on his finger. Was it like before with Cho? Whoever his wife was should be on his mind now, with some new love interest present, or was it him trying to recall Ginny as that wife? He wasn't sure, and he still felt more sorry for Harry than anything, especially if it wasn't Ginny. This just got more awkward the more he thought about it. No second guessing at all what Ginny might say, eh? Sirius chuckled. Apparently he's still hoping that celebrity crush is alive and well, Remus agreed. Do you really think they got to know each other that well? James more than happily jumped topics, though was sad Hermione wasn't actually here so he could asses a real answer out of her. I was under the impression they didn't have too much to do with each other after the second task at least, but at the same time, they've been writing since, so, Lily trailed off with a shrug. She could see how it would anyways. What you were imagining just now had nothing to do with siblings, Remus told him like he'd gone daft. At least I'm relieved he's trying to talk himself out of it. James gave an uneasy chuckle. I really can't see how this one's going to go. Harry scowled at the two, looking twice as offended as anything they'd said about Cho, but still no one could tell on what level, paternal-like or more. I'm already convinced his dreams didn't follow the same pattern, James said, but with an affectionate look at Lily who blushed faintly but refused to acknowledge that one. Ron doesn't even play that position, Sirius chuckled. We don't need Trelawney to pick that one apart, Remus rolled his eyes. Merlin, one little spat with his sister, and Ron thinks his life is ending, James said with more sympathy than anything. At this point in his life, he'd been pretty frustrated the girl of his dreams still had no interest in him, even when she wasn't hanging around Snape anymore. He hadn't always been at his most pleasant either, though he liked to think he'd never gotten this bad. He's being a ponce. Lily scowled for this attitude no one deserved. If he has a problem, even when he doesn't want to talk about, taking it out on everyone else is inexcusable. Bloody hell, just go snog a girl already and be done with it, Sirius said in exasperation, as this pent-up feeling only grew worse. Sirius, that really should not be your answer to everything. Remus rolled his eyes in exasperation before grudgingly saying, but in this particular case, I can't help agreeing with him. Ron needs to work this out, and if that's what does it, I'm all for it. Yeah, that would be a sight, James muttered, hoping Harry stepped in soon to calm his team before it went that far. Maybe this'll finally help. Lily honestly tried to put some hope into her voice. He needed someone to give him a swift kick in his arse. I can't see how Harry attacking him now will really help, Sirius disagreed, thinking what Ron really needed and wishing he could help just like he tried for Moony all those years ago. Still occasionally tried to do no matter how much Remus protested and refused to participate in whatever blind dates he'd set up. He's sure acting like it lately, Remus agreed. I'm sure she loved that, Lily grumbled, wishing to swat him upside the head for still taking this out on the wrong person. Ouch, yeah, probably not helping, James winced, but he was at a loss of anything to help Ron as well. If winning the championship last year didn't do it, he didn't know anything that would encourage Ron now. Maybe quitting really was best for the poor guy, even if they had to endure McLaggen because of it. Credit for determination, Sirius offered, which did about as much good in distracting Harry as he'd been trying to do to Ron. Oh, Harry, you don't, James groaned at once. Harry went wide-eyed and innocent, fighting to keep his expression under control and not give himself away. That's cheating, that is. Getting him onto the team is bad enough. What's the point of playing Quidditch if you won't rough it? Sirius scowled, trying hard not to say the words too venomously to Harry, but he really didn't appreciate what he was hearing. I've never cheated, Harry said, his defensive voice pure and helping well to smother the light in the back of his eyes. I never will. The two exchanged a calculating look, but really weren't sure what Harry was on about then. They kept themselves quiet and just let it play out then. Irony in its purest, Remus muttered. Ron's finally getting all the attention he ever wanted, and he hates every minute of it. I really thought he'd be loving it, especially the way he gloried in it last year. He really can't decide what he wants about anything this year, Harry agreed with a sigh, his mind not really on Quidditch now. Harry was fighting back more every moment, the smile trying to tug across his face. It wasn't helping. The others jumped in surprise and looked on in concern now for what was happening. His father's and godfather's scandalized expressions grew, but his previous assurance held their tongue. It was clearly maddening to them. They were missing something, but why would Hermione say something otherwise? Harry was biting the inside of his cheek as he tried to continue without picturing the looks he knew would come when they figured it out. Is playing them against each other really helping anything? Lily sighed. She wasn't nearly as invested in Quidditch as the others, nor did she find it too hard to believe her rotten boy would pull such a thing for a game he clearly loved. If he'd get into such a big fight with Hermione over a broom, she really wouldn't put this past him, no matter how much she still loved that determination to do anything. Harry just batted his eyes innocently, but it was even harder to fake on his mum with that calculating look, so he quickly kept going. "Heh, got her there," Remus snickered. He was enjoying this immensely. The one thing he could guarantee would rile his friends up was something Harry was now towing the line with, and he couldn't get enough of the show, considering he might well have done the same for one of his friends if they'd needed the boost that day like Ron clearly had. Invoking my name right now won't help you, Harry, Sirius said with a stiff lip, but his expression was softening now as he tried to dig up some explanation for this. Harry insisted he never had, nor ever would cheat, but that's exactly what he'd just been caught doing. What was he missing? The puzzle at least stopped him constantly glaring at his godson for an explanation. What's this now? Lily asked with interest, agreeing with the suddenly intense look of concentration on Harry's face for this development. So's Malfoy, but he's actually decent on a broom. James gave a casual enough roll of his eyes, even as he kept shifting his weight for the game to begin. It had enough people dangling answers over his head already this year, but found he was actually enjoying Harry doing it to him. Something about his son's expression promised a payoff he'd appreciate at least, even if he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Who cares? The three marauders said, just wanting to get to the game already and figure out what Harry was up to. They'd already spent far too much time caring about Malfoy this year, and they wanted this one thing to enjoy. All of this would have happened the other day, though. The luck potion wouldn't have caused this to happen in the last hour, James thought to himself, before his eyes widened in understanding, and he quickly stopped an O of surprise escaping. He wasn't sure he was right, but suddenly he wondered why Harry showed no shame of his actions. He had more faith in the captain of this team not pulling such a stunt, but if it really was a literal stunt. Sirius did get a laugh out of that. I've missed hearing about her. Wish we could see if she'd added anything to the hat. Sorry, I'll let you know later if I notice, Harry said with all the cheer in the world. Sirius was still shifting restlessly for the game, not even sure what he wanted to hear now. If Ron started miraculously catching all the goals, he couldn't even be thrilled at it, but he still had faith Harry hadn't lied to him, so what was the other option? I actually wouldn't be surprised if Malfoy quit the team that morning in protest of not being made captain, Remus said with a huff of disgust. Been Mark practicing with them in training, and then did this to spite them at the last second. Seems the kind of thing he'd do. Oh yeah, Lee Jordan graduated. Lily puckered her lips in disappointment. She'd always enjoyed his commentary. Hopefully the next person is just as entertaining, Remus said with a bright smile. Sirius grumbled in disgust. He'd heard that insult a lot in his last year of school, right around the time he'd been trying to restrain himself from cursing the lot. It had been a long year. I'll pay McGonagall extra to kick him from the stands, James muttered. James was eyeing Harry shrewdly still to get a nail on an answer, and Sirius was muttering to himself about his godson doing this to him at a time like this. Why couldn't they ever just enjoy one match without it being something? All four of them narrowed their eyes at Harry, but it was maddening this didn't really mean an answer because Ron had done this before as well. He really was good at the game. The boost it was implied he was given really wouldn't make a real difference if Harry had gotten Ron's head on straight before this. Well, I'm certainly liking him more and more. Sirius did get a grin out of that, though certainly wouldn't mind if the next one went a bit wild. Lily sniffed a bit. Couldn't they add in something for Ginny's sake? She was doing as much as Ron. She'd start having her own problems of insuperiority soon. Ron's really been compared to Malfoy a lot lately, James said a bit tartly, knowing he would have found that funnier under other circumstances. You can afford the foul, Sirius agreed in clipped tones, but he really couldn't help it. He put his feeling about Harry aside and started to lean forward with an eager smile, at least trying to enjoy the good of the game before whatever happened for it later came up. Sirius growled in his seat, shifting his hands desperately to throw a bludger or anything to help get a win out of this. He was certain no matter what Harry had done, the team still deserved this. That firebolt really coming in handy right now, James breathed, then caught his breath and held it, fists clenched with hope his boy would pull off another win. At least he'd never done anything to himself to deserve that. Had that been what he'd meant earlier, he was only promising he'd never helped himself win. He forced his mind to snap back to this and worry about everything else in a moment. Azzing him at a time like this could work. James stressed the word as much as his body was tensed, regretting the hiss of words that escaped him as it only delayed a few moments longer the answer. All four of them cheered with excitement. Harry beamed with pride as his fist still tried to clench over his prize. He couldn't help it, even despite their weariness of what he was pulling on them. That was genuine praise for something he'd done, something he never in his life expected to feel from his parents. Disappointed not to be getting a particular hug, eh? Sirius asked with a cheerful enough wink, but his mood was still soured more than Harry was used to for a win. He considered telling them already, but he was still sure he'd have to explain himself to Hermione as well, so waited just a few moments more. All five of them lost it, laughing in nothing but a carefree way for Ginny lighting all of them. Harry found himself with a growing ache, one he'd held since he first remembered Ron and Hermione. He wanted Ginny here now too, to meet his parents, to see where he'd come from. He looked wistfully to the kitchen once more, and then just as Quackly looked away, scolding himself for such a thing. He was going to enjoy the time he had with his parents, and he'd find a way to make all the lives he wanted come together in the end. Always is, James agreed with nostalgia. He still missed those times, especially the ones in his last year, with his lily flower on his arm. Why's he still being so defensive? She's trying to be on his side, Lily grumbled. Well, it's not like Hermione hasn't done that before, Sirius snipped. And Ron's ego just got a bit of a boost, potion or not. Remus agreed with a sigh. He wouldn't expect anything to bring him down right now. Instead, it was likely to just keep climbing. James clucked his tongue, and Sirius shifted a bit, both determined to hear an explanation before they really got to scolding as well. Harry would admit to it, if nothing else, when he was confronted. He'd always been honest with them and his friends. James' face squidged up, his mind scrambling to catch up with his son's. He suddenly sympathized in a whole new way how Harry must always feel to constantly be missing something. He was certainly getting that feeling a lot lately. You, Remus began in disbelief, but he could hardly get past the first word as Sirius and James burst out laughing. You rotten little curd. James wagged his finger even as he was grinning ear to ear. Pulling such a stunt, I couldn't be prouder. You couldn't have just said that. Sirius agreed even as his breath came out in stops and starts from laughing. Where would be the fun in that? Harry asked, more pleased than words could say he'd guessed right. They'd taken it all in stride for the joke. It was a warmth he never expected to get, knowing how his family would react to something he'd done. That's so sneaky, Lily tried to scold even as she was fighting back twitching lips. Was winning the game that important to you? Would you have really done it? Didn't need to, Harry gleefully pointed out, wishing Ron and Hermione were here now more than ever so he could relive seeing them go through this with him. But no, if the idea hadn't worked, I'd have just put up with the aftermath, just like always, he finished, his smile starting to dim as he wondered why that left such a sinking feeling, why he was immediately regretting his thoughts and quite happy his friends weren't here. That was ridiculous. He just won a match. Surely Ron would apologize and everything would go back to normal now. Suddenly anxious, he stopped Remus adding in and cut off James and Sirius still chortling to get back to his aching mind. Fingers crossed he was misunderstanding something to bring the mood back down already. It's not like she knew that any more than him, Lily huffed, still wanting to give him a good whack. He really needed to stop taking everything out on her. She'd done nothing to deserve it. Would you have told her if she'd stayed? Remus asked in concern. This wasn't nearly as bad as some of their previous fights, but this certainly needed to be resolved, perhaps by Harry stepping in no matter how awkward. I don't know, probably, even though that would have made her more mad, then they'd both be mad at me, Harry sighed as he explained why he'd yet to do it. He wasn't happy at all his forewarned thoughts had been right. Surely this was the unpleasant feeling, his friends still fighting. And you didn't give them one, Sirius demanded. You've given us plenty. Those two reminded me of puppies even more than you, and I didn't need the extra attention right then, Harry huffed, but at least Sirius smirked for the joke. Oh boy, let's hope another Weasley-Hermione row doesn't sprout from Crookshanks eating him, James muttered. Hermione really did need a break. Hopefully Crookshanks wouldn't start anything. Excuse-moi. Remus put on a terrible French accent to mark what his mind was suddenly offering him in explanation. Either he'd made up with Hermione extraordinarily fast, or something far worse was about to happen. He really couldn't decide which he wanted to hear at this point. Either was going to be awkward for Harry to live through. Well then, Sirius chuckled, clearly all at ease with this display. Glad someone's untying his knickers. Thank you, Sirius, Lily huffed. This won't go well, James muttered, seeing everyone else's expression, but his best mate's was thinking the same. Where was Hermione? Sirius still got a cheerful laugh out of that, now eyeing Harry and expecting his mind to trail off, to wonder what Ginny would say when Harry tried kissing her. He expected that to come up sooner rather than later. He sighed, though, when he realized instead where Harry was going. He hoped Hermione wouldn't be too difficult about this. Ron was just letting off some steam. Surely Hermione would understand that. Why? Remus drew the word out in concern. Try to keep her mind on other things, Lily shrugged, running her hand through her hair uneasily. She at least hoped Hermione wouldn't take this out on Harry, but would save it for the friend who deserved it. Ron was being foul treating her this way. Whether he was avoiding the problem, or he really didn't return her feelings in that way, which she doubted, this was just a terrible time to be doing anything of the sort like he was, especially as Ginny had just called out in such a hypocritical way. They'd never even gotten an answer on what he'd said about the Slughorn party, but this wouldn't have helped anything. She clearly doesn't need it, James said carefully, like he had an angry witch's wand trained on him now. This was not a good place to start, and he had no faith his son would make it better. He'd never been very good at doing that for Hermione in the past. Timing! Sirius cried to try and break the growing tension. He was ignored. I'm sure she won't be when she gets up to her common room and remembers how close Hermione's bed is to hers, Remus muttered. Yeah, that's why he was going into that room with Lavender, James muttered, his face pulled tight for he didn't even know what. Were Ron and Hermione going to blow this off, or start another row? He really didn't want the latter, but the first would be painfully awkward because it would then take them even longer just to talk again, as if they were having a fight. Sirius snorted for the comparison, then pouted when he was the only one who bothered to crack again. Honestly, everyone got so cut up over romance. Remus had just opened his mouth to agree to the same, when Harry had gone on in the same breath. The spell, Pugno, came as a shriek from the doorway. All 5 of them felt their mouths flop open in shock for such a display. Then Sirius started laughing harder than ever. Well, I may not have seen this coming, but in hindsight it makes sense. She's got a bit of a violent streak. She did punch Malfoy in the face when he finally pushed her too far. Sirius Black, this is not funny, Lily snapped at him. Why not? He returned casually. Ron's being an arse, either trying to make Hermione jealous or playing around with some options to see how his feelings for Hermione stack up. Honestly, he could even be just messing around for some fun. Lily had looked surprised, even impressed he really had grasped some emotional level of what was going on, until he'd finished with another attempt to blow all this off. She just opened her mouth to retort when Harry desperately tried to finish the last line. Harry groaned and let the book fall to the floor with a thud as he grabbed his head in misery. He could already feel this was going to get worse before it got better. HP, lots of romancing going on in this chapter, but the big controversial you've all been waiting for, Harry Ginny, has finally arrived. It's not bad. Honestly, I don't dislike the pairing. There's certainly worse out there, but I'll never get over how little it was set up. Of all the plot threads JK did in advance, this has to be the least developed of all. Now, yes, I've seen a ton of posts claiming otherwise, but even rereading these recently with a critical eye, I've done more to have Harry notice her than JK ever bothered. Even in this book, there's been, 3 instances of Harry noticing her. She was set up for a romance no better than if he'd suddenly fallen in love with Dean. So yay, preceding will as follow, this is canon and Harry is purely smitten with her, but I just don't much care for the two together either way. I'll still do my best to have the characters invest in it like normal, of course. As for Ron and Hermione, I genuinely do like them. They're idiotic teenagers figuring out love for the first time. It's been clear it's going to be getting to this point for ages, and they're going about it in the worst way possible to each other. I personally think that makes them a stronger couple in the end. I don't believe there's such a thing as the perfect romance, and some problems at the start are probably healthier than finding them later in life. I've heard JK's commentary that they'd probably have to have a counselor at some point in their marriage, but I don't get why people say that means she didn't want them to end up together. There's nothing wrong with needing a mediator to find a way to talk to each other. Hell, I'm pretty sure Harry's the counselor she meant. He's already had years of practice at it already. This has been my thoughts, none of you asked for on the 2 current pairings in the series. I think I made myself pretty clear on Harry Cho. Harry Luna will come up in a later chapter. You already know my stance on Gilly and Wolfstar. I'll address Dramione near the end of 7, if any of you really care, and Ramadara will come up in a later chapter, which I'm sure you can guess at. A mouth guard, to those who didn't recognize the word like I didn't, and Googled it upon my first read. I don't know why I pictured a wand, creating a wad of gum to surround them first. My mind feels idiotic now for not putting it together. But that's what happens when I spend too much time in a place like Hogwarts. Things like that seem more real than common safety practice. Chapter 15. The Unbreakable Vow. Chapter text. What's the point of having friends if you can't take your problems out on them? Sirius still didn't seem to get her problem. Harry did it all last year. Harry looked properly shamefaced for that being brought up again. Ron was just returning a bit of the favor. This isn't about Harry having a temper. Ron was being horrid to everyone around him, and for what? He could have asked out Hermione ages ago if that was his problem. The other three had only watched them bicker about this the past 5 minutes only to get it out now. Harry'd had enough arguing in his life, though, and requested, "I'm sure if you ever meet the two, you will happily tell them what idiots they were about it all. For now, though, can we continue?" And he pointedly gave the book to Remus. The two graciously agreed. They weren't changing each other's minds on the maturity of those who were once 16. Which all of the students were completely mature about, I'm sure, Remus snorted. Sirius caught quite the roguish look in remembrance of practicing and perfecting every type of kissing available in one night as a challenge under each. It had been his favorite use of the cloak by far. James clucked his tongue, thinking of the trips his son had made, and convinced there were other students who had done even more, and not even the marauders. He wished his son would indulge in this more for fun or not so wholesome things, rather than the other life-or-death matters they usually were. Lily giggled a bit, and Sirius was eyeing his pup with a pout, both clearly refraining from saying something in regards to this. "If Ginny was under one of those, you think he would," Sirius muttered to Prongs, clearly not completely able to hold himself back. James snickered slightly, but clearly decided against answering. Sirius couldn't help but snort enthusiastically at such a comparison, immediately telling James, "Do we get the chance to upgrade models often? I wouldn't mind trading Prongs in for a more lively version every now and again." "Excuse me, I'm sorry I don't always have the energy to go gallivanting with you when my newborn had me up at all hours," James returned with pure indulgence. "Ah, the horror," Remus agreed, thankful Prongs and Evans really weren't ever so flamboyant in that department. No one could muster up even a smile for that. It was never fun to hear in the first place, and this time more than any as the argument didn't even have any clear sides. Both of those kids needed to talk to each other to fix this, and at this rate, that didn't seem likely. "I can't even blame him," Sirius sighed. "Hermione always has been the violent one. Wish Ron would shout back what his problem was, and then they'd be on even ground again," Remus agreed. "Did he ever even tell her that was his original anger with her?" Lily demanded. "As far as she's concerned, she's been attacked for ages before Lavender even came around." Harry remained silent now as he was then. He really had no one at all to get in between his friends' love lives to be specific, at any point in time. "You don't have that problem in here," Sirius heavily hinted. Harry just gave a shrug, trying in vain to put into words for him. "I really have no more want to say anything about it. I wish they'd make up, but even if they did, they'd be right back where they started, especially with Lavender around now." Lily's brow creased as they did finally get an answer for that, and Ron's actions seemed more deplorable by the moment. Had Hermione outright said as friends, or was it simply implied because the meaning wasn't clear? Ron really should have done more to clarify what he was going with Hermione as before he hooked up with Lavender, but then, so should have Hermione, as she'd spent the past years never giving Ron a clear answer either. "Yes, she's perfectly all at ease here," James muttered. All four of them got a good laugh out of that, though the boys were just smug. Harry's independent studies were doing him some good like theirs had. Lily's laugh still felt a bit more knowing than she'd let on. Harry spluttered with indignity, while the others just looked sorrowful for that situation. "Surely that's not allowed. Not particularly, at least. No more than using magic on students is in the corridors," Lily said carefully. "Still, a detention seems mild, considering all one could do under a love potion, as opposed to just jinxing someone else." James was on Harry's side. He didn't like the idea of his kid being forced to take someone to a party he didn't even want to go to. "The effects wear off just like any magic. It's really not even that powerful. The range is usually exaggerated, and while under the influence of one, it also depends on how susceptible you are. Much like the Imperious Curse, I suppose, though that all depends on the brew." Lily seemed rather mild about it all, but her lips were tight with distaste as she remembered Merope and the extreme that had gone on there. Perhaps some sort of regulation should be put in place more. Just because people generally didn't use them for more than harmless fun didn't mean there weren't those who couldn't. "What makes you think she didn't?" Remus asked in confusion. It had been his first thought she would. "She just said she's sure they worked, and I should be careful," Harry protested. "Which makes me sure they have more, not that Hermione didn't step in to take what they did have," Sirius shrugged. Lily snorted softly, muttering something about not tempting her to try. James chuckled lightly for that, knowing it was a challenge his wife would love. Why does he have to invite anyone at all? James protested. He didn't even want to go. He could just be like prongs and go stag everywhere, Sirius smirked. It's the Yule Ball all over again, Harry groaned in disgust without even hearing him. Why not try something of the same tactic then? Invite Hermione now as a friend, or even Ron Lavender wouldn't be able to go. It could be a way to get you all talking again, Remus offered. Merlin, do I think of that, Harry sighed. Sirius snorted out a laugh, while Harry's misery only grew. That wasn't something he'd ever wanted anyone to hear. I don't think Hermione looks anything like me, Sirius said pointedly. Harry got a small laugh out of that, wishing that was all that ever went on in his life, puns from his godfather. And all four of them demanded in surprise, looking at Harry like he'd lost his mind. Harry shushed them, looking at Remus intently to continue his train of thought for them. She was looking at them in their shop, Lily recalled with an odd look at him, clearly wondering like the rest why he was bringing this up. She'd have read the labels, probably seen some of the deals on how they got around. If the twins could smuggle that into the school, what else could be getting in under Filch then? Harry replied absently, finally letting them in on why he'd barely heard her response any more than Hermione's, but easily catching the others up where his mind was. Still on Malfoy then, Sirius snorted. I gave up on his waste of a life when he missed a Quidditch game. You know, when I said invite a friend, I didn't think that's what you'd have in mind. Remus offered with a smirk. Harry scowled at both of them making light of this, when he was still convinced there was something going on there. Because Malfoy clearly hadn't done anything yet, they seemed to be just passing the whole thing off by now, and it was driving him nuts. I still thought that was brilliant, James chuckled. I don't see why she's being so impatient with you. It's good having this explained to you, Lily sighed. You both are missing something really obvious, James said with a frown at Harry. When his expression didn't change, James insisted, the secret passages. If Malfoy wants something going in and out of the school, that's the best way I can think of. Malfoy probably doesn't know about those, Harry said dismissively at once. Malfoy's not the only one who needs to know about them. Sirius frowned in understanding as he cottoned on to prongs at once. Harry chewed thoughtfully on the idea, which quickly grew into annoying worry. They'd taken his Death Eater idea at word, and of all the available Death Eaters, he did know of at least one that could fit exactly what they worried about. Lily cleared her throat hard before grabbing their attention back. Yes, well, we still have nothing concrete to worry about. If, she stressed the word with worried eyes on her son, Malfoy is up to something this year, and all that talk from Narcissa at the beginning wasn't just worried about something going on much later, then yes, we can worry about it then. All the boys sighed, not at all liking to the idea of their secret passages being boarded up for any reason, but suddenly the very real risk to the school was present and could no longer be overlooked. She can speak for herself on that one, Sirius sniffed. Sirius got a good laugh for mimicking Harry, and so did he. Lovely descriptions as always, Remus snickered. He'd never much cared for her either, what with the rants she always gave him for drooling over the books he had a tendency to fall asleep on. Lily sniffed. Those notes improved that book, something Pince would never understand. It's a bloody textbook. Some teachers even encourage us to write in them, Sirius huffed, wanting to chuck one in her face. Is that all it takes? James popped himself on the forehead, and there I was, wasting away my time trying to convince Padfoot to just chew on one. I'm sure it would have had the same effect if I'd ever bothered, Sirius sniffed. He'd tried it once, and the feel of it had been weird enough he hadn't tried it again. Can she actually do that? Sirius got a dreamy look on his face. Think the teachers would go for an I couldn't do my homework excuse if so. I sincerely doubt it, considering you never bothered cracking open a book to begin with, Remus snorted. Harry smiled as he again managed to get everyone around him laughing for that idea. Finally, a normal conversation between you two, James cackled. I was beginning to wonder if you had it in you. Lily clucked her tongue and rolled her eyes. She knew that feeling. Subtly is clearly not her charm, Remus snorted. Anything that stops an I told you so has to be a good thing, Sirius huffed. I wouldn't hold my breath, Remus sighed. James and Sirius had scoffed at the use of immensely difficult. Don't really know what she was laughing about then, Sirius snorted. I personally think they look dashing, was going to grow one myself. James agreed, smoothing non-existent hair down on his chin. Lily made a face and refused to commentate, afraid it would only encourage him no matter what she said. Eesh, Remus winced and made a face. Those two really know how to hit each other's buttons, James sighed. I'm a bit surprised that's what almost made her cry. She should be used to Ron making fun of that. Sirius rolled his eyes. It's a difference when they're friends and you know it. Lily snapped. Sirius put his hands up defensively and stopped arguing the point, but clearly nothing had changed, and neither still saw the other's side. Sirius winced then. He wasn't entirely cruel and wished Ron wouldn't provoke her that bad. He just hoped she didn't run into another troll. Sirius winced even harder. His little joke almost came to pass. Congrats, Harry. You got halfway there on your first lesson, James tried to say with chipper. That about sums Ron up, Lily sighed in agreement. Nor have I, Sirius agreed with genuine disappointment, but then he supposed that's why he liked her so much. James busted out laughing in surprise. None of the others were really any better, but he still took a moment to catch his breath around Harry's stammering. Don't want to think about Ginny that much, eh? Wano. It's not like that, I mean. I just didn't. I used a friend. They were still happily snickering at him, so Harry reached forward to snatch the book away from Remus. He held it protectively, but shook himself off and kept going nonetheless, after pacifying. We know, Harry, but Glory, you always find a way to make asking anyone out the most interesting thing. No, Lily cooed softly. As she just said, clearly Luna had little to no interaction with any friends, so suddenly this seemed like the best idea in the world to her. Why couldn't Harry fall for a nice girl like this, instead of one who caused trouble or his best mate's sister? Then again, she demanded of the world for ages why Potter had decided he was in love with her, and that had all worked out for the best, so she kept that idea to herself. I really love there's just no hesitancy in offering this, Sirius said sincerely. Honestly, whatever party involves that would be better than Slughorn's anyways. Harry scowled even more at their renewed laughter, but at least it was dying down now. Remus did that a little too accurately. Got to love Peeves, James insisted. What's your problem, Harry? If you're just going with her as a friend, why the bother? Sirius demanded. You're lot laughing and knowing I don't mean it is grating enough. Think how the whole school's going to take it, and refusing to even consider the same, Harry said slowly as if to a dim child. Sirius needed no such help to grasp the situation, but it only caused his lips to start itching again with amusement. He was as well aware as anyone what rumors that school spouted. He just wished his pup would learn to laugh them off a little more than get so uppity about them. Lily huffed and wished Hermione was around to smack him again. Was it really so hard to believe? Ron himself had said she wasn't so bad last year. She didn't understand why none of them had made an effort to hang out with kids outside their circle, outside their house, since they'd made all those friends in the DA last year. Tell me whose side you're on again, Sirius chuckled. Whichever one gets them talking again, Harry sighed. I like to think Hermione's a little more original, James offered. Maybe she'll use toucans this time, or perhaps summon a clouder of cats, Remus agreed. What? Harry muttered. A group of cats is called a clouder. Keep up, Harry, Sirius waved off. Damn, so that's a no on my own, James pouted. A shame, he bloody needed to, Lily groused. Oh good, I thought it was just me, Harry huffed. Girls, all four boys muttered, causing Lily to shake her head in disbelief. Lily then added an eye-roll to boot, while Sirius got a snicker out of that. Then Lily let out a whistle of surprise as she at once saw what Hermione was doing. If she wanted to make her feelings plain, she just found the perfect way. Ames huffed and grumbled a bit, muttering how grateful he was no lads around school had ever had the gall to say yes to his Lily flower, even if he was aware she'd tried going out with a few others for a short time. Snivilius treatment over the years had been more than enough of a deterrent. Sirius burst out laughing this time. His pup really did just have the best descriptions for everything. I cannot imagine how. James cocked his head to the side. Hermione's being really low here, Sirius huffed. I think she proved her point quite nicely, Lily giggled, before frowning slightly as his statement really sunk in. I find this just as equal as what Ron's doing, and it's better than attacking him again. That really wasn't fair of her, so this is the better of the two. No one going to say anything about poor innocent McLaggen getting used. Remus rolled his eyes. Harry, smack him for that stupid comment for me, will you? Sirius leisurely stretched to indicate why he wasn't. Harry didn't. He was still too busy making faces at his friends, furthering this rather than just talking again. Irony, Remus muttered, considering Hermione had made it as plain as Lily how she felt of the sport, but that girl did tend to get around with the lot. Ouch, all five of them muttered, before James wound up with a defensive look in place. Well, by her own statement, that doesn't hold. Ron beat out McLaggen in tryouts, and Ron also has only lost 2 of the 3 games he's played. Therefore, Hermione deciding McLaggen over him. James, Lily tisked before he could keep going. He knew as well as any of them what Hermione was doing, and was just trying to get himself into a topic of stats again. He pouted at her, but relinquished he'd have to interrogate his son later for numbers on who could really be the better player. His money was still on Ron, even if McLaggen might have more experience. Ron's own words coming back to bite him, Lily said wisely. If he could go around snogging whoever he liked, Hermione was clearly going to indulge in the same. You've no idea, Lily agreed. This really isn't even so bad. Harry looked even more dumbfounded now, not entirely sure he wanted to know what else his mum could have gotten up to in school. What a shame, Sirius sighed. Such conversation starters left behind. I'd prefer the werewolf, Sirius huffed. Remus rolled his eyes heavily. He'd been suckered into going to those parties by both him and James more than once, and had regretted every one. Eh, James muttered in confusion, wondering if they'd missed something in his brief introduction at that first chapter. Probably another of Luna's, Lily trailed off while playing with a bit of her hair. Fantastic ideas, Sirius finished for her with Chipper. Obviously, Remus agreed while trying to fight back a laugh, while the others didn't even bother. Magic, Sirius impatiently explained. He's always been one to make himself seem larger. Unnecessary, really. You couldn't overlook him any more than Hagrid. That's intentional, I'm sure, Lily sighed. She hadn't heard anything about Hermione's spew tactics in a while. She sort of missed that, rather than this recurring problem with Ron. Just as many I'd like to avoid, James huffed. It is the reason you invited her along, to suffer with you, Sirius agreed with a sigh. Now picture having to stare at that in a classroom every day as a first year, Remus scoffed. It's a wonder everyone thought Trokar was a vampire. Or why we insist Snivelus is one as well, James agreed. Have we? Sirius asked dryly. I don't recall, must have slipped my mind. The amount of books you've ignored, I can imagine you wouldn't even notice if one was done about you, Remus shot at him. Harry just muttered these 7 were as close as anyone was going to get. Apparently there is one. Sirius went wide-eyed with delight before his eyes glazed over at the thought. Nah, Mooney's right, still not worth it. He's impossible, James told the others conversationally. Shouldn't be letting himself get so distracted, James huffed, already wishing to steer Harry away from this. I feel like that's not actually going to satisfy him, Lily muttered, still a bit concerned. I was hoping he takes a hint, Remus said in disgust, picturing another Skeeter like Wannabe now after Harry. Lily stiffened with unease, and all of the boys frowned, wanting to corner McLaggen themselves now. No lady should ever have to feel like she escaped a date. That was just wrong. What a wanker, James yelped, very much wishing now he could dissuade McLaggen from ever going near Mistletoe for any reason again. His friends and son's expression made it clear they'd help. Harry, Lily scolded. She brought it on herself, he began grudgingly defending, before he sighed and relented with the same look he'd given his friend at the time. But I'm happy she didn't have to spend any more time with him once she realized it. Wow, Hermione was really trying to prove a point, Sirius grumbled, thinking it was all pointless anyways. If she just talked to the idiot she clearly had feelings for. Lily scoffed and hoped some of Hermione's temper had come through, taught that rotten boy a lesson about how to treat others. Finally, we're in need of a laugh, Remus sighed. They hadn't really anything fun to chat about in ages. Trelawney was usually good for that, or she had been. Now none of them could think of her without wincing any more than Dumbledore. James' expression had gone purely sour. None of them had forgotten it was her ruddy prediction that would get them into this mess very, very soon, and had already ruined Harry's life. Why am I not surprised Luna took divination? Sirius nodded. He could imagine these 2 getting along well. Yet, James sighed. Give it a few moments, the death omens will commence. As inaccurately as ever, Sirius agreed with Chipper. Yeah, I can see how that would backfire again. Lily heaved a heavy sigh. She liked to think Ron would see the kinder side of her act. She was only trying to help her friend, but really it only showed she had no confidence in Ron again. Harry scowled, his hand twitching for his wand. Anyone made Hermione run off like that. The windbag's better than the blowhard, Remus sniffed. Curse him, Harry. Slughorn won't do anything to you, James Mark whispered. Oh yes, of course she has. So kind of her to warn us of it all. Sirius graciously spewed out while holding back, wanting to crush her skull. Yes, I do miss tea time in the middle of class, Lily said sweetly, unable to completely hide her clipped tone. Lily gave a real giggle of affection. Sometimes she missed Slughorn. All five of them groaned heavily. It really had been nice going so long not hearing a word of his nasty habits. Seemed getting the job really had put him in a better mood, as he'd yet to really be shown insulting Harry any more. This was not a kind return they were looking forward to. James suddenly blinked in surprise, giving Lily a funny sort of look as her laughter increased, though now she was trying to cover it with her hand. He opened his mouth to ask her, for the thousandth time it seemed today, just what was so funny, but Remus hadn't noticed a thing, and James sat back with a calculating look in place, for now merely content on watching her laughter, a noise he knew he'd never grow tired of. Lily had schooled her features quickly enough and was scowling along with the rest, honestly agreeing with Sirius' statement, not like you ever tried, even if she was the only one to appreciate the irony. Her lips twitched again, to a frown this time, though. She wouldn't much enjoy it either if Snape found that old book. She didn't like to think what it would bring up, or the problems Harry would have with Slughorn and the school if it did. James blinked slowly at such a random insertion into the conversation, as if coming back from thinking of something a long ways off, but quickly jumped in. See, this is why I'm so glad you invited Luna along. This is exactly what we needed to liven this party. I think it's all the more reason for Harry to join, Sirius quickly agreed with a happy little chuckle. He can tear that conspiracy apart from the inside out. I'd honestly like to hear more about this first, see what we can learn from such a secretive organization living right inside the ministry, Remus chuckled. The whole party was worth it just for that. Harry rubbed his nose in remembrance. Least we're safe in the knowledge you haven't changed, Sirius chuckled in agreement. That honestly never does get old. James started grinning at once. The idea of McGonagall doing this to Malfoy again, the only thing that could make it better for whatever Malfoy was caught doing. Oh, Harry yelped in pain, pressing hard to his temple, which did nothing to alleviate it. Too late to do anything to resist it. The feeling arose again of something important was about to happen, and he ground his teeth together in pain to stop himself thinking at some stupid party. Remus gave him an anxious look beside him. They all did. But all they could do was go on with that bitter disappointment of again, one pure fun moment being snatched away by the never-ending problems in Harry's life. Harry had a hard time for a moment, just struggling to remember how to swallow. It was all right there. He was sure of it, crowding around his mind and pressing loudly for his attention, when all he could do was groan in misery and clutch at his head. He was probably indignant. This is the first time a Malfoy's ever had to gate crash a party, James muttered without any real attention. Now why don't I believe him? Remus rolled his eyes, at least trying to act like this was all normal. A student's in trouble. I'm surprised he hasn't pissed himself in pleasure yet, Sirius sniffed. Ugh, I can't even be mad, James huffed. The amount of times Slughorn's actually covered for us doing the same. Course, he often used it to guilt us into going to more of these, so we were never too grateful. James trailed off unhappily when he realized Harry wasn't paying one word of attention, still rubbing furiously at his temple. Now all four of them were twitching with just as much unease as Harry. Maybe they had been too dismissive of Snape's opening. Maybe Malfoy was trying to do something this year, much sooner than they'd been thinking. Malfoy's never been good at hiding anything. Snape, on the other hand, James trailed off unhappily. Flattery is still getting him everywhere, Sirius scowled. What on earth does that little prat have to be so stressed about? Remus sighed, but not as if he really meant it. Suddenly that conversation with his mother was at the forefront of all their minds. What exactly had Voldemort asked him to do? It was now very clear it was happening right now. What else could be going on? Harry would have been far more smug if his head wasn't hurting so badly. Why the hesitation? Lily asked in surprise. The thought hadn't even crossed her mind. By this point, I'd have thought you'd be following them before their cloaks swung around the door. I'll admit, I was starting to feel a little paranoid, Harry answered distractedly. Only the sound of his mother's voice able to penetrate the sieve of his pain-filled mind right now. There's my boy's subtlety, always shining through. James tried for sarcasm, but he was leaning forward too eagerly to mean it. He was far too curious if Harry could actually hear something of use for all this. Oh, look, I was right, Remus said distractedly. Sirius almost wanted to burst with excitement. Finally, something completely uncontested Harry was using that old cloak for to spy on Snape. Remus' hand ached along the page with tension. Whereas before he really hadn't known how Malfoy even could have a hand in that, suddenly Snape suspecting him of as much made the possibility seem as if it were back open again. Malfoy's return was certainly ridiculous. What would an average Hogwarts student have to do with this? What exactly is Malfoy supposed to be doing? James hissed for what felt like the 1,000th time. If Snape thinks for a second it involves anything to do with Katie, this all became so much more terrifying. Harry scowled anew, but more for the idea Malfoy picked up on something he never had. It was hard to believe on principle. Sirius shivered in disgust, as far as he was concerned, that officially meant Malfoy was a Death Eater. It was despicable how this kid's life was now ruined, just like his brother's. Malfoy's gone off with an ego, apparently, Remus muttered. It wouldn't surprise him if Malfoy now thought himself better than his old teacher and fellow Death Eater. Wow, Snape can't even pretend to have control over this anymore, James muttered, his mind on that unbreakable vow Snape had made. What if he couldn't fulfill requirements outside of his control? What were the circumstances of it not being his fault? Harry pulled his fingers through his hair in frustration, some small part of him still wanting to cheer and jeer he'd been right, and everyone else had been either downplaying or completely ignoring his suspicions. The larger part of him was too hard to ignore, that feeling of dread, that whatever Malfoy was doing he wanted to prevent at all costs. You mean he actually puts his own students in detention? Sirius Mark gasped, while James pretended to faint in shock. Purely for motivational reasons, I'm sure. He could dig through Crabbe and Goyle's mind instead to find out what they're doing with Malfoy, Remus said, as he glared down at this. Yes, heavens forbid he not be biased for one moment. Lily scowled at the lot of them. As far as she was concerned, Snape was trying to help. Narcissa, Malfoy, even Dumbledore if Draco was the one doing this, so why couldn't they just lay off him for one moment and listen? Remus swallowed convulsively with worry. He still despised the idea of just what other help that was. More Death Eaters, with much more knowledge of the castle. More horrible people, like his Aunt Bellatrix. Or some even more unspeakable, like a threat Malfoy had already used once, that Remus still feared to this day. Wow, and this impertinent child is the one we're all so afraid of right now, Sirius snorted in disgust that could be on anyone's mind right now. Nothing about what was going on was glorious. Because he is, Lily sighed, still knowing that didn't excuse all that was being implied here. With? The others asked excitedly. I had my proof, Harry said quietly, finally settling his endless fidgeting now that such an important memory was returned and he could think again. Malfoy's up to something, and I'm the only one that can stop it. HP, this chapter right here really does prove my point about the second one being pointless. It's all repeat information now. What was the point of Spinner's End? Without that chapter, this would have been a much bigger reveal, as we wouldn't have even gotten confirmation until this point at halfway through the story something really was going on. Speaking of, I'm halfway through. Woo. Chapter 16. A Very Frosty Chersmas. Chapter text, don't be ridiculous, Harry, Lily said at once. Honestly, your friends haven't even been that bad, James agreed while making a face at such a deceleration. He didn't want to think of his son ever being alone again, especially not this forced isolation he seemed so determined about lately. Ron and Hermione weren't being that bad. Nobody believes me, Harry insisted. Even when they do hear this, and they'll have to admit I was right, someone's still going to tell me to leave it alone, and I can't. He could not seem to erase that feeling, a deep sense of foreboding. Ron and Hermione do believe you, Sirius half-heartedly scolded. So did we, if not as much as you would have liked. Arthur even went so far as to check up on all this with only your hunch. Now you're coming back with even better. I know you'll make something of this, and you'll still have the same backup as you did before." Harry didn't look very convinced. He wondered a few times now just how much those around him would have believed, if at all, if that second chapter hadn't existed. He shoved that way, though, no need pestering himself further, and just sighed as his mother began what he hoped was a good break for him. "With a coloring book, maybe. Otherwise, it's beyond both of them," Remus snipped. Harry looked mildly offended for a moment before he recognized the joking tone Remus had really used, and quickly shook off the feeling of being frustrated with Professor Lupin he was sure he was imagining. "No, no, you finish those kinds of threats," James insisted. "It's far healthier." "For who?" Sirius demanded, having been on the receiving end of those one too many times. "Yourself, obviously. Vents it out instead of bottling it up, something Harry should partake in more," James smirked. "Always a place of cheer," Remus muttered while trying not to wince about the last Christmas Harry had attended. At least Sirius enjoyed his last. "Are you sure?" Sirius turned to him in mock concern. "I was quite worried there it wasn't obvious enough for you." "You're obtuse enough for anyone," Remus rolled his eyes. "Oh, is that all?" Harry tried to laugh off while clenching his hand in concern. If he'd made one, and somehow broke it now without remembering. He shivered fearfully and clenched his fist, hoping he'd never been so stupid. "With good reason," Lily murmured. She couldn't imagine her children doing that to each other. It seemed unthinkable. "I'm blasted they even got as far as they did," James shivered. Even if Bill, as the eldest, had somehow passed down the knowledge, that was foolhardy. Those little kids really could have permanently hurt each other. "A shame for them, I'm sure," Remus snorted. "Mooney was wrong." Sirius gasped, looking wildly from the book to his mate. "Technically, I was right. He was offended they were passing over such a thing," Remus said stoutly. "Can he really, though?" James asked with only mild interest. Ron could have learned this particular spell from his mum after all, but kitchen spells weren't something he'd ever bothered to learn. His mum or Lily were far more proficient, so he'd never a need. "Which his mother loves, I'm sure," Lily muttered. "He just might," Remus sniffed in defense. The twins had only ever seen Ron in the they'd yet to see him show any real potential. "Ginny passing the buck, I see." James indulged in his own pun just to chuckle at Ron's misfortune here. "I wish he hadn't," Lily harumphed. That had really been what had started this whole mess. After Sirius was done wiping a tear away and telling Prongs how proud he was of that pun, he said, "Ah, well, Ron gets a chance to indulge, without concern." "Ooh, didn't see that one coming," Remus said in surprise. All of them were really, thinking Ron would have taken this moment to show off a bit for his brothers. Either he was maturing past that, or there was something more with Lavender going on. "It's actually more insulting that way," James said wisely. "You're not bothering to waste breath on anything more. It's beneath him, really." "You know, when you say that," Sirius challenged, "when you can't think of a good comeback." "I deny everything and regret nothing," he smirked. "By watching Quidditch. I always knew it caused brain damage, though never before just by watching," Lily said blithely. "Now that one just hurt Lil's," Sirius protested. "Considering it got me a chance to date her, I regret nothing," James said again without remorse. Lily winced hard. That was definitely overstepping bounds, and she'd definitely be giving Ron a good telling off for that. It was only her faith in Fred's reflexes that stopped real retribution. "An object to throw back, impressive for an on-the-spot job," Sirius chuckled. "Bet you I could do one better," James challenged at once. "You lot will not be throwing any cutlery around here," Lily said at once, only half-heartedly scolding. She was well aware she couldn't really stop them if they got started. "Don't worry, Lily, I'm sure they won't," Remus cut in cheerfully before any more could be said, but when she turned away, she swore he muttered something under his breath, and Harry swallowed a laugh. "Oh, I'm sure he won't," Remus said with all the innocence in the world. Lily narrowed her eyes at him, her previous worries all but confirmed now. All four boys snorted at that in appreciation, and Lily vowed to hide knives from these four for the next fortnight. "Mooney's back," Sirius cheered again. "I've already been back in this book, you twit." Remus rolled his eyes at him. "It's been so long, I nearly forgot about you." He pretended to wipe a tear away while Remus tried, and failed, to fight back a smile. James was beside himself, beaming his last surviving friend wasn't spending his favorite holiday alone. He didn't even have it in him to ask why he was staying the night. The idea was too horrific to imagine, Mooney truly forever alone now, as if a forever full moon. Why are the twins even staying there? Remus asked in surprise, hating to think he was putting anyone out. Especially with a house this full, surely they'd rather be in their shop. I'm sure Marley's insisting, Lily said quietly, a particular Weasley standing out in her mind of why the mother would want all the kids she could under one roof. Which will make their holiday, I'm sure, Sirius snickered. Sirius whooped with unrestrained joy, while James only watched him indulgently for a moment before telling him, I'd be much more impressed you mimicked a twin if we weren't all thinking it. That just means we're all as spectacular as they are. Sirius' smile only grew. A higher compliment I've never been given, Lily chuckled. Harry and Remus winced, neither wanting to put the woman out at all, while the others just smiled with gratitude for such open hospitality for those who needed it. Lily winced. That wasn't at all the right thing to make any of this better. A real pondering of pig-headed problems, Remus sourly agreed. Sirius' smirk only grew impossibly wider as he stated, well, looky there, now they're actively impersonating me. Doing a spectacular job of it, too. You're right, you never do help me out in the kitchen either. Lily rolled her eyes. Something more people should appreciate, James agreed honestly. Well, how else are you supposed to threaten ask for help? Sirius asked with a truly baffled expression. I've attempted to murder some of my best friends, and they never seem to hold it against me, Remus agreed sardonically. Lily couldn't help a surprised giggle while the boys laughed outright. Sirius had only just stopped laughing at Moony, and now was snickering away once again, vividly remembering pulling this a few times himself. I hate still not knowing anything, even when we knew something before them, James huffed. Can you blame them? Lily said quickly, before anyone else could make a more cutting remark. I didn't know he could act at all. He certainly never bothered to act like a decent person, James said in disgust. Harry laughed mechanically while ignoring the gnawing feeling eating away at him. You know, I do. Ron didn't need to repeat that, Sirius chirped, clearly never growing tired of Harry laughing at that any more than Harry seemed to grow tired of hearing it. Bet you a galleon that's exactly what Hermione says, James chose to say instead of something else to upset his wife. Nah, Harry knows his friends too well, Sirius shrugged off. And why would that distract her? Remus asked innocently. I'll tell you later, Moony, Sirius chuckled. Something you really should have saved more for Hermione. She indulges in it the most, James nodded. Which I'm sure you complimented her for generously, Sirius winked at Harry, who merely blushed as answer. All five of them snorted in surprise, Lily going on with genuine curiosity for this explanation. Now the lot of them were laughing hard once more, Lily restraining herself first and giving those around her an evil look. Don't you lot be getting any ideas? Can you imagine when the spell wears off? Sirius spoke much louder with his laughter still going strong. Tearing through the house Christmas morning. I'm entirely sure that's what the twins intended, Remus agreed. Lily couldn't help a resolved sigh, already leery of her first Christmas with her son, now sharing this event if she didn't keep an eye out. Lily muttered tartly about how rude both parties were being, as if Marley should enforce all of them to listen to this, and Fleur refusing to be a good guest and just participate. It's more an acquired ability, Sirius said primly. One I doubt you've mastered, as often as you think you need to practice, Remus snipped. Sirius chose to ignore that. He didn't need to validate his love life. Lily had been hoping the boys wouldn't notice the sudden hitch in her voice, but no such luck. Their lively banter was cut short at once, and all attention was focused on her unpleasantly. She chewed up her lip for a moment, but one glance at Remus showed he wanted no sympathy, nor much of anything from those around him, but to get past this as fast as possible, so she accepted that wish. James had to clear his throat hard, but tried in vain to act like he hadn't just heard Moony's life, still steadily growing worse. Course, I still remember mine. We've got to get Harry round an unsuspecting party one of these days, Remus put in with forced chipper. He'll get to see their expression when Prongs proclaims a tortured, broken saw being played as his love song to her. Lily giggled affectionately, easily recalling several other moments from that Death Day party, her first date with her husband. It all still seemed so fresh, even years later, after so many other things had happened. Harry pulled himself away from examining Remus now, still unable to stop comparing him to the Lupin from his memories, and gave the same grin now. He'd listened to all the warbling music in the world at the Burrow. It was still one of the homiest places he'd ever been. Used to be the only one until he'd come here. He's as good to have around as Hagrid, Sirius sighed, before slipping an easy grin into place, deciding not to pick apart Remus now for this future any more than he wanted to hear of his own, or lack thereof. Quite easy to chat to when he doesn't know what he's saying. Sirius was confused why Harry's smile had slipped already into an uneasy frown, though, but before he could ask, Lily had kept going. They all winced as understanding lit them once more. Harry was still holding firm to how wrong that was, as he should. The evidence of what could become of people wrongfully accused was no longer able to be in that room with his godson like he should have been, and Harry refused to acknowledge the man now, afraid to make light of anything at the moment. Who exactly is he going to run off and tell? James demanded, as surely as his offspring now. It truly was disgusting the ministry had finally changed its ways, and yet he'd somehow preferred them when they were ostriches. Dumb, flightless things with their heads in the sand. Not sure why you couldn't have arrested them anyways, Sirius scowled. It's the principle of the matter. They're an insult to society by breathing. For just the briefest moment that could exist, James' eyes lit with that teenage glow again, turning to share with his wife, and child all the stories of old Mooney being as bad as Wormtail about eavesdropping on people's conversations. The sneaky duo had quite mastered the skill as unnoticeable as they managed to make themselves. It died before it could start, though. He'd never dream of comparing Remus to. He winced visibly instead for all to see, unable to even think his name at a time like this. "Hark, look who's talking," Lily said with more snideness in her voice than she'd really meant to, but she really couldn't help it. Snape had irredeemably hurt her time and again, especially in viciously treating her child like the father he wasn't, but she still clung to the very last there was something good in him. Something Dumbledore knew of and allowed him in the Order, and until that was proved otherwise, she'd still scowl at those around her accusing him otherwise. They didn't need to. They'd made their feelings on this perfectly clear, so instead avoided each other's eyes rather than pick a fight with her for now. Harry's mouth opened just slightly in surprise and went uncomfortably dry as something occurred to him. Remus' severe expression now was all he needed to say to show he no longer felt any such way, that he struggled to trust much of anybody outside this room after all he'd heard witness of his future deeds. Harry squirmed uncomfortably as Hermione's words at the age of 13 echoed back to him now, that bad things happen to wizards who meddle with time. Even if by some stretch beyond belief Pettigrew lived through the encounter when this all ended, Harry had irrevocably already changed things. His hand suddenly clenched painfully, his ring standing out in contrast, and for just one moment Harry thought that it started to flicker. Then he blinked and was sure it was just his eyes playing tricks on him, so he quickly put his attention back on his mother and forced himself to think on this much, much later. Right, and I turn into a unicorn. James rolled his eyes. That pulled up both of his friends short in here. They'd still thought they'd be able to at least tell when their Mooney was kidding no matter what time. Remus himself looked anxious now, more so for the fact he didn't much like this either. He certainly had nothing even close to a good feeling for the man now, let alone the mutual expression prevailing at the Burrow. This was after what he'd have seen and heard of Snape's treatment of Harry, what all he'd done to Sirius' life. Was that all it took to win you over? Sirius asked, trying very hard not to frown at Mooney, but instead put in another joke. All those animagus years for nothing, just had to get you a bloody potion. Don't say that, Padfoot, was all Remus had in him to whisper, clamping his hands so tight in front of him he looked as if he were trying to stop himself strangling something, like himself. Lily swallowed bile as she forced that out yet again. It was one of the many loathsome things he'd done, but it was certainly up there, costing a good man that job, unable to hold his tongue any longer after so many years of silence just for some petty revenge. Hardly. James snapped, wishing he could pound this into Professor Lupin's head instead of his Remus, though he clearly needed it as well. No one would have given a damn even if it had. Remus shivered in fear, not believing that now any more than he would have 20 years later. He still feared what exactly was going on in his future Harry didn't even know about, and with people like Umbridge so prevalent in the ministry, he had no disillusions laws against his kind were likely even stricter than today banning him around places with kids. He'd be lucky if he didn't have a warrant out for his arrest like Sirius. He was saving his own skin as much as anything. Sirius seethed. There was no way Snivelus would ever tamper with something to keep a werewolf at bay. That excuse for a human was likely to make enough batches for every werewolf in the world if it kept him having to deal with another. Yet it was far more likely he'd be part of the hunting party for the other days of the month instead. No need to twist a selfish act into one of mercy. Must be, the words echoed heavily in the back of Lily's mind. She had no more delusions than his best friend's Remus was likely fooling himself, or at the very least, he was speaking the truth in that moment and merely exaggerating the rest to placate Harry. Not that he had to, James reminded foully. If Snape had just grown up at some point, been an actual teacher, or even just a passing human to his son, he liked to think he wouldn't have had half the vile feelings for him. Instead, such a hatred even his teenage self hadn't passed grew for this future slimeball with every year Harry aged. Remus, if possible, tensed up even more uneasily. Harry sure knew how to flip topics to something even worse, not that he'd imagined that possible moments ago. Harry glanced from him to the two very resigned expressions of his father and godfather. He'd been wondering on this for ages, and had a pretty good idea himself now, but never had the gall to ask for more details, because Remus got that same expression in place, like he'd rather eat a live dragon than tell him. Harry only briefly got a second to wonder at the change of Lupin, casually telling him then, and Remus so resistant to it now, before Lily continued without the least bit of enthusiasm. Remus still had it in him to be just simply pleased that wasn't Harry's first thought like it would any others. He thought even Lily still fell for it from time to time, but Harry never failed to surprise him that wasn't his first impulse to think of him as other. Only 3 others in the past had ever been the same. Literally, he finished for himself with a twisted smile. Ugh, Harry muttered in confusion for what that could mean, but so low he honestly hoped no one had heard him. He could already tell this wasn't a topic anyone else wanted to be a part of. Remus did anyways, and after heaving a sigh, decided he may as well so long as they were on the topic. The wand, for starters. It's not like we can sense others can do magic, but it's more like how an animagus can read an animal's body language better than most. We just know whether one used magic more frequently than your common muggle or werewolf, he finished with that same bitter edge. I'm a very special case, Harry. Most of my kind don't even get as far as owning a wand, or if they have, certainly not retained it as long as I have. James and Sirius held very uncharacteristic, steadfast, straight expressions. They'd had the argument with Moony many a times not to defer to himself like an animal, but he always circled back to it somehow. The problem was, never experiencing the sensation themselves of what he was describing, they had no way to rebuke him this time. Harry nodded quickly to show he understood and waved his mother on. No one wanted to linger on this topic. Remus, face twisted so that it looked truly brutal, and Harry had to fight the urge to lean back in his seat with fright. Ah, the innocent, James couldn't help saying with disgust, wanting to cover Harry's ears from this in particular. His son had never for a moment treated Remus as anything different, to which they were all very grateful, as they wouldn't know how to handle their child being afraid of him. Yet that reason seemed mainly because he hadn't grown up on any horror stories of the true beasts like so many others had, and he in no way wanted his son to hear the usual impression of the wizarding world on them. Harry's mouth opened with a rasping noise, even as he tried to hold back the worst of his shock. He'd watched firsthand how horrible it seemed to carry the werewolf affliction, and there was someone out there trying to put it on others. Lily couldn't force back a shiver, her hands wanting to convulse around her child instead of this book. It was ridiculous, she quickly convinced herself. He was safe upstairs in his crib. It didn't stop her stuttering for a few extra moments, almost drowning out her next words, but not quite. Sirius startled so hard he fell right out of his seat. James gasped like he'd been strangled and ripped the page clean out of his wife's fingers while Lily hardly noticed, her face a ghastly pale in shock as she watched Remus in worry for his reaction. He didn't have one. He just sat there with a very careful expression in place. To late, he tried to hitch a look onto his face, but even he wasn't sure which one, and it didn't matter now. They'd all seen. You knew. James rasped out as if someone still had their hands on his throat. The bloody when how Sirius was no more articulate in getting words out. Remus buried his face in his hands for a moment, but requited he'd known he'd have to tell them eventually. He just hadn't wanted to do it so soon. He was still processing it himself. Aye, he looked guilty at Lily, but tried to meet James and Sirius' eyes at the same time, cleared his throat, and whispered, "It will be 13 days ago now." "While you and Sirius were out with the order," Lily put together, seeing as the other two still seemed to frozen to even do this simple amount of counting. It had certainly been the most bizarre 12 days of their life. Even this news didn't quite trump Harry's arrival, but the sting was still there. "Why didn't you tell us then?" James demanded. "I still don't understand when you found out," Sirius insisted. "We were hardly out of each other's." He trailed off with a suddenly furious look on his face, and Remus nodded absently. "What?" James groused. He and Lily had never even gotten this story until Gideon had come over a few days ago, and even then they'd only given the highlights to their fellow Order member. He'd been upstairs putting his infant down for the night when they'd arrived, and not 10 minutes later, so had Harry. Remus shrank away from both of them and somehow found it easier to explain to Harry. "My jobs for the Order are a bit more, fulfilling. Voldemort's power isn't absolute yet, and there are still some out there, all sorts of creatures trying to resist him. Sometimes with one of them, but more frequently lately by myself. I go to groups and make our side as appealing as possible on Dumbledore's behalf." He hesitated with a half look at his friends, but tried to keep going casually. "The day you arrived, I'd gone to visit two werewolves' sisters. Sirius had come with me at the last minute, to be frank, but when we'd arrived, there had already been someone there." He swallowed convulsively, his hands constricting in his lap just like they would 20 years later. "I only know of Greyback now by reputation, but a large one at that. There's a witch hunt for him, literally. He's been in the papers for months with this scheme of his getting more attention, and the sisters lived a village over from a family with 3 kids." Sirius broke in with frustration, thinking Remus was going to go on all night explaining everything but what needed saying. "Greyback realized we were there at the same time as us. There was a crash, and he bolted out the back door. I went inside to check on the ladies, and Remus went after him." Remus shifted in place, but could no longer hold in the words he hadn't spoken aloud even when it happened. "I remember the day I was bitten vividly, and I saw his face that night." It was only a moment before he began to transform, but he broke off with a wince and clearly didn't need to finish. "And you didn't tell us," Sirius insisted, the clear look of hurt still dominant. He briefly wondered if he'd somehow found this out for himself and come to realize Remus never had told him. Had this been the start, then, to not trusting Moony? "Hasn't exactly come up," Remus said in clipped tones, but one glance at Harry made it rather apparent why he hadn't been gung-ho to share this particular revelation, even after they'd known he trusted Remus. Remus raked his fingers through his hair, probably adding a few grey streaks to match the lines still prominent on his face. "Look, I'm sorry, all right, but can we please move past this? It's not something I've had to think about, and I've been rather grateful for that. He's who you meant, isn't it?" Harry sharply input, "When you said someone told you you were pretending to be like us." James and Sirius' expressions took on a new level of darkness, and Remus' scowl became more pronounced at Harry this time. "Yes," he finally answered. "He recognized me as well, and seemed to get quite a laugh out of it. We didn't exactly stick around for a nice long chat, though. He bolted while I was just gaping like a fish after him. Then Sirius found us," he finished, with an unnecessary jerk of his head to him. Then he turned back to Lily sharply now. "Are you all happy? Can we please move on from this? It's not as if it really makes a difference." Lily could tell he was still trying to lie to himself. She wanted more than anything to help, to soothe him he was no soldier of a war he didn't want, that he was not just another pawn of Fenrir's. She held herself back, though with a loaded look at her husband. He was the one Remus needed to hear that from, not her. Sirius didn't seem as likely to wait. He wanted to dig right into Moony this second and demand they have this conversation now. He wouldn't let Remus go on thinking about that monster for another second as anything like himself. But when Lily started again, he forced himself to respect there was an audience. There weren't many things James wouldn't speak of in front of Lily, and even Remus. Lycanthropy wasn't one of them. But their years of solitude in this topic still held no matter how many were added to their family. It used to be 4, but the three of them needed to have this in private, and he'd just have to wait patiently for that. This they did know. This had been the only thing they'd known for a very long time. Now the revelations of their future held a more bleak look than ever. It shouldn't have taken a Mooney who no longer had anyone to call family to pass on such wisdom. "Have you talked to Lyle about this?" Sirius hurled at him so sharp it could have been Padfoot barking. "No." Remus didn't hesitate in answering, but then when regret colored his face, he fully admitted to the truth. "I was going to, though. I wanted to know if he'd known, and never." He sighed deeply. "I was going to go head there, after our next order meeting. Obviously, I've yet gotten the chance, but now it seems likely he would have said something more about this than he's ever told me." James still had a sour expression as he kept eyes on him, and Sirius was physically biting his tongue to stop himself snapping. Mooney had really wanted to go to anyone else before them. He could almost imagine it, stopping by Lyle Lupin's house one day as Remus grew more distant from him, his own suspicions forming of Sirius, and Lyle passing on this news himself. The man was as aware as anyone they all shared everything with each other, or so he'd thought. Sirius bit back that, though, and shoved it as far away from him as he could. So it had taken something other for Remus to admit to this now. Sirius firmly grasped the idea Remus would have told them this time much sooner. It wasn't entirely his fault it had come out before he was ready. Even now Remus couldn't stop a little twitch of his lips. He'd seen both Sirius and James flaring up to snap that at him this second if Lily had finished for them. Lily forced out a bit of a giggle. She'd ever fallen for such a thing. But well, those boys were certainly convincing, and she hadn't even cared enough at the time to look any closer. "Can't imagine why being reminded of this git would put you in a good mood." Sirius tried for that same look now, at least half managing it. "Oh," Remus asked with actual curiosity. Anything was better than the last topic they'd been on. "I've already asked you guys," Harry sighed. Clearly that excitement wasn't going to reignite. "Ah," the three boys muttered, while Lily smiled sardonically to herself. Harry had the wrong parents' friends. Her smile quickly turned sour as it remained obvious why he couldn't ask who he should be. "It's not a very common title," James chuckled. "I'd like to think even Mooney wouldn't have to think that hard about it." "Implying," Remus demanded. "You once stared at the correct answer of a potion's ingredient for 5 minutes before putting together what you just read," Sirius helpfully reminded. "Why do I put up with you lot?" Remus huffed. "Ah, don't even joke that." Harry protested while covering his ears. "The Daily Prophet might somehow overhear you." Remus snickered without looking very ashamed. "By your own friends, by fellow students, you name it." James agreed unnecessarily. It didn't make it less funny. All four around Harry couldn't help the same look, not one they'd ever asked for, but present nonetheless. "Captain, maybe. Prongs, certainly." Sirius made a face. "He had more than enough nicknames without adding to the list, like whatever that mess means." "I wouldn't think so," James said in surprise. "We've been using this text for ages, and even though it would give some time frame, like when it was not updated along with the rest, it's certainly not one narrow enough considering the past 20 years of students already." "Better than no answer at all," Remus said without remorse. "Maybe she actually liked that one and was trying to help," Lily offered without any hope. It was clear the two's antagonistic sides were only getting stronger. "Merlin, Voldemort could have bloody owned it," Sirius grumbled. "See, Remus, now you've gone and managed to make it worse." James scowled. Lily bit down on her lip, trying to make her expression look like she was thinking hard rather than fighting back laughter. She hoped this would be the end of it. She wasn't sure how much longer before she burst from so much held in laughter over this. Lily couldn't hold any face anymore except horror for that. The saddest part is, considering other dreams where he'd watched muggles be murdered or Death Eaters be tortured, this was probably one of his more minor ones. Remus winced as well, if possible even harder, that he'd been the cause of that. Had he and Harry ever had one conversation that didn't hurt everyone? Sirius Wolf whistled, while James snickered in surprise. "Didn't know Ron was such the posh type." "I imagine he'll love it," Remus said snindly. "It's his favorite color." "Any color except maroon's his favorite," Harry said while trying to fight back a smile. "Merlin's jewelry," Lily muttered, crinkling her own nose up in a bit of revulsion. "Have I mentioned lately how grateful I am to you, Lily Flower?" James muttered with a torn expression like he wasn't sure if he was supposed to be laughing. "It was sweet, kind of." Remus and Sirius had no such restraints and full-blown burst out laughing. Remus nearly fell out of his seat with such amusement, he'd really needed a release. Stutter at him some more. James chuckled. The pair grinned at each other, completely ignoring Sirius considering they knew exactly what he was saying. What bloke hasn't at some point or another? Remus snickered, clearly still enjoying this for all it's worth. That's a healthy relationship, Lily and Sirius unintentionally said at the same time, before the two scowled at each other for using such opposite tones. Wonder where his mind's really at, James laughed. I wonder if Ron got Lavender anything, Lily murmured. I'm sort of doubting it, but if he did, my money's on a matching pair, Remus suggested with still twitching lips. Eh, Sirius muttered while jerking in surprise, sure he'd heard that wrong. Never done that before, has he? James clarified, though he was quite sure himself this was not a usual house elf tradition. Throw it out the window, Harry, Sirius said at once, and Harry was a bit concerned he didn't seem to be joking. He's never even given anything to me, Mum. Remember Hermione gave him something last year, Lily offered. Maybe Creature thinks it's expected of him now. Sirius still didn't look remotely pleased, muttering about poison, though to the elf or Harry she didn't care to listen to. Well, that's nice, Lily tried to say with more optimism, but was fooling no one, even she couldn't imagine this was really a good thing. Sound advice, Remus nodded along. Ugh, Lily scowled, having the urge to drop the book in disgust. Memorable, James said tastefully. Sirius, however, got a rather cruel expression in place that still managed to hold a colorful tone. Thanks for the idea. He really is a lovely soul. I don't want to know where you plan on keeping those maggots until holiday, Remus grumbled. Honestly, a tough choice at this point, Sirius huffed while weighing the two options in his hand, and the necklace seemed to be winning. Lily harumphed harshly. Marley was being just cruel now. Even if she didn't like Fleur, she should still show some decorum and do all she could to welcome her to the family, and this was just blatantly rude. James had much the same expression in place. He'd never really respect Marley again after the way she'd treated Sirius, but he'd at least valued her for what she meant to his son. Turns out it wasn't all open hospitality, though, and she'd turn on anyone she didn't like. It does tend to earn a mother some respect, James said a bit wistfully. His would never have the chance to do so again. Sirius has yet to learn it, Remus rolled his eyes. Those kinds of chores had gone from his house elf to Hogwarts to himself. He had no clue how Sirius would ever get by on his own at this rate. That's the sort of thing I look forward to hearing every Christmas, James quickly snickered to break out of his memories. Are you sure? 'Cause I'm feeling a little of them, Lily shivered at the idea. Putting them in a potion was one thing, the idea of them lingering in her hair. To her it sure seems, Sirius chuckled. He's never been clumsy round anyone else, though, not even Hermione, James Mark pouted. Well, don't let her hear you saying that. Remus burst out before laughing just as hard, clearly determined to remain in a good mood. Now even when his friends kept shooting him a look, saying their previous conversation wasn't done. Remus just didn't care. He actually felt relieved he'd finally told someone, like a weight lifted away. Harry rubbed at the back of his head where a slight ache was starting to build, and he glanced in concern at Remus, wishing he could to Tonks as well. What was that about? Was Tonks really in some sort of danger? Did Remus know something about it? He certainly felt like he was missing a connection between the two. Oh, Lily yelped in concern. How was it Tonks' problem kept getting worse the more they heard about it? Please tell me this gets resolved soon. I don't think I can take much more depressing news, Sirius groaned. His little cousin didn't deserve this at all, whatever this was. I wouldn't say all about them, Remus said distractedly. I've done a bit of studying on the matter, but no more than your average. Enough that you wrote 2 essays on the topic, so I'd say you're on your way to it, Sirius inserted. Harry got a slight grin when he couldn't quite explain to himself of Remus talking about this, but he chalked it up to that being almost the exact answer he'd given when Harry asked earlier. Sirius huffed at Harry being interrupted for Marley's stupid scoldings, and asked, Well? You, Harry finished simply, but he was now quite sure that wasn't the right animal. Lingering on what it could be, however, instantly implanted that headache again, and he huffed in frustration. Something so simple was still eluding him. Lily balked at the words, sure she'd read them wrong, but then a beaming smile lit her face. Percy had picked the best day of the year to finally try and reconnect to his family. None of the rest of the boys looked even remotely as hopeful. Harry's expression was the most reserved of all, as if he already wished this conversation was done with before it started. "He what?" Sirius squawked. "What on earth?" Remus tried to mutter, but Lily was already going on again, fidgeting with the pages nervously now. She was still hoping for a tearful reunion of a family, but Scrimgeour's appearance had only somehow made the whole thing uneasier, as if that were possible. Lily sighed heavily, wanting to give the poor thing a hug. Whatever the reason he was there, it didn't seem to be making up with his father then, though she wanted to smile nonetheless. He was speaking to his mother after such a cold shoulder over the past year. Right, James drew the word out with mounting suspicion, but he really couldn't even decide of what. There was nothing immediately wrong with what he'd said. It seemed Percy's type to even work on holiday. But as the Weasley hadn't exactly shown up with open arms and begging his family's forgiveness, something felt off. "That doesn't sound bad at all," Sirius said with forced enthusiasm, imagining a turkey pudding now as his next holiday treat, instead of the awkwardness now living in such a warm place to his godson. It was like being back in Grimmauld Place. "I'll give you 3 guesses who he picked, and if you need the first 2, I can't help you with your life," James huffed. Lily couldn't help but stop and rub at her eyes in frustration for a moment. She never could just have one nice thing transpire. This really all had been some ploy for Scrimger to see Harry for some reason, and Percy had only been involved for his name, not because of any desire on his part to see his family, and that was honestly the most heartbreaking thing she'd heard in ages now. "I'd have picked George on principle. There's 2 of him, so a spare." Remus forced out another uneasy laugh, quite frustrated how hard it was to do so soon again. "Thank you, Moony," James muttered, though Remus nodded without a change in that hard expression. He completely understood why Harry wouldn't want him out there with him, but this was still one of the most genuinely good things he'd ever done to try and be there for Harry. No attendance in Hogwarts. He'd been voluntarily trying to help, and still been denied. Not that he could blame him. He'd always done better on his own. The only person remotely likely to go out there with him at this point was Ron. "I'm sure," Sirius said tartly, his hands flexing uncomfortably like he wasn't sure if he should be wringing them with worry or already wringing someone's neck. "Can't really say I'm surprised," Lily said slowly, though she couldn't really imagine Scrimger's motives. Hadn't Fudge mentioned something about this, though, all the way back at the beginning in that Muggle minister's office? She thought Harry's name had come up in conjunction with Scrimgeour having better luck at something. Apparently they were fixing to find out. "Least that man can do one thing right," Remus sneered, but quietly enough Lily didn't stop. "Can't imagine much to say about that," James said harshly, more for his voice trying to constrict again at those events once more being played through his mind. "Must every single bloody person he meets bring that up?" Sirius demanded, already wanting to knock this one over and be done with the conversation. "It would be obtuse to assume otherwise," Lily sniffed. "What was he fishing for?" "Don't rightly see how that's his business," James said at once. He didn't much like what Dumbledore had to say these days either, but it was between Dumbledore and Harry, and he and Lily to be honest, though that was a bit of another matter. Sirius was starting to shift impatiently. He wanted to get to the actual point to this as much as he wanted to walk away already. Why was that the only thing their current Minister of Magic wanted to talk about? If he'd had time to hope for anything, he'd have liked to think Harry would be told something prudent about any attempts looking for Voldemort. Remus, lip curled with disgust. He'd had more than enough of what people believed. Thank you. It was high time they got someone around to realize what actually mattered were facts, not whatever emotion was relevant at the time. Is he really wanting to pretend everything's hunky-dory just like Fudge? Sirius demanded. "I don't think that's quite it," James disagreed. "More like he's trying to get Harry to help them along with things seeming more under control than they are. Like Arthur said, nothing's really changed since the new minister, and that's got to be frustrating by now. He's looking for a ploy or a poster boy," Harry finished sourly, not at all soothed his father so easily picked up on his own idea so quickly. It didn't make the outcome any better. "For once," Remus huffed, all of them shivering at that number. "Duty my arse." Sirius tried to growl, but his face puckered almost as soon as the words came out, and he quickly muttered he hadn't meant it like that. "Thank you, Padfoot. That about summed up this whole situation." Harry at least got a mild laugh out of it, even while the others rolled their eyes at him. The fact that he wants something at all, Lily couldn't help but say through gritted teeth, so sick and tired of everyone in the world always wanting to use her son for something. Always their own agendas to contend with, never allowed to enjoy one thing to himself, like a bleeding holiday now. Lily choked on that name with shocked disgust even before she got it out, as if her throat had suddenly been stuffed with a bag of sugar. That woman shouldn't be let around criminals, let alone those children, for a year. How does she still have a job? Unless he finishes that sentence with, has her head tacked to the ceiling, I don't want to hear it, James agreed, fighting back the compulsion to draw his son close to him once more for all she'd done to him, leaving a permanent mark on his hand, threatening him with an unforgivable, not to mention her sickening presence poisoning their very thoughts when her name was mentioned. No need to even finish school, James marked. Being the ministry's stooge is as good as you can ever get. Harry shook his head lowly for this, for everyone around him getting worked up over it on his behalf. It was as heartwarming as Scrimgeour had been infuriating. Honestly, what did Scrimgeour hope to gain from telling that? Remus had to fight hard not to shout that, and wasn't doing a very good job. I quite vividly remember her spending that lesson telling McGonagall about his criminal record keeping him out of the ministry, Sirius viciously reminded. Exactly how many faces does she have to be chatting about that casually now? I'll enjoy ripping everyone off, so the more the merrier. Last time that bloody happened, the same ministry was denying Voldemort's return amidst a fantastic school regime. Lily thundered. I am so sick and tired of every one of them caring nothing but what others think. Is it so impossible to have someone of actual action in place? I'm at a loss, James agreed, truly seeming that way as there seemed no true answer. Even now the ministry was just scrambling to even have a face, let alone shining one up in Harry's time. Of course he wouldn't. How dare someone question a thing? We should all just line up and wait to be told what to do, you bloody. Remus trailed off into more mutterings Harry hadn't a care to distinguish anymore. Can you blame him? Lily was doing no better a job at keeping her voice under control. It was very near hitting screaming levels. All they've ever done is abuse him left and right. And while you can't blame the whole damn building for the minister's actions, this conversation alone has only shown no one's getting any better at looking to you as a ruddy person rather than another tool. She was so enraged she wanted to march up there right now and quit her job on the spot in protest, or run for minister herself, just to finally get something done. Those people need to be shoved into a toilet until they realize otherwise. James most of all got a Mark Pleasant air into place, as he happily informed this. Sirius blanched at the reminder, but it was impossible to tell if his shaking was from more anger or the idea being brought up again of his soon-to-be fate. If they'd had any misgivings before, they were all confident now why Harry took Stan as such a personal offense. Lily's hand flexed convulsively across the binding, even if she'd never forgotten this. What she owed that woman for doing that to her child, to so many kids. Somewhere in the back of Harry's mind, he regretted his harsh words. He had no real idea what Scrimger had been thinking at the time, if he'd been like Arthur, Tonks, and surely others inside the ministry, not approving of what they had to do. It wasn't enough, though, to stop him rubbing his hand now in remembrance. The rest of his mind, filled with anger, Scrimgeour wasn't even man enough to offer an apology on behalf of that. Not that it would have meant anything to him. Remus' face spasmed, like some part of him wanted to laugh and enjoy this with Harry. Something as simple as a beast's life continuing in the background, like all gnomes would, no matter what happened among wizards' lives. Sometimes he almost couldn't blame werewolves who lived apart from all this, who wanted nothing to do with either side of the war. Why, in his senile old mind, would he even ask at this point? James demanded, still trying extremely hard to keep a smile in place, even if it was looking more painful all the time. You'd think he'd turn tail and run, but apparently even that's above his understanding. Ha! Sirius let out a deep bark of triumphant laughter that was echoed in the room. Even with their rather morbid feelings to this lately, they could appreciate that. As if water dumped on a flame, all their anger fizzled out to just be replaced with an empty feeling. There was once a time where they all would have claimed as such, their loyalties with the man who would get them through this war, who allowed anyone in his ranks because he cared about them as people and saw good in everyone. It was daunting, genuinely unsettling that some part of them now worried over this like a dog with a bone, his true intentions with Harry, leaving him at Privet Drive, and so many other instances now having an effect that could not be erased. Lily sniffled slightly. She tried to finish without letting it all overwhelm her, just trying to get through these moments with her son before tackling the larger issues of it all. My, Harry. Lily forced herself to finally settle back down as she passed the book along to James. You certainly know how to have a first introduction to people. As if that's anything new, James rolled his eyes as he flipped the page. HP, hello again, depressing foreshadowing. Last time a knife went to someone, and just missed was serious. I once saw someone write a whole essay on why Wolfstar was canon because of this scene. The highlights were this was his and Sirius' favorite time of year, and after the way Sirius acted in the last book, and that was his last Christmas, a love song playing in the background, and then the bachelor being mentioned, I can't help but spread a little of that love into these parts, even if they could still be read as friends messing with each other as well. Sadly, as far as canon is concerned, he's likely thinking about Tonks right now, but I still kind of indulge in thinking otherwise. Wish I could find that stinking article again. But I was terrible about keeping record of such things from way back when before I started writing regularly. Please don't take James' insult too harshly. Those are actually my second favorite bird, and I plan to own one someday, and his name will be Fletching. After all the insults to toads done in this series, though, and that's not even done, I hope you guys don't ever think I mean them against the poor animals who don't deserve it. That was actually my running theory while reading. Voldemort had managed to get another book into the school, though I wasn't really convinced this one was possessing Harry. The title fit anyways. Chapter 17. A Sluggish Memory. Chapter text. Lily excused herself to make sure their infant was put down for the night, almost regretting he hadn't been down here today. Though it seemed impossible Harry would ever go a full year without something traumatizing them all, she almost wished his presence had been here more just to shed some light on all the dark moods living here. She decided she'd certainly make sure he was tomorrow. Hopefully this pattern would continue the worst to go on in Harry's life, for now was just learning of more of Voldemort's past. Certainly they could handle themselves around that. James began with his usual amounts of gusto, refusing to let his voice drag from exhaustion in hearing all the ways Harry's life continued to somehow find new ways of agitating them every day. Lily groaned softly for that poor mother. Was it really so impossible to wish for one good thing in this family, somehow reconnecting again? She didn't want to hear it that Percy never came back into his family's folds. That would just be one more thing she'd be fighting back sorrow for. The Marauders at least got a bit more of a laugh out of that, all knowing without having to even look at each other they'd proclaim the same, though Sirius and James got a mutter in about Remus being an old man in these by not doing the same. Lily scowled intensely, wanting to whack Ron upside the head for such a careless comment to that mother who was grieving. I can get her two different things. James rolled his eyes, lips twitching for a smile nonetheless at the joke. See there, even she got something out of that one, Sirius praised. Ron should take lessons, Lily huffed. You know she just loves banishing all that every 5 minutes, Remus chuckled. You'd think McGonagall would have mentioned that, having been right in her office, Harry said affronted. Must have been really invested in those papers of hers to not think of it, James agreed. Even she can get distracted sometimes. Oh joy, I've missed this, Lily sighed, wishing even more now Hermione would at least acknowledge Ron with some frosty response. It would be at least an attempt like he was trying. No one wanted a return of the awkward silence. All of the boys whose wife wasn't present conjured the same look as they mouthed the words one, while James turned to Lily and demanded, Why haven't I ever gotten such a lovely pet name from you? Please don't tempt her prongs, Sirius muttered in genuine fear. Oh, well, excuse me, I'm not as enthusiastic, Jamie, Lily huffed. James looked appropriately terrified she'd taken the bait and quickly stammered out. Ah, now Lily Flower, you know I really don't go by, she shot him a look, when he quickly knew to get off this topic before that became a more permanent and unpleasant fixture. Sure that's not just your imagination running a bit, Remus chuckled. Harry tactfully denied answering by blushing and ignoring him. Harry couldn't help a sad little feeling lingering in him, as if wishing to caution Hermione she should make the most of her time with her parents while she could. It was a stupid worry, he was sure, something ingrained in him every moment he was here, and he'd simply wish others would appreciate more. The same three boys couldn't help a mild laugh for Hermione, though James knew better to indulge in the same with his wife still eyeing him. Ugh, those two are going to drive me nuts, I swear it, Sirius sighed. Honestly, Harry, I don't know how you manage them. He was entirely grateful he'd never really had to deal with any of his friends so frequently arguing with each other. No, Harry, James pouted at once. Before Harry's confused expression could even fully form, Sirius explained. He wanted Hermione to actually say it, so that he could rub it in we all owed him a nut for being right. You've ruined it all, James huffed. I can't at all imagine that, Lily disagreed with a huff. Completely understanding Harry's agitated look, Hermione was still looking for ways to prove Harry wrong. No, look, Moony, your students still miss you, Sirius very heavily hinted. Shut up, Padfoot, Remus huffed without looking over. If anything, his future state only further confirmed for him what a terrible idea it was to even pretend teaching at that school was a possibility. Nothing he ever did seemed remotely a good thing. I'm sure she loved that holiday cheer, James grumbled, not exactly holding it against Harry spreading this around to his friends, but it wasn't something any of them quite liked sharing with others. Have I? Harry muttered in confusion, casting his mind back. He was sure it had come up at some point, but never in detail like that break had offered. Oh, right. Harry nodded now in understanding, glancing sadly at Remus. He wondered how many times something like that had passed over his head entirely. I can almost see that one, Remus grudgingly agreed. Only Voldemort can really tell Greyback who he is and isn't going to attack, and even then that monster works more as a free agent than anything. Harry scowled at him, but held himself back. He didn't want to argue with Remus regarding anything to do with this. Harry fought back a shiver, shaking his head in here as well, though to convince another headache to subside rather than renewed exasperation like the others thought. Oh yeah, I just randomly had an actual argument with the Minister of Magic is all, James snickered. That's nice, they can still agree on something, Sirius sighed. Well, this was a treat. James started to laugh, though quickly silenced himself again at Lily's disparaging sigh at the reminder of her own. Well, looks like that wore off already, Sirius said in surprise. Must have been the jewelry, he decided. Probably felt like too much of a commitment. Hopefully Ron doesn't start going through girls like you did, Remus snipped. He didn't want to hear Hermione's temper lingering any longer than it had to, so if things were inevitably over with Lavender, he hoped those two would get a move on. It is a bit of an acquired feeling, Remus agreed. All of them got a chuckle out of that. They were sure Ron was exaggerating how big his big brother was. Lovely, Lily snorted. Sounds like a certain twins and Percy I already recall. Lily laughed in agreement. Sirius wasn't any better, James gave a disparaging sigh. He might not have been able to do it, but Merlin did he Lord he could. That poor man, Remus burst out laughing. Well, Flitwick can't say he did the spell wrong exactly, Lily giggled. Least he hasn't gotten any more creative about his punishments, James said happily. Doing normal lines was the least awful detention he'd heard of lately. Why couldn't Harry ever get those? Are we ever going to hear anything else besides these? Sirius groused. He'd still barely cared about the first two. I hope so, or at least that they become more relevant soon, Remus agreed. That got a surprised snort of laughter out of them all. They missed this more light-hearted Dumbledore who could still joke around. Did that hat squeeze all sanity out of him? James gaped at such ludicrousness. Demanded, Lily scoffed, as if Harry couldn't make that decision himself. Apparently they can get some things right. Remus heavily rolled his eyes for that. Remus, face twisted in such agitation, Sirius didn't dare even crack a smile, let alone point out they'd said the same thing. James sighed and dragged his fingers through his hair, for perhaps the 1,000th time wondering at his son looking to someone else for him. He'd first glanced at the idea for Arthur and Hagrid, then when Sirius had properly appeared the idea had never left. Now he was once again floundering with doubt what his son felt for him when he had so many better options, but he wasn't even sure he was right this time. He couldn't think up many other options why Harry was so stoutly on Dumbledore's side. no matter what the man revealed to have done to him. "Oh," Lily whispered softly, quite touched herself, as for a moment she felt forced to see it the way Dumbledore would. How Harry had not been wrong last year in saying Dumbledore's situation was quite like her son's. He would have been attacked on all sides, and even though the Order had rallied to him, Harry's words now must have meant something to him they hadn't yet realized. He was seeking to stay connected to Harry even after all he'd done. "That poor man can't catch a break from this," Sirius gave a delighted snort. "Not of great," Remus began to protest, but James was already going with the same sharp tone for this explanation. "Yes, it's not as if Harry's allowed to not understand why you wouldn't grasp the importance of this." Sirius snapped. Just as tired as Harry was of this constantly being dismissed by everyone around him, it only caused a more stunning reminder he wasn't around. Lily bit hard at her lip to try and stop the surge of hope that caused. Snape had already told Dumbledore then, and he certainly had every reason not to, seeing as far as Snape was concerned. He and Draco were the only ones involved in their dispute. Why then would Snape bother telling anyone else, unless he was keeping Dumbledore up to date on something? Though her worry quickly reappeared all over again, as it seemed more accurate than ever it really was something to do with Voldemort himself. "I'd be a little more surprised at this point if it had." Remus rolled his eyes. "Thought you were arguing about Snape, not Malfoy." Sirius blinked in confusion. He certainly didn't disagree there was something there. "Point still stood I wanted to further this conversation," Harry huffed. "I sort of imagined Dumbledore ignoring you and dumping you head first into this memory anyways," James offered, though not as if he really meant it. Least it was something funny to think about. "Trying to guilt you into changing the subject then," Lily pointed out. "Ooh, trying to bait your curiosity," Remus muttered without any of his own enthusiasm. Dumbledore certainly knew his verbal sparring tactics. "Ah," Sirius grumbled. He'd been right so far. He still cared nothing for these details. "I should think not," Lily speculated. "He holds his privacy as too important." "You mean his secrets," James corrected. James' nose crinkled in disgust at the idea of McGonagall fawning over Voldemort. Even if she wasn't the teacher at the time, it was still the principle of the matter teachers he'd have likely also respected doing this. "I wouldn't imagine so." Remus frowned in confusion of that. Even he had yet expected Dumbledore to sink so low. Put a bad impression of the kid on the teachers before they even met him. You know that's not his style. "I thought of it more as a warning," Harry defended. He still didn't seem able to distance this kid from the villain he grew up to be like the others clearly could. "Can't even imagine how that would work." Sirius frowned at the idea of a charming Voldemort rather than the menace he was. "Future Death Eaters, then," Lily said in disgust. "The first of their kind, apparently." James sighed in agreement, his heart shriveling at the thought of what if one in particular had been in school with Voldemort. Would he have so easily dumped his friends then as well? "I wasn't in school at the time." Sirius batted his eyes innocently. "No, but your mother would have been." James raised a brow at him. "So careful what you say next, mate." "Ugh, thanks for that thought, Prongs." Sirius growled in disgust. "I'm almost grateful the one murder was the worst," Lily groaned. The idea of Voldemort around vulnerable children was devastating. If he'd been at the height of his power in the same vicinity, scores of myrtles would have been occurring. "Lovely, truly so, to think so little of both of them at one time," James muttered in disgust, not as if he were really surprised. But the idea of a creature like Voldemort ever being human at all, let alone with something like parents, wasn't an idea he'd ever nursed before. So doing so now made this as appropriate as it could be with hindsight. "Oh no," Lily went wide-eyed in concerned disgust. "He didn't somehow get the memory of the Riddle family being murdered." James yelped in protest. "I can't imagine how. Must be something else going on." Remus quickly shook his head, still clinging to the idea even Dumbledore wouldn't show Harry a whole family being murdered. That was only a slightly reassuring start, considering what they'd feared was in the same village. "Congratulations, you've fermented the idea of a pigsty." Sirius wrinkled his nose in disgust. "That's what your place would look like if I didn't live there," Remus pleasantly marked, though his tone was more distracted than anything. Sirius must have been the same way. He barely acknowledged the jab except to make a face at him. "Now, where have I heard that before?" James shifted uncomfortably. He hadn't enjoyed this place the first time around. Being back with it somehow even lower in taste was not helping the mood. Lily sighed. and bit back a grumble at the reminder Voldemort looked so like his father, whom Morphin was clearly seeing. It was only yet another comparison to her son that Voldemort didn't deserve. Think he assumed he spoke it to? Sirius narrowed his eyes, tilting his head a bit as he considered why Voldemort had chosen to say it like that, or just trying to assert some power showing off. Both are likely, Remus sighed, not at all enjoying trying to pick apart Voldemort's motives. Makes you wonder just how inhumane he already is. Remus narrowed his eyes, though more likely he'd already mastered the unforgivable curses and was already willing to use them at such an age. Just as depressing a thought, honestly. Still alive, then, James breathed. Not for much longer, Lily bitterly thought, well aware the time still matched remarkably far too well for this all to be a coincidence. Voldemort was in the same place as he would one day be to murder the lot. Must be hard to do that, Sirius said with quiet snark, for once not trying to draw attention to himself, repulsively still aware of Prong's joke he was related to both these blighters. Were they still speaking in parcel tongue? Remus distractedly asked. Yes, Harry agreed. I honestly don't know if Morphin ever even learned English. Wouldn't particularly surprise me, Sirius agreed in disgust. So that was Morphin's memory, Lily breathed in surprise. She'd suspected as much. There weren't any other options, as it obviously couldn't be Voldemort handing this out. But the idea was just as mind-boggling how Dumbledore had obtained this from a man she'd have assumed dead long ago before even now, let alone Harry's time when showing this. Because I missed remembering all about the beginning of your 4th year. James let his head thump back against his seat, even as he was just slightly grateful the memory had ended there then, if the alternative was seeing that in person. The details they did have were more than enough. They blamed it on Morphin then, Sirius sighed. So there was a wizard who used to live in that village, James huffed, well remembering wanting to demand answers of why the ministry hadn't swapped in to rescue his son when this had been happening to him. I don't get it, though, Harry prodded further, clearly in the same thought as his father. Surely Morphin died by now, though. Could he really still be alive? And the ministry didn't detect me using magic when I was there. I suppose not, even if he were dead. Lily grudgingly tried to work out. She certainly wasn't happy thinking up ways Voldemort could have gotten away with murdering her child. Depends on how good of records were being kept at the time. I told you the magic detecting underage use is always improving. At the time then, if no one had ever cleared the area, it would have just gone off under Morphin using magic. Remind me to fire someone for that, she finished bitterly. Lily bit at her lip hard in frustration at once. She'd spoken with the idea Morphin had simply been murdered and left there for dead by Voldemort. Now the ministry would clearly know no wizard should live in that area. Harry clearly understood the same problem, but they had no more idea what the answer could be for this except somehow something had gone wrong on the inside that night. Harry opened his mouth in confusion, but James was still distracted with his own memory of his 14-year-old in that graveyard so many years later. He didn't notice and read it out before Harry could speak it. Remus snarled, wanting to spit in his own disgust for those choice words. Yes, why indeed should anyone ever decide to get all the answers rather than risk sending another innocent man to Azkaban? He didn't even have any feelings for Morphin, but the principal would always stand with him now, his eyes on one. Nice to find that out after your 3rd trip to the burrow, where you could have been abusing this already. Lily tried half-heartedly to poke fun at this. She'd certainly escaped to Save's house a fair few times in her youth to do the same. It came out too bitter. She'd find a way herself to refine this technique so that she could somehow find any underage wizard who could be out there attacked again. They certainly can, Remus agreed with a look of concentration right back in place. Age is not kind, even to us. We have trouble recalling most anything the longer we go without thinking of it. Magic can be assisted with this, but still can't fix everything. Oh, Lily said in surprise, before a slight smile appeared across her face. She'd rather enjoyed hearing of her old potions teacher today, and hoped at least this one thing Voldemort couldn't ruin of just a simple interaction between the two. It fell short almost instantly, though, as what Dumbledore said really struck, and she wondered what Slughorn could have been so involved in. All 5 of them felt a slight shiver for that. Even having foreknowledge of what he'd done, It still didn't sit right someone his age had so easily committed 4 murders now that they knew of. There could still be even more out there by this time, and the number would only grow. When could they finally stop counting? The 3 marauders grumbled a bit. They'd considered themselves that way as well during their time in that castle, and couldn't quite claim it all for good use. Remus muttered, Harry at once glancing at him, and then the others for explanation. There's memories fading, and then there's memories being forcibly forgotten, Sirius said stoutly. We really haven't much experience with this, James said slowly. We've certainly never tried such a thing, he finished with a shrug. What on earth could he have said that was so bad? Lily asked with some honest distress. She didn't like to think of her old favorite teacher encouraging Voldemort of all things, but it really couldn't have been that bad. He was clearly already on his set path, no matter what Slughorn said during some old slug club meeting. Sirius made a disgusted little noise for the first name in particular, as if he needed any reminder of her. Harry sat bolt upright in his seat, as if suddenly a broom had been attached to it. His attention, so ridiculously focused on the book in James' hands, he felt lucky it didn't catch fire. Having read Dumbledore's notes on the Warlock's hairy heart in those old Beetle stories, the others were just a touch more privy to this than they would have been days ago, but still had no more idea than ever what larked Harry's interest in it so much. The fact that Voldemort of all people was bringing it up was certainly the most disturbing. Remus patted Harry's shoulder reassuringly, and he didn't even notice. Sirius called for his attention, and Harry didn't even bat an eye, just kept staring right at James without really seeing him. His scar was already in pain again, a dull, aching throb that only ever existed in his mind, even while he was learning of this in the moment rather than seeking a memory, which only proved to him there was much more to be said on this, and it only then occurred to him that high-ringing noise in his ear was not being interlaced with words. With a slow shake of his head and a very deep breath, he tried as calmly as he was capable of to ask this continue, even if for the life of him his mind couldn't even grasp who he was asking this of, so locked in his head as he was. James exchanged an anxious look with Lily before finally deciding to do just that. It's not as if they had any other real options. They'd never been able to snap Harry out of it before when he got like this. Harry finally released that breath he'd been holding, thankfully, as they were sure his lips were starting to change color, and spoke softly. Well, that's a problem. I'd say. James finally lowered it and stared properly at his son, wanting to scold, but still more concerned than anything. What's your fixation on these? They're ghastly. No one could forget the brief passage where Dumbledore had stated what these things did, somehow splitting a soul. It wasn't natural, as ethereal as a ghost existing, and far less pleasant than even that. Don't know, Harry murmured, his face still drawn tight with pain. He honestly wished to never understand, even as he spoke aloud for them, what he couldn't shake off. But I'm afraid I'm going to find out. They all exchanged an anxious glance for that, but sadly the pieces were all there for them to put together. James glanced down and saw how close he was to being done, and would be plenty happy to put this off for a few moments. So he went along with what Dumbledore had to say about this, rather than more cryptic comments from his son. Which I'm sure doesn't last, Lily sighed, as she twirled a bit of hair around her finger in worry. At least now she understood Slughorn's part in all this. She could only imagine how unhappy he'd be with himself if he'd somehow helped Voldemort in any way, and this didn't seem like the kind of question that would be asked if he hadn't some other way of getting the information. Ah! Sirius theatrically groaned, gearing up for a full-blown rant on the headmaster of all people adding onto this. But James didn't give him the chance. He was far too eager to be done with his part and pass this off. As if Dumbledore doesn't know what a Horcrux is himself, Remus frowned in confusion. I suppose the importance lies in what exactly Slughorn did tell Riddle then, Lily offered. Like what? The answer's bad enough. What more could be in there? Sirius huffed. I've every confidence Harry's going to find out, James sighed, hoping against hope he didn't have to get that one as well. Sirius almost wanted to laugh in surprise for himself that some sympathy actually flared at Slughorn's paranoia. That old man never could catch a break, from Voldemort or even Dumbledore now it seemed. Guess this finally explains just why Slughorn was on the run, Lily murmured. If Dumbledore wanted this so badly, surly Voldemort would want the opposite just as much, and would do anything to silence their old potions teacher. Go do what no one before has, you're dismissed. Sirius scoffed, still rankled over Dumbledore's stupid homework. Now he was actively forcing Harry to learn more about Voldemort for him, rather than just passing along information that was yet really to their helpfulness. Even he couldn't deny, though, there was something there he just didn't want to think about until he had to. Something about Voldemort's time in that orphanage, and this topic of splitting a soul now he had no want to connect even in his mind, let alone verbally. So he eagerly pushed it all away and kept up his mutterings about endless papers for life, something he'd had plenty of practice with. James sighed as he finished his part. It was relatively short, thankfully, though that never managed to lessen their woes. HP. I knew I'd be spoiling a bit of this book myself by having them read the Beetle Tales so early, but the benefits of the ongoing argument existing in 7, because of the tale of the 3 brothers outweighed, learning what Horcruxes and their plot importance were a few chapters early in this book. Hope you still enjoyed the rest. Saw this really fascinating video on the first Death Eaters who were for a time called the Knights of Walburga by the Super Carlin Brothers. Look it up, as I have no way of mentioning it in my fic. It's definitely worth a watch. A question brought up ages ago that I no longer have a good answer for. I've worked out as much as I can with the information given. It was a clerical mistake. That's honestly not satisfying enough for me, though. So unless there's some unexplained family that took up residence there that we're never privy of knowing about, this remains an open plot hole I'll never be able to write off. Chapter 18. Birthday Surprises. Chapter text Sirius wanted to snag the book from Prongs and continue at once, but Mooney chose to spoil his fun, interrupting him reading a book of all things. Are we not going to talk about this? I'd rather not, James huffed at once with a careful eye on Harry. I'm fine, Harry snapped defensively. Remus is right. We know even more now than I did at the time. We know what a Horcrux is, so maybe we don't even need that memory from Slughorn. I'll bet we can just figure out what Voldemort's up to right now and skip. He hissed in pain, his hand now following the familiar path of clutching his forehead. And that is why, Sirius, please continue, James said stiffly, with a stank eye at Remus, who held his hands up and relented at once. Lingering on this would be nothing but a bad idea for Harry, who was still grumbling about his waste of a mind, never letting him think where he wanted to at any given time. Because that's really helping matters rather than talking it out, Sirius grumbled, though quietly enough he didn't think Lily heard him, as she still looked more sympathetic than anything. I'm not buying that, Lily sighed. She expected Harry to have to do something quite tricky to get this. If he was just willing to give it to someone, he likely would have already passed it on for Dumbledore. It's like your bloody 3rd year all over again, James groaned in misery. Why were those 2 fighting all the time? How did they stand it? I am a bit disappointed, Sirius admitted. Think I'd be more concerned if she had, Remus disagreed. This assignment isn't going to go well for you if you're already being an idiot to these 2, Remus muttered. That was a rhetorical question, right? Sirius asked in concern. I'll reserve the right not to answer that, same as I did to her, Harry huffed. Lily frowned in concern at Harry. That should have been something he'd known before going into this NEWT class. It really did show how poor his handling of the subject had been before this year. Sirius was already marked, cleaning his ears out in boredom and trying to skip this. He did no care for this nonsense when in the class the first time. I think that says more about the fact of how much he misses her, James chuckled. Keeps forgetting he can't glance at her seat for an answer. I'm getting a feeling it's not a shame for her at all. Remus rolled his eyes, though he couldn't blame the look of consternation on Harry's face. He'd had no more idea what was going on. I'd be a little worried if he did, Sirius rolled his eyes. Being able to bloody do what he can to improve potions and not understanding that bit. Remus couldn't help a surprised little laugh, while Harry grumbled this was not the best timing. I'm guessing you didn't understand what the spell told you, Lily asked while trying to fight back a smile. Didn't even bloody work, Harry huffed. I always knew this was more about her pride. James rolled his eyes. Hark, look who's talking, Lily grumbled at him. She'd always had healthy competition in that class with her best friend, But she could see how without it Hermione would have grown frustrated over the months of being outplayed constantly. Harry shivered unhappily, though as usual without a clear reason why. He tried to play it off by scowling and telling them the world was out to get him, all these things piling up at once being unhelpful right when he needed it. Lily's beam was more of a smirk. She hadn't at all thought Harry would remember anything from Snape's lessons, and was glad he had retained something despite them all claiming otherwise. "Oh, Harry," Lily muttered, and his face pulled taut with even more concern, but she was giving nothing away. It was almost too much. She was holding back so much for not only the irony of that statement, but what she could easily see as Slughorn's reaction. Lily couldn't help but do the same. She always did love Slughorn had a sense of humor. Lily's amusement only doubled, now giggling affectionately for the praise. Even she wouldn't have dreamed doing such a thing. She'd have sat and worked out that antidote until there were no ingredients left like Hermione. But the cheek of pointing out there was one simple solution to them all was certainly in her. Harry frowned and looked a bit guilty. They all did, except Sirius snorting and telling them, "Oh, please, she gets recognition in every other class. She won't drop over dead if she doesn't this one time." "It's the principle of the matter," Lily huffed. "She should always get recognized for the work she did no matter how often she does it. Harry needs to stay in his good graces for now. She can butter up to him later." Sirius rolled his eyes. "I can't help but love right now how this one's the opposite of Snape in this class in every way," James said good-naturedly. "Harry even got back the points Snape took in his very first class," Remus agreed cheerfully. "They sure aren't letting go of that petty mood they're in," Remus huffed. "You'd think they'd be far more concerned with what Dumbledore asked you to do, or at least it would take priority." "Why would you start like that?" James demanded in surprise and a bit of concern. "Really expect a different answer than he gave Riddle. What we saw wasn't the answer Slughorn gave," Harry reminded with a hurt look. "I'm supposed to be finding out what he did say." "Well, yes, Harry, but by being honest," Lily added in. "Come out right, say you need the truth of what Voldemort was told all those years ago, not try and sneak the same information about him. Whatever answer he gave he clearly regrets. I cannot imagine he'd just give it again freely without some reason." Harry sighed, but finally muttered his agreement he hadn't started on this in the best way. "Suppose that's better than him thinking you just wanted to know," Sirius muttered, with still heavy unease for these things' existence. Lily at least nodded for that. He was doing this as best he could on the spot then. The boys winced in sympathy, while Lily did with a bit of horror. Of all the teachers she'd ever expected to shout, Slughorn was right at the bottom with Flitwick. "I'm starting to agree with Mooney," Sirius said, with quite a dissatisfied sniff for this display. "They're letting their problems affect everything lately, and it's getting damn depressing. Wish they'd both just apologize already or something," Harry agreed with an exhausted sigh. "I can see the benefits of that," Lily raised a brow, "assuming, of course, you're not just trying to quit after one go." Harry wouldn't quite meet her eyes as he assured her that wasn't the case. He really just hadn't any more of an idea what to do, nor could he yet see it as the important task Dumbledore had made it out to be. "Wonder if he did the same to Voldemort," Sirius muttered with disgust. "Damn, now I know you mean business," James chuckled. "Or perhaps he's simply gotten a bit busy," Lily tried for some optimism when she saw Harry was getting a bit flustered. "He's been known to fall off of them after the holidays. School picks up then for exams, you know." Harry nodded a bit, but he wasn't really buying it either. I'm pretty sure it's been failing her quite frequently," James blinked in confusion. "Certainly last year when they couldn't find a common enough charm two other people used," Sirius agreed quietly, but still low enough he hoped Harry hadn't heard him. No need to bring up Cedric unnecessarily. What was she even looking for? Lily asked a bit more loudly than necessary. She had heard Sirius and was more than happy to move past that topic. "I'm sure it'll say in a moment, but I'll give you a hint. What has Hermione recently learned she's never heard of?" "Ah," Lily muttered in understanding before shivering in further disgust of books like that even existing, let alone in Hogwarts, over such a foul topic. "Miracles happen," Sirius said with chipper. "She's got a point. I'd be rather frustrated myself with that kind of nothing being dangled over my head," Remus said a bit fairly. "I'd still rather hope no student in that school was ever trying to look this up for any reason," James protested. The boys snorted with surprised amusement, but Lily looked rather intrigued by the idea. You know, I don't think any such thing has ever even been tested, if constant apparating could do extensive harm to one's health. The most problems we've ever dealt with were splinching. I agree it's something to consider, though good luck finding volunteers to do this for hours on end, James told her pleasantly. Is that the same bloke we had? Sirius asked, not recalling it much now as he'd hardly paid the instructor any mind after the first 5 seconds. I think so, Remus nodded absently. Hasn't been all that long, and if he's as old as Harry says, he's probably been the one doing this for ages. Yeah, I can believe that, Remus agreed at once. Is she really surprised by this point? James said, while examining his nails, rather than any display of exasperation he felt Harry was once again going out of his way to go see what Malfoy was doing. I'm getting a bit worried about you, Harry. This is getting obsessive, constantly trying to figure out what he's up to, Sirius told him with marked concern. Only recognizing a joke stopped Harry snapping back there was something to be figuring out. Lily frowned and began tapping her fingers on her knees, trying to put this together with what little they knew of everything going on with Malfoy. Not much at all, but the fact he needed a lookout in that castle had to help with something. Sirius gave an appreciative snort of laughter, nodding along and saying, as would I, bit rude not to. Shut up, Sirius, Remus pleasantly told him. Oh yeah, definitely the same bloke, James recalled now with a face to match how much he thought of that idea. Well, what did they expect? Practice in this practice class, James chuckled. So did I, Lily agreed without remorse. I mean, he probably got the farthest, Remus said fairly amongst the others' laughter in here. I don't think anyone's actually managed it on their very first try, Sirius shook his head in disbelief. That would be an actual miracle. Ooh, and the splinching has started, Lily winced in sympathy. Took us till nearly our eighth for someone in our group to do that. James looked reasonably impressed with this girl all the same. Interesting, eh? Remus rubbed at his ribcage while eyeing Harry. Let's see you call it that when it happens to you. Sorry, Harry said, with just a touch more sympathy than Lilac had showed. Unless Lavender just got much more interesting, I'm thinking Hermione's still in a mood, James sighed in exasperation. I would too, Remus grumbled. Even his appreciation of good sarcasm could wear off. You're not running all the way up to your dorm just to tell him that, Lily frowned in confusion. Nope, Harry said with a bit of a proud smile. He hoped the Marauders would at least get a kick out of this idea. Well, that's new, Sirius said with chipper. Get a bit old if he didn't come up with new material every few years, though sadly even he's been known to repeat a few, James chuckled. Oh, all three makers perked up with interest. I can see what you're going for, Sirius said enthusiastically at once. Get an idea if he is doing something inside the castle or managing a way in doing it outside. Works either way for it, James agreed with pleasure. That is rather brilliant, James approved at once, looking 10 times more enthusiastic for this now. All 5 of them couldn't help cracking up laughing for that, Lily pulling out first, but still having to push a few strands of hair away first, while muttering sometimes the best way was to go through. That is entirely odd, Remus agreed, sitting up much straighter in his seat. You don't hang around in corridors for hours at a time for no reason. Which ones were they? Harry casually pulled the map up in his mind to examine this, but at once started feeling a tightening along his mind, cautioning him to keep going carefully. 7th, I'm sure. Nothing up there really except Gryffindor Tower, Lily sighed. And the Room of Requirements, the boys all thought, but had no idea whatsoever what that could mean. The Marauders had instantly committed that place to their memory of the school the moment they'd heard of its location, but it could certainly do no real good for what Malfoy was planning, could it? Or at least, if it could, then surely it would have provided an answer already, and Malfoy wouldn't still be struggling, so there still seemed no good option. Have you just completely forgotten the secret passages to get in and out of this school? James demanded in confusion. I never saw Malfoy anywhere around those, Harry disagreed, causing the rest to utter oaths as that had been their idea for a time. Oh, come now, dear. Lily tried not to fret with him, as his glum face only got more somber when he turned to her, and again realized how true that could be. Even the Marauders had suffered a similar fate, albeit with a far worse outcome. She tried to bolster on anyways. They've had much worse, Rose. Crookshanks almost eating Ron's pet was still worse. The harsh looks lighting the room had her quick to hurry on to another example, and even with the Yule ball they blew right past that. Surely the two will come back and make nice. Yeah, Harry tried to agree without the listlessness in his voice. He tried to find some comfort. He believed his mother's words. He tried digging just a bit, and it was true. He found no real fear of never seeing either of his friends again. Hopefully that meant they made up soon. Damn. It doesn't help Katie isn't back yet. James sighed as the others' faces flickered in surprise. This hadn't been mentioned. He hadn't forgotten about Harry's fellow Quidditch player, though. Harry shifted uneasily in place, skin twitching out a warning he tried to brush off by muttering a spell to keep the fire alive. He was sure whatever that ghastly chill had been was nothing. Oh, now I remember him. Sirius laughed in surprise. Wasn't it you, Moony, who conjured up the loving nickname of dim-witted Duke of Dunderheads? A title I was saving for you. He really should feel honored, Remus said without remorse. Harry couldn't help it. He suddenly had a rather difficult time swallowing, almost as if he were holding back a yell or warning. The others weren't taking much note of him, still chuckling a bit about their failed apparition memories. I do get a good haul every birthday, Sirius agreed with enthusiasm. Speaking of Moony, I was thinking this year, must we hear this now? You start going on about your birthday the day after the last one is over, Remus said in exasperation. It's not my fault I've had them planned out years in advance, he sniffed. Yes, actually, that is entirely your fault. Lily frowned at him, but she was ignored. If only you got the special birthdays every year, Remus agreed with a laugh. Harry couldn't help but perk up right, indeed wanting to take not just one, but the whole box away from Ron. He was being ridiculous, of course, like he'd told Romualda he really didn't like them much. Wait, what was he thinking before that nasty, curdling feeling began in his stomach? Nothing to vomit, Sirius agreed with a crinkled stomach. He'd had that problem once in those lessons. Birthday treat, James smacked his lips in appreciation. You do the same thing any day of the week, Remus rolled his eyes. Between the three of you, I'll bet you could, Lily offered half-heartedly, even if she didn't particularly want him doing this. May as well help along considering he was doing it anyways. Maybe, if either of them would ever bother speaking to each other or even helping me out, Harry huffed, even more turned around now as he was sure there was some answer to that. But he still had a twitching feeling about chocolate, hadn't he? What's wrong with Ron? Sirius at once demanded. None of the others could even rile up a joke. He wasn't wrong. Ron never had once been shown not to be hungry except during his Quidditch games, and that clearly wasn't the occasion here. Something about Malfoy might have just occurred to him, Harry tried to offer, but his mind was nowhere near the Slytherin, but fixed unerringly on his friend with true worry. He was being silly. Surely Ron was just having a birthday gag on him. Has that ever stopped him before? Remus muttered, recalling several occasions of multiple servings at all meals. 3 little cakes shouldn't have done much of anything. Remus cocked his head to the side, looking very much like he just had one pulled over on him. Well, that came out of the blue. You mean out of the lav, Sirius corrected with a snicker, but it was only half-hearted. He thought this pretty random as well. Honestly, I'd have put my foot down at 1-1, so you've far more patience than I, James told Harry with a forced smile, but all of them still had an edge to them, like they expected something to go wrong any second. This was admittedly weird, and now seeing Harry quivering with unease was only reinforcing this idea. There's a lost cause before it started, Lily snorted. That Lily said something that wasn't at all needed for this conversation while following it up with, spike those cauldrons with love potion. Merlin, I forgot all about that, Sirius agreed, before busting out laughing. Clearly so did Harry, Remus snickered, and James was quick to join in now that they got the joke. It all died rather quickly, though, as Harry didn't even crack a smile, his face still tense and set like he was expecting someone to drop dead any second. Cheer up, Harry. James tried to convince him. It'll probably wear off in a few hours. Merlin, maybe Lavender will be an os, and break up with him for the misunderstanding, and things will go back to normal. Harry nodded, trying to look like this did give him some hope, and admittedly on some level it did, but it didn't stop the worry ratcheting up, meaning something else had to happen first. Remus sighed when he realized Harry wasn't going to be soothed and just plowed on. No, you think that's the first time he's ever said that? Lily giggled. Shame it's wasted in the use of a potion. Means it doesn't technically count. obviously like saying you love your mother. Sirius shrugged. Well, if he's just going to go on about her looks, I'd definitely say he's not in love with her. Remus rolled his eyes, though mostly in still joking tones. Harry reached up to touch absently at the spot, his face quite surprised, and finally kicking out that doom-like expression. Eesh, wish someone had thought to warn you of that, Sirius winced. Those under-love potions can get quite volatile, not just amusing. Gee, thanks, Harry huffed. Nice one, though, James congratulated. Ding, 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 we have a winner, Sirius applauded. Harry made a disgruntled face at him, glad at least they were entirely enjoying this. He still couldn't stop himself from having the urge to jump up and rush to Ron's side every other word now. Thank God he didn't take it, Lily shivered. The two would be murdering each other already. Poor Ron, can't even get slipped his own love potion on his birthday. Remus heaved a tragic sigh. Think he might actually be grateful for that when he's coming out of it, Sirius said cheerfully. Lily nibbled on her lip as she counted up in her head just how long the effects of this potion would be lasting. They were known to strengthen with time, and it could actually be almost a day rather than a few hours now. Perhaps that's why Harry couldn't find this as funny as them. Surely the novelty of watching his friend act an idiot for an hour or two wouldn't even last that long. Oh yes, we're the best of friends. Hang around all the time, Harry muttered. Does his brain come out his arse during all this? He demanded. He certainly has no line of thinking that doesn't involve her, Lily helpfully explained. You're rather lucky he still knows your name as fixated as he clearly already is. Harry huffed a bit more, somehow wishing to blame this on Romualda, whatever this feeling was. Quite acceptable, honestly. What with the way he and Hermione have been acting lately, Sirius got a calculating look in place. Could slip some to Hermione too, let them both see how ridiculous they've been on others. Enough, Sirius. You'll be doing no such thing, and you know it. James sighed in exasperation. He still couldn't entirely shake his sore spot for these things Harry had accused him of. Spoil sport, Sirius pleasantly told him, even if he had never really meant it. Got to admit, sounds promising at least, can't entirely fault Sirius, Remus muttered with just a hint of regret, all the laughs lost. Oh, I see, Lily said at once with yet another laugh. I'd have personally just tied him up in the bed for the day, but I suppose that works too. How nice of you, love, James muttered with a careful eye on her. He'd still never got her answer on if and when she'd ever used one of these. He obviously needs them, Sirius said with chipper. Ouch, Lily winced. That poor girl hadn't done a thing to deserve that. Lily frowned a bit for Harry not bothering to explain a word of this, but hopefully he'd do a better job when he sorted this out. Merlin, do I wish that Hermione had been down there as well. Would have been interesting to see if she'd knocked him out of this, Sirius chuckled. Don't be ridiculous, Sirius. Even if he does have more feelings for her than Lavender, it doesn't at all mean the potion would have worn off. Remus rolled his eyes at him. Well, there have been studies saying otherwise, Lily shrugged off. Quite a few, in fact, try to say that when presented with someone they love, the affects of the love potion on anyone else will be even more diluted. So one will never work on me, so long as you're around, James beamed, wrapping an arm around her. She swatted at him, but could not entirely fight back a playful smile. Not good, Ronald at once noticed the flaw in Harry's story, Remus pointed out. Like Ron'll notice anything right now that doesn't have long dark hair and large dark eyes, Sirius reminded while rolling his eyes. Harry couldn't think of a word to say to either of them. His muscles were pulsing under his skin to be moving already. Danger was fast approaching, and he needed to do something about it now. You're really not supposed to be using them in general, Lily rolled her eyes at him. So while your principle stands, going to a teacher wasn't doing you much better with those options. Why would he do anything to me? Unless you were trying to convince him I'm Romlada, but that's a whole other world. Not only did Harry barely give him a passing glance for the joke, but Remus just didn't want to hear whatever Sirius was going to end that with, so kept going loudly. Dashing, I'm sure. Did he even finish getting dressed? James happily inquired. Harry got a brief image of Ron in a beat-up Saturday shirt and his pajama bottoms during all this, but it was hard to concentrate on much of any details except the sick feeling in his gut, rising quickly every second. Harry could no longer fight if off and jumped to his feet, his hand making a wild movement like he was trying to grab something away. They all looked at him with open-mouthed worry, But he hardly noticed a thing, whirling so fast and nearly tackling the book away to finish this himself. Remus only just managed to splutter out the next few words that sunk into Harry's consciousness to stop him. Sirius hitched the most strained-looking smile ever into place, wishing desperately not every little humorous thing had to be poisoned with his godson's life, so clearly being put through something. They couldn't imagine for a moment what had him so upset. He was stumbling around in place, like he needed to run this second to save someone's life. It didn't stop them from trying to comfort him, Lily and James both getting cautiously to their feet and taking it in turns to gently try reminding him there was no one here to be helped. But he shrugged them off and started muttering nonsense about a bezoar, as if his mind were trying to escape back an hour ago to when this had actually been a good time. Harry finally stopped his incessant movement and simply froze, clutching his head with unparalleled pain. It was all colliding, too much together all at once. Ron, Meade, Dumbledore, someone was in trouble, and he just knew he had to help. Lily made a mad, tittering noise that was supposed to be appreciative laughter. It was a good suggestion under any other normal circumstances. Clearly not now when Harry looked close to tearing this house apart, still muttering about having to grab something. Remus was so distracted by keeping half an eye on Harry, he hadn't even realized he'd said the wrong name until Harry corrected Slughorn. He just stood there now, frozen in the memory from his past, a scream of fright still clearly right on the edge of his lips, and yet unable to release it. And still they had not a single clue what could be happening to them in Slughorn's office. Remus' breath caught in his throat, as paralyzed as Harry for a split second as what he just said forced his mind a moment to sink in. But then Harry started shaking terribly, and the rest of the words were kicked out in a whole new way, as they finally all truly felt his sense of urgency, and now shared it. Harry sagged in his seat, looking as if he could finally breathe again as well. The fact that Crabbe and Goyle were hiding around on the 7th floor is not in fact ever stated. And so when I went back and read this the second time knowing that was it, and questioning myself why I'd never even guessed at the location being the room of requirements before, now I knew why. Firstly, it says Corridor S as in more than one. I certainly thought he was sneaking out of the castle my first time through. Did J.K. worry the readers would figure it out if she'd said Crabbe and Goyle were only seen around the 7th corridor? It in fact doesn't make sense why they were in other places, so I kind of want to call out an inconsistency even. I'm not entirely sure I would have guessed the answer, for knowledge has a way of making some things obvious. But I'm still a little irked we were never given the chance to figure it out more than the vague line Crabbe and Goyle were in random corridors. Chapter 19, Elf Tales. Chapter text also one of my personal favorite chapters. Yes, there are 3 back-to-back. What can I say? HP. Well, Ron finally beat Harry out at something. Remus rubbed at his chest, still tight with pain and fear for that. Even as terrible as his birthdays have gotten, he's yet to nearly die on one. Thanks, Moony, Harry muttered, shifting uneasily as he snatched the book away. Even knowing Ron was still breathing only just slowed his anxiety, and he wanted the rest of this day out of the way, especially before he had to think on that anymore. The others fought the urge to protest. Far too much had just happened that needed some acknowledgement in a very short amount of time. But couldn't at all bring themselves to stop Harry now when he needed to hear fully Ron was going to be okay. Thank you, Fred, for that lovely observation, Lily gasped around a still rattling chest. Harry was thankfully breathing easier already, the time passing in his mind, gradually helping him to relax in here his best mate was no longer going to fall into a fit. The others still sort of wanted to interrupt him now, the question on the tip of their tongues of just who had done this to Ron, attempted to do to Slughorn. It was clearly in vain, though. Harry was ploughing on without his usual attempts at calm, more so than most of them could put on most hours with how his life went, and just couldn't deny him this until he was 100% on his friend being okay again. So they were left to speculate to themselves, while still keeping very close attention to him. None of them could imagine anything happening to Harry's friend either. You've far more patience than I, James told him. Those doors had never kept him out when he wanted in. Was too anxious of getting caught and being banned from going in, Harry grudgingly admitted, though the idea of going to get his cloak and get in already had crossed his mind several times. "I would hope so," Remus said slowly, trying for a happy enough tone, but it didn't come out right. James snorted in surprise while Sirius looked jubilant at any change of topic he could smile for. "See that Harry business is going even better than imagined. They're already trying to branch out." "Yeah," Harry muttered distractedly, still hardly paying attention to a word. Of all the times he'd wished his friends here with him, now more than ever he wanted that to come true. "Oh, I'm sure you will soon," Remus offered. "This can't last long." He didn't sound any more convinced than Harry looked. "I'm sure you loved that," Lily said sympathetically. "Can't remember a thing I told them honestly," Harry muttered. The events kept replaying in his head so vividly, but the words he'd used to describe them were beyond him even now. "Lucky," Harry echoed, still shivering slightly as if he were cold all over, but he didn't feel cold. He didn't feel much of anything except numb shock. What if this happened to Ron again, and he wasn't there anymore? "Circumstances were certainly on your side," James agreed quickly as it all piled up in his head. The Pince's book reminding him of the Bezoar, Slughorn being a teacher, the only circumstances Harry would have dared do it. Those chocolate cauldrons, months old, leading to it all happening. His son's life certainly was something to behold. "A first for her, I'm sure," Sirius happily teased, like he would any of his friends who needed a distraction. He was genuinely sad Hermione wasn't here with Ron so she could hear it. Harry eyed him like he'd lost his mind, finally being pulled from that morbid expression before. "She's the quietest of the three of us. She reads so much we forget we left her in the library some days. She's just got the loudest opinions. I think it makes up for it," Remus helpfully put in, causing them all to laugh. "So it's Ginny you want to be talking to, eh?" James couldn't help but poke fun now of all times. Harry opened, then closed his mouth before muttering it wasn't personal. He hadn't even registered at the time it was her. He'd have stood there and talked at Malfoy just for someone to help him run through what had just happened to his best friend. Thinking back, though, that may not have been as true. Even with Hermione right there, he'd somehow just felt better talking to Ginny, a sense of peace he couldn't have found any other place. He wanted to blame it on her surname, but it hadn't just been any Weasley he was talking to. He really was head over heels for this one. James burst out laughing before agreeing. "Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I'd rather talk to Lily than these idiots any." He finished with an oof as Sirius elbowed him in the ribs and Remus rolled his eyes. Even as James messaged the spot, he had nothing more to joke of in that regards, his best mate painfully reminding him he didn't have long before he had to think of a way to keep him in his life forever, and it hadn't been just by elbowing him. "I'd hope so." Lily yelped. She couldn't imagine how they wouldn't. "I'm sure he was more asking where they were," James gently reminded. He knew she'd been thinking same as him, of all the times they would have gone up to the school for their son in certain situations, and been unable to. Unless it was in those chocolate cauldrons, and that just brings up a whole new level of chat for Rommel Devane, Sirius huffed. Lily hardly paid him any mind, shifting restlessly to finally hear someone talk about this, worrying her hair into tangles about what had just happened with her old potions teacher. "Wait, how did that even get in the castle?" Harry protested. "Thought everything in and out was being checked." "I doubt that applies to the teachers," James gently reminded. "Even Snape," he mentally added bitterly. "I can't imagine it was him." James spluttered at once. "He's a bit of an idiot, but harmless." Would have said the same thing about Lockhart at one point. Remus frowned in disagreement. He didn't want to rule anyone out without good cause. "He was our teacher for 7 years, though," Lily harshly corrected, "and nothing of this sort ever happened. I doubt Ron finally caused him to attempt murder, and in this way. I don't buy it for a second." "He always did have a thing against Death Eaters," Sirius uneasily agreed. But he couldn't help agreeing with Moony too. Slughorn did seem involved somehow. This happening in his office surely wasn't pure coincidence. If he never tried to poison Regulus, who was far more gone than Ron, Harry didn't hear the rest, his face scrunched up with pain for why he wasn't sure. Sirius had mentioned his kid brother once before, and he felt something for the name then too. The feeling had somehow grown more powerful since last time, even if he still couldn't put a finger on what it was. The others took his expression to mean they should stop for now. Harry was surely going to go through it with the Weasleys, and they didn't want to hurt him or rehash anything that would come up. Even more ridiculous, Lily scoffed. He's had more than enough opportunity well before then. Not really, considering he's been refusing to go to those parties up until recently. Sirius tapped his fingers against his knee in thought. Slughorn has far more to gain getting Harry on his side, though, James protested. Maybe he might not even realize he's doing it. We've already had evidence in Harry's time alone those teachers in the castle can be reached. Remus scowled. I'm still not convinced Harry's the target, Lily insisted. Slughorn throws parties all the time. It's a miracle he hasn't dished out that wine before now, because he stopped throwing parties since Harry asked him about those Horcruxes. First Katie, now this. Someone's trying to get to someone in that school, and I'm certainly thinking it's a teacher now. They've just as much a reason to go to those events. Didn't Slughorn say he meant to serve it at Christmas? It's a bloody miracle it seems to have been misplaced so long. This person would have gotten dozens of people then, and maybe not the target. James looked sickened at the thought of such callousness. Wasn't one murder bad enough? We already know whoever's attempting this doesn't care about casualties, using an unforgivable curse on a student just to get something in, and poorly at that. Remus did seem in agreement with Lily on this front. Harry let out an agitated breath. He could just feel how close they were to the truth, but still with nothing even close to the answer. What was he missing? He'd felt it there. For just the briefest moment right before Ron was poisoned, the answer had been right in his face. But he couldn't recall when the moment had struck him. Only the image of Ron's skin turning blue just kept bubbling back to the surface as he continued. That's a really good point, Sirius slowly agreed. They'd just been saying Slughorn could have inadvertently dished out such death, but what if he himself had been the intended person all along? It fit with the little they'd drawn together. It makes a lot of sense, in fact. Remus shivered. I'm sure he wasn't on the run before this for fun. What if someone had already attempted something similar in the past? He's hiding out from Voldemort because he's keeping a memory to himself after all. Damn, James whispered before letting out a slow whistle. Even if he didn't like the guy much, he didn't want him dead. They all shivered just slightly again. This all felt even more menacing now that they had an actual idea of who the target very likely could be. Harry smacked the book against his forehead, hard, in frustration. Why had that detail eluded him moments ago? Why was it burning his innards now, just to keep trying to think on that idea for 1 second? Why couldn't he ever choose the details he wanted to cling to? Remus gave him a soft nudge. It's all right, Harry, you'll figure all this out. Yeah, he sighed as he slowly lowered it from his face so he could continue. He just hoped he figured out whatever this was in time. Likely, Remus slowly agreed. Not everyone who's a Death Eater goes to Hogwarts after all, could not have personal experience with him. That doesn't seem likely, Sirius furrowed his brow. If I was going to ask someone to kill someone like this, I'd pick a prior student that's already a Death Eater of mine. There are plenty. You too are assuming it's still a Death Eater. James shook his head quickly. There are other motives for murdering people than Voldemort's plans. It fits too well. Remus waved his hand off for that one. Slughorn's attempting to be killed the year Dumbledore's trying to find out what he's hiding. James seemed to have no rebuttal for that. Oh, Lily cooed softly for the poor girl, while James and Remus looked on in concern as well. The idea of something happening while two people were fighting was most certainly the worst. Sirius snickered, though, muttering about how he hoped this got those two on speaking terms again. But low enough Harry wouldn't hear. Even his godson wouldn't find that funny. Harry froze, a delighted smile finally lighting him again, while the others around him chuckled with real affection. As if I'd ever had any questions of this before. They're long gone now. Ran his head over heels for his knee. Sirius couldn't contain himself. Thank you, Padfoot. I'm sure he's never heard that one before. Harry rolled his eyes good-naturedly, but there was a real smile back in place once more for finally getting a sign of life from his friend. Might be for the best, honestly. Remus winced in sympathy. He'd have, 5 people jump on him at once with relief. Mooney, if you miss me jumping on you to wake you up, all you had to do was say so, Sirius smirked, while Remus' face spoke of the instant regret he had for saying those words aloud while fighting back a smile. Lily almost made it back to her easy, normal laughter again at such a description. She always loved hearing of him, and his worry for these kids the most. No, Remus muttered more in surprise than anything, though his was clearly the only nice sentiment, The others still leaned back in their seats, slightly with concern for the mention of that man-eating beast. I'm sure that gave him heart failure. Sirius rubbed his chest in sympathy. He'd certainly felt that way. Hagrid made 6, James muttered in confusion, wondering if Madame Pomfrey was oddly counting herself. Lily huffed and Remus clucked his tounge, but neither said anything of her overbearing protectiveness this time. It did Harry too much good in the past for them to really critique her again. Sirius made a strangled noise of surprise, like he was trying very hard not to laugh at that. How did we not think of that? James theatrically clapped a hand to his forehead. Of course, we could have gotten rid of the competition years ago by actually trying to kill them. That's not funny, James. Lily sighed without any real heat. She knew he didn't mean it, and Harry got another weak sort of laugh out of it. Harry really did laugh at that then, causing James and Sirius to pout at him. He found the twins funnier. What can I say? I've seen him in action. I still can't decide how much you two are playing up your own rivalry. Harry shrugged without remorse. So what I just heard is, we need to go kill someone for Quidditch prongs. Sirius smirked. Sounds good. Should we start international, or just pick off from our old rival teams? Oh, I know. He snapped his fingers as if in sudden thought. We'll start with Lucius and work our way up their skill ladder. Remus sighed and rubbed at the bridge of his nose. What have you just done, Harry? Something they already would have done regardless, Lily reassured, as Harry finally gave a cheerful laugh once more for those around him. It was sadly immediately dampened again when he continued, but he kept going with just as much intent, but slightly more calm than before. He'd never felt less alone being surrounded by his family then and now, and hoped whenever he was Ron still was as well. Damn, Hermione agrees with us. Now I know we're all in trouble, Sirius sighed, in lieu of his usual joke about the mimicry going on. Even if this was about Slughorn, he was finding less reasons to laugh about this the more harmful these attempts were getting. Harry stopped in surprise, looking more flustered than anything as he tried to mutter he was just as likely to be the cause of this. He still hadn't ruled himself out as the intended victim. It all still felt too personal, even if he couldn't find a feeling in him telling him this to be true. Lily bit down hard on her lip for a moment before encouraging, take the hug with gratitude, love. It's what she's showing you. Harry blushed faintly but went on anyways, well aware now his mum acknowledging this meant just as much to him as the love of his second mother. Hadn't really counted that up before now. James ruffled his hair in surprise. Honestly, Harry, if you aren't an aura, you're being gypped out of paycheck by now, as many people as you save. Harry hardly heard him, his face going sickly pale. None of this would have happened to the Weasleys if he'd never interfered in their lives. All those things that had happened to them were because of their connection to him. Remus had to give him a hard nudge to get him to continue this time, and he only did so reluctantly at best, fighting back the urge to be sick. The woes of this family still hadn't ended. Harry's hands shook further with guilt. The thought wouldn't leave. None of this would have happened if Ron had sat somewhere else. Worse was still to come. Oh, come on, Harry. James gently tried to cajole something out of his son. He seemed determined to be in fear of someone's life lately, though all Weasleys were safe as could be now around each other. That family doesn't regret a thing, and nor should you. Can you honestly imagine your life without Ron? Would you really trade it away just to pretend he'd be happier for it? Harry wanted to argue, to say Percy might not have left his family, that half those people wouldn't need their lives saved. But his voice died before he could even start. Every memory he'd managed to collect of him, and Ron flashing through his head, the promise of more to come still lingering in his soul. There was a taint somewhere in there, but still one he couldn't grasp, and for now the family he'd wanted the first 10 years of his life was still there for him with open arms. Now he was getting to share a part of them with the family around him now, and he forced himself to relax again, smiling at his dad and trying to keep up as much as he could. That would never change. I'd certainly hope so, Lily sighed, clutching James' hand tight in her own. It was certainly on a higher level than their school years, but Voldemort's presence was already slipping its way into this school. The constant fear and stress, and now random attacks, cropping up, making her almost wish the marauders would all come around the corner any second, laughing like idiots about whatever they'd just done. She really hadn't spent enough time in school appreciating that for what it was. Oh, look, he has learned something in this school, Sirius tried for that laugh now Lily had just imagined, and it caused everyone to smile at him. He'd never let them forget that noise. Don't remind me. James shivered in pure panic. He didn't need his son being a fang away from death again, thank you. Harry blinked as if his vision had blurred for a second, like his memory wanted to focus on this for some reason. But he'd never given any of the ghosts except Nick more than a passing thought, and he easily continued doing so now. I've missed Hagrid, Remus muttered, while sitting up straighter in surprise. Really making me wish we'd spent more time with him around school. Wonder what he would have slipped to us. Sirius raised a brow for that acknowledgement. What on earth could they be arguing about, though? James' lips thinned as he pressed them together, but none of them could come up with anything for that. No, he just almost said it by one syllable. Obviously that makes it better, Lily huffed. Why did it always feel as if an answer was dangling just above their head? If Dumbledore didn't fire him for the Scroots, I doubt anything he did could be worse at this point, Remus muttered. Even his admiration of those beasts didn't carry over to them being tested on students. Ooh, guilt tripping again. Sirius tried to enjoy that, but it was lackluster at best. It really was just one thing after another, year after year for his poor pup. They had no more answers to what Snape, and in conjunction Malfoy, were up to no more than these mystery attacks on the students. If he is, he's probably saving that for the staff room like normal. James really couldn't help but mark. Obviously Snape is special needs, and this has to happen in shadows. None of them was buying Hagrid's excuse for a second, and their minds were spinning in all sorts of directions for this new development. Had Snape told Dumbledore about his discussion with Malfoy then? Dumbledore had certainly made it seem so, but what if he hadn't, and Dumbledore had only recently found out about it and confronted Snape? Lily cleared her throat hard and spoke up. Well, it's nothing solid, and it's really no more to go on. Certainly interesting, though. Sirius had his eyes narrowed viciously, wishing it could be on that old slime ball again here and now. How much is Snape keeping from Dumbledore? They all knew from his tone this wasn't just about some argument with Malfoy anymore. Lily sighed heavily, but when no one did offer up anything else, Harry kept going in hopes Hagrid would unintentionally pass something else along. Remus couldn't help but snort in surprise, now wondering how often that happened. I really must applaud Hagrid here, actually helping them stay out of trouble when he just started some. James got some amusement from that irony. Noxiously indeed, Lily scowled. Hagrid was still as much an authority figure in that school, and a more respected one at that. Least he'd never come so close to whipping someone. Ah, sweet music to my ears, Sirius hummed. We really needed to have Hagrid around more. Remus couldn't help but say it certainly would have made getting caught out of bed a fair few times more entertaining, apparently. And you're missing out on that, Sirius sighed. He'd have doubled back with the invisibility cloak prompt. Hagrid had just broken his crossbow, so I doubt the two would have actually maimed each other. How much more of a show could it be? Harry tried to ask in as light-hearted a voice as he could, but it all seemed to grow so much harder to keep laughing about this without Ron back in his dormitory with him that night. I can believe that, James said at once. He knows how nosy you can be. Nosy. Harry couldn't help but echo with a pout, but James ignored him, and Harry let him. He knew it to be true. And he clearly wants you paying attention to other things. Doesn't change the fact that we now know for sure he's not as omniscient as he claims to be, and if he's not 100% sure about Snape, I can no longer even pretend to feel safe he's let around the order. Sirius finished with disgust. You lot are dragging this out too far. Lily tried to curb them before this could go any farther, but it was half-hearted at best. She just didn't want to linger on any more topics that dragged on her every night, like the permanent loss of this twisted version of her old friend. Until we have some actual answers aside from Harry's speculations, can't we please find something else to hear about? Harry was all too pleased to take his mother's suggestion. Unlike himself at 16, he had no wish to linger on these thoughts now. It only made his mind feel heavier every moment of what he was missing in all this, a question that had eluded him from the very start. Oh, look, he can think sense. Lily even chipped in with a little smirk of her own in gratitude for her son so easily trying to get past this as she wanted. He glanced up briefly to smile at her, the dark red hair in his own eyes still trying to overlap the dark brown and even brighter red hair that was still lingering from that hug. What had he done to deserve two such caring mothers? Ack, talk about someone needing to be poisoned. Remus muttered, though regretted it when Harry winced at the tasteless joke. Truly an unwise move. How has he not been permanently hospitalized yet? Sirius demanded with a sneer. James shook his head slowly a few times while muttering about arseholes. Even his mind hadn't so easily jumped back to the game when his friends were injured. He still hadn't lived down the ribbing Vasper had given him the year. He'd missed their last training match before the cup due to the previous full moon the night before. No, all four muttered around Harry at once. They didn't care he'd done almost as well as Ron. May well have been as good as him if not for Hermione's interference. His attitude made him as likely to be around as preferable as Snape. Harry winced and kept going in a dull, uncertain tone, very sure they weren't going to like the next words out of his mouth. He was right. "Harry, have you lost your mind?" Sirius protested. "After the arse he's been all year." "It's only fair," Harry begrudgingly reminded them. "I don't care. He's too much of a prat to bother with his existence," James sniffed. His son was better than him then. He wouldn't have let him on the team had he been the last Gryffindor standing. He'd rather forfeit with dignity. "Really?" Harry asked in genuine surprise. He had thought at least his dad would understand. "I don't care enough about winning to put my team through his personality," James agreed, but not as harshly as before. He couldn't blame his son making such a split-second decision when he so clearly had other things on his mind he did care more about. Harry just looked at him in exasperation for a moment before going on, not doing a good job at all of hiding his smile as he'd read. All his dad was thinking plain just from the look on his face. "It doesn't help you passed up more tryouts for Dean," Remus sighed in resignation. "If you hadn't, you could have insisted on that to be rid of him. I'd have even paid Hermione to confund him all 5 times this round. I'd have had to do them in less than a week. It probably was impossible to schedule the pitch for that even if anyone had time to show up for it between everything else going on," Harry reminded, and no one could argue with that. "I'm sure he'd love that," Lily huffed, her nose crinkled in disgust and her tone purely patronizing. "Right after you hear from my son how to treat a lady on a date." Even his catastrophe with Cho had gone better than McLagan's with Hermione. "I'm sure Ron's disappointed." Sirius tried for a good laugh, but it fell flat. He could honestly understand how the school could think that given the circumstances, how he would have thought that at the time had it been anyone but Harry's friend. "Can't blame them there." James nodded enthusiastically for that. He'd have long since done something to that prat before now. Harry almost declared this in a challenging voice, just daring one of them to laugh at him again for this presumption, but none of them could. Now that Ron had been harmed this year, it only made sense for Harry to focus on something he could find an answer to. "Those two never followed me around," Sirius happily tacked in his old joke again. "I knew a Brown, though, but he was a right arse right along with the rest of the purebloods I knew." "What about me?" James protested, ignoring Harry's chuckles again for Sirius always managing to find a way to insert himself into a conversation with his dog jokes. "A right arse along with the rest of the purebloods I know," Sirius repeated while trying not to look over before quickly ducking, but not fast enough as James still managed to shove him half out of his seat. "I honestly considered forfeiting the match a dozen times just to kick him back off the team," Harry told them honestly, the compulsion to curse him or deck him in the face resurfacing every second. "I could not blame you," James begrudgingly agreed. "That was the only reason I hadn't," he finished while saying this aloud for them. "I needed someone to shout at." "Glad you found someone who deserved it," Lily sighed, though honestly she wished he had. It may have caused him just that little less stress. Lily's face puckered with some sympathy for that. She could almost understand that slight if one of James' friends hadn't told her something like that. But then she rescinded Harry might have if Ron had made it at all clear he enjoyed her company lately, which was happening less and less. Sirius, and Remus in particular, got quite the horrified look in place for imagining such a thing, more grateful every moment James had fallen for the girl he had, one who had never put them through such an ordeal. "That's how all my relationships are," Sirius declared. "I'm sure the girls never got tired of that one," Harry chuckled. "They didn't, in fact," Sirius preened. "Probably because he never stuck around one long enough for them to," Remus rolled his eyes. "Us, on the other hand, have had far too much of him." "Moony, you wound me," Sirius huffed. Clearly not enough, as you still keep doing it, Remus snipped back. Oh, Lily began fretting at once. What poison had been used on Ran turning more in her mind every moment for the poor thing to be so affected. Oh, she sat back with an understanding sympathy, while all the boys burst out laughing. That's one way to avoid a conversation I never tried, Remus laughed appreciatively. I'd have thought you perfected. You could fall asleep under any situation. Sirius snipped right back. I'll try it on you next time, Remus promised. Ish, Lily muttered uncomfortably, as if Lavender's previous conversations hadn't been awkward enough for Harry to live through. This girl really should have hunted down Hermione for this. She's got a point, James awkwardly agreed. I never thought it was bad enough to last, Sirius insisted. Harry still looked more relieved than anything this was still true. He really had been starting to get worried for this. Interesting, Lily parroted snappishly. Let's see if she used the same word if she got poisoned. Depends on the poison, I guess. Sirius still tried to get a laugh out of Harry for the circumstances, so his face would quit flickering in concern. For instance, if he'd just been poisoned enough to have the runs for a few hours, James elbowed him in return, and Harry had already turned back to reading rather than indulge this. Are you sure you wouldn't have wanted to stay for that? Remus asked him mildly. The two talking at once, I'm sure you could have blocked it out twice as easily. Or cursed them both at once more like, James agreed. Well, she's probably not wrong about that, Remus huffed. He'd had one experience of this feeling, but the warmth of James and Sirius actually offering to ditch the match and stay up there with him that day still made him smile and break the sarcasm he'd been trying for. But he is a keeper, James' mouth was already blurting out. And you say I make bad puns? Sirius scowled at him, unnecessarily. James' face clearly already said he regretted it enough himself. I'd let him, Sirius said deadpan. Especially being both beaters at once, maybe knock something into his head that's useful. Harry rubbed absently at the back of his own head before forcing a laugh that caught in his throat. I wonder if that is Ron's patronus, Remus randomly input just for something to give himself a laugh. Maybe a ram, though. I find it suits him. A pity you don't have that lesson until next year. I'll bet he can do it by then, Sirius happily agreed. Really, I found it easy enough, James said in surprise. Prongs, you hardly glanced at that girl the entire time you were dating her. I was surprised she didn't take the hint after the first weekend. Sirius rolled his eyes. Though he had some sympathy for Ron, he found some girls harder than others to take the hint when things should end. Ron Shaw seems to have this very odd habit of bringing her up whenever Lavender's been mentioned lately. Remus mentioned as if noting the weather. You're right. I think he's trying to get with Parvati next, Lily agreed, before the two broke into snickers. What on earth could that be about? Harry happily joined in their joke. He'd laugh off the two like this far more happily than his best friends still ignoring each other. Either works at this point, honestly, James chuckled. Ha! Everyone muttered in confusion. Neither of them were Pansy, Lily confirmed. Can't say I really recognized them, Harry confirmed, but it didn't stop him shaking in place as his mind all but screamed at him to pay attention to something. Two people with Malfoy who weren't Crabbe and Goyle, but he'd distinctly seen on the map, had even heard Malfoy say they were lookouts for something. What was he missing? Remus gave him a soft nudge while saying, Go on, Harry, you finally caught him clearly doing something during another Quidditch game. Not one against him, and since he quit the team, he seems to care even less than usual. James reminded, but there was nothing but pure curiosity in him as well. None of them could pretend any more that little whelp wasn't up to something this year, and on Voldemort's orders, so this could not be good. Harry had to force himself to concentrate on the words rather than let his face keep twisting up with pain for actively trying not to remember this and permanently ruin his mind. He wouldn't suffer that fate, least of all for Malfoy. Harry's face contorted even more, though for the poor insults that time. The one good thing about Malfoy this year, he hadn't really had to put up with that, and he'd still somehow been a bigger pain than normal. You don't have the map and cloak on you, James demanded. At least if you weren't going to follow him, you could race down to the pitch while seeing where he was headed. I was just on my way to see Ron before all this. I hadn't even woken up early enough for breakfast, Harry sighed for his pitiful circumstances. Ooh, lovers' quarrel, Sirius distractedly said. just as much as the rest of them, still trying to puzzle out if this offered anything new of Malfoy, but changing it up from Crabbe and Goyle to two little kids he'd conned into doing whatever this lookout was didn't help much at all. Harry only faintly blushed and muttered a regretful retribution he didn't have anything to lob back at his godfather. I hate that he's actually giving good advice, James' face scrunched up in agitation, causing the boys a grudging laugh and Lily to roll her eyes at the lot of them. I can't see it, Harry. He's probably already long gone, Sirius sighed. Harry sighed in defeat this time at least, but his skin was still itchy all over, like he had a feeling this match would end sooner than usual. A dreamy voice, eh? Remus asked. Now who's been described talking like that? I think I'm going to enjoy this commentating again, Lily giggled. She's getting Ginny in trouble, James protested. Like anyone's actually going to do anything that long after the fact, Sirius scoffed. Still better than the broad she had for us during several matches, Sirius shrugged without remorse. Didn't know a single Quidditch term, just kept playing matchmaker. I heard her at least 5 times trying to get McGonagall to let her put up some kind of kissing booth right in the stands. I think McGonagall only kept her on because something kept happening to all the other commentators, James said with a leer, while Lily frowned in confusion at all 3 of them. I always thought you lot had something to do with that. What was your problem with them? They kept calling me black, no matter how much I told them not to, especially during my matches against Regulus, Sirius sniffed without remorse. He only ever tolerated the teachers doing that because he had no way to get them to stop. He'd rarely stooped low enough to curse one of them. He hesitated for a moment before only slightly revising. I kept paying Moony to curse them when that happened, but he couldn't seem able to do it to Melanie Tarlos. I told you, McGonagall had gone wise by then and put up protective charms around the commentator, he innocently insisted, though his friends rolled their eyes, believing that just as much now as they had then. Right, or he had a soft spot for her, James still challenged. Remus couldn't help it. He smiled without remorse now. I suppose when you're right, you're right. She dyed her hair a different color every game. He put up with Sirius complaining of this for 2 years just to enjoy watching her up there, her being in Hufflepuff, and all he didn't get many other chances. James and Sirius just looked triumphant he'd finally admitted to it, while Lily fought off a laughing fit. By the time their 7th year had come around, she'd actually commentated the games just to appease her boyfriend she was pretending interest, and finally give her head of house some peace for a year, she'd thought. She was only 1 letter off, James chuckled. He's doing his job. Let's have him try it now. Sirius snapped at once in defense, starting to grow more than agitated with this one telling his captain what to do. Not even a bad plan, if the idiot could execute anything right, James huffed, more than willing at this point to switch positions with Sirius if he'd had a chance, just for the opportunity to throw a bludger at this one. I'm genuinely disappointed she doesn't seem to be wearing the hat, Lily chuckled. If that is not a thing, I want it so now. Remus full out laughed at that one. Lily's mouth actually fell open in surprise. That was certainly something she'd never heard of. Apparently neither had the boys, and they all looked furious for it. This isn't going to end well for him, James snarled in outrage, imagining Harry going over there and chucking him right off his broom. Harry's hand crept up to his head again, a dull throb still trying to erupt to life that he was still determinedly ignoring, though for some reason his dad's words weren't helping. He did not. Lily feebly tried to protest, but Harry's mouth was just gaping open now, the book hanging from one hand, the other now pressed firmly to where he was now confident his skull had once been cracked open. I'm going to kill him, Sirius said sincerely. He just ruined a Quidditch match. You, your own team, by Remus tried to splutter, but he was beyond words. James groaned as if a bludger had just pelted his own head and buried his face in his fingers, the amount of retribution he owed McLaggen crowding together in his head, with the memories of once having watched this happen to Sirius as well. It was breaking him apart to realize his wife was probably right. Maybe Harry shouldn't be playing this game, considering he'd yet gone a successive year without something happening during it. Harry had to clear his throat hard, several times, before he kept going in a dazed tone, like he was still trying to read around a renewed concussion. Ron is officially the reincarnation of Sirius. James groaned with his face still in his hands. Nah, Sirius could never make such a good pun, Remus countered. Remus, that was just hurtful. Sirius switched his scowl from the book to him. I'm glad someone's enjoying this. Lily shook her head at the lot of them. Your priorities are so fascinating. James looked up at his son with a truly baffled expression. He thought getting Clarked over the head would surely make him focus on the soon death of McLagan. They all shivered in disgust at the word turban. No one wanted the idea of Voldemort popping out of the back of Harry's head for any reason. There it is, James nodded approvingly. Only if you do it wrong, Remus said saintly. I've had plenty of practice being forced to do it bedridden. Harry released a startled laugh, thinking of the poor innocent students locked in there with an aggravated marauder cut off from his friends because of this matron. How the bloody hell did Smith manage to catch the snitch while that was happening? Sirius thundered. I'd have thought he couldn't see anything past his own arse. Those death threats are becoming more promising by the moment. Soon it'll be a double homicide, James ferociously agreed. Right, let's drop a club on his head then. Thanks for the reminder, Ron. Lily half-heartedly laughed. I can imagine at least Ginny avenging you with a wonderful return of the Bat Boogie hex. Sirius at least seemed cheered at this idea. Somehow knocking out your own seeker does seem worse than missing a few goals. James grudgingly agreed to that side. I didn't know you could hear all that from the hospital wing, Lily said in surprise. It helps when Madame Pomfrey opens the window to let in some air, Remus said with just a slight touch of affection. She wasn't all strictness, provided you stayed all four limbs in bed when you cheered. We really must have a talk with her about that, Sirius agreed. At least someone had gotten some fun out of this. Why would Ron tell you that? James looked around in surprise. Apparently Harry hasn't been subtle about his crush to anyone. Remus shrugged, while Harry's face went a few extra shades of red. Then he quickly tried to fix his expression and crossed his fingers in hopes the book wouldn't repeat what he'd just been thinking. Harry groaned again, and it wasn't for his head this time. All four burst out laughing around him, and he scowled at each in turn before hurrying on very loudly before anyone could catch their breath back. He was having an internal struggle of who he wanted in his life, Malfoy or Ginny, Sirius helpfully reminded. Harry's hands restricted on the binding, and he tried to keep going pretending he wasn't holding back the temptation to do the same to his godfather. All three marauders made an agitated face. If it was anyone but Harry, they'd start accusing him of acting like Snape, trying to catch who he disliked up to something. Least they knew he had good reason. All of them? James asked in surprise. You've certainly never mentioned at least one to anyone that would know to watch them, and I doubt the twins did either. Harry just shrugged that off. He'd meant the school in general, but it didn't cover the prickling feeling creeping back upon him. He should in fact be a lot more worried about someone possibly getting into the school. I've counted that up for myself, thanks, Lily sighed. Why did the boys in her life insist on putting her through that? I guess I can see Darby doing that for you. Sirius blinked in surprise. Bit of irony, in fact, chasing around after his old master. Now his face was definitely turning into the kind of grin that would have earned him an instant detention from any teacher who saw it. That is brilliant, James agreed with glee. James' face scrunched up in disgust at once, and Remus had the urge to lean away from Harry just for mentioning that name. Why did you call him? Sirius demanded at once. The less that thing was in anyone's life, the better. Unless you're going to chuck him out the window, and I'd have thought you'd go up to the astronomy tower first for that. You just said this was a good idea, Harry defended, even if his mouth did set into a hard line for the unneeded reminder of who he was associating with. Does the house, elf IUs really matter? Yes, all three boys grumbled at once, but Lily shushed them and waved Harry on. She wasn't any happier with that elf, but she still couldn't hold it so truly against him like the boys all did. She still saw a pitiful, well, creature more than the murderer they all seemed to. Unless he's being throttled, I can't say I care, Sirius huffed. You just summoned a whole party to you, Remus muttered, his face smoothing out into an almost comical expression now for this happening in his mind's eye. James and Sirius were still fighting back the compulsion to indulge in the same, not with that filth in Harry's presence. But Sirius was already starting to waver when he realized just what was happening, and Darby was actually fulfilling his wish. Always knew I liked that elf, James needlessly emphasized. Harry scowled lightly at him. His father had done no such thing upon Darby's arrival either. It had just taken some time to warm up to him. He couldn't pretend the same was possible for Creature, but for now he ignored it anyways. Harry couldn't help but stop in surprise with a snort, and the others were quick to join in. How often had they envisioned doing that themselves to anyone who dared use that word? Excellent. Darby can keep wailing on him, and Creature can't do a thing to stop him now. Sirius leaned forward, with even more glee now, the expression on his face almost cruel with how much he was enjoying that mental show. Oh, Sirius, stop, Lily snapped at him, her own flashbacks arriving at the heartless reminders of his youth where he'd spent plenty of time kicking Snape while he'd been down. That elf did a horrible thing, but you retaliating like that isn't helping a damned thing. And you two stop egging him on, she flared before his friends could protest. Sirius turned slowly to her, a challenging look in his eye, but Harry swiftly kept going then. He didn't want to hear this fight breaking out when he was almost finished with something really important. No, really, Harry, I'll pay you to somehow manage to swap elves, James muttered a sincere promise, taking Lily's scowl with it. Feelings mutual, Remus snarled under his breath. I don't know how he didn't burst into applause at the idea, Lily said pointedly, at least to distract the boys for 1 second for all still muttering death threats. James sucked in a slow breath, but indulged her. Suppose he was picturing Hermione's reaction when she finds out what Harry's using his elf for. I can imagine, Sirius half-heartedly agreed, the amusement before not entirely lost on him what this little elf was getting, a kind of revenge against his old tormentors. Still say that should be Creature's job, Remus muttered, quietly enough Harry barely heard him and didn't acknowledge him. He should actually enjoy this job as well, panting after him, James sneered. Brilliant, Sirius congratulated him again, but there was so much constriction in his voice Harry hardly understood the word, let alone the praise. It was very clear everyone in here was fighting back another wave of fear for this future. Harry himself, having brought up the very reason Sirius, was no longer a part of it. I'd offer a trade in a heartbeat if I had one, Sirius muttered to himself, instantly regretting the words even passing his lips as low as they did as Prongs so visibly flinched beside him. Lily tried for a little laugh there at the end, but it was already clear the good of Harry's plan was just too tampered now by involving Creature that the boys couldn't get worked up for it anymore. Forget it, Remus yawned when Harry tried to eagerly hand the book to him. I'm exhausted. We should get some rest before your next life-threatening event. Harry grumbled and shifted restlessly in his seat in disagreement, but when the others gave mutters of needing a break, he relented they may as well stop, with the promise some kind of answer was coming. Chapter 20. Lord Voldemort's Request. Chapter text. Harry lay in bed longer than usual the next morning, trying to assess what he could of his life without tormenting his mind first thing in the morning. Apparently at this point in his life, he'd been rather well adjusted, for he'd had no nightmares regarding Sirius, Voldemort, or much of anything. Still his consciousness lingered with dread. He was sure blood featured heavily in his last moments before wakefulness as a warning, but he tried to convince himself that was his fears of what had happened to Ron staying present. He rolled on his side restlessly as that helped nothing. It only made him ache more for the life he'd left behind, his friends, the first family he'd had. He couldn't yet reconcile the idea he'd never see them again, or if he did, he would then be over 20 years older than them the rest of his life. It was no more a viable idea to him than leaving the family he'd acquired now to save his parents' lives before everything ended for them. This in turn only added to even more problems, not one of which he hadn't even asked them yet of their thoughts on this. They'd made it clear from day one he felt silly even now for thinking anything else. But that insecurity still lingered. They may well wave him goodbye very soon. His life's tragedies were not over. With a muttered huff of frustration, he hauled himself out of bed and quickly made his way to the door rather than letting his mind circle and dwell, convincing himself for now there was no need to try and answer a question that had not even fully been asked yet. He had some time yet before his memories were complete, and a decision had to be made. He was so distracted by his thoughts, he walked right past the living room without even noticing the marauders were awake, let alone their disheveled appearance, indicating they hadn't yet gone to sleep themselves. They'd noticed, though, and instantly cut themselves off. Instead, Sirius at once put up a lighter topic of conversation regarding their hopes for Tonks to be mentioned again soon. They were genuinely worried what was going on with her, so it wasn't hard. Harry was moving about in the kitchen trying to make as little racket as possible, but clearly failing as the three men entered looking exhausted, but pleased with themselves. He gave them a cheerful enough greeting and divulged some of his worries about finishing his 6th year today. I've yet gone 1 year without something finding a way to make my life seem worse. You need to relax, Harry, James said with Chipper, happily accepting a plate of ham from him. I'm far more confident you're going to find out what Malfoy's up to. Probably have a few more memories Dumbledore supplies, while you get the one you need form Slughorn, and get top grades to boot. He'd purposely left out that attacker who'd already hurt Ron and Katie. The farther away that was from the school the better, and the most they could hope was Dumbledore found a way to stop that before it did take anyone's life. Just please spare us the details of your exams again, Sirius sighed. I lived enough of those myself, thanks. Lily came down the stairs with her infant in her arms, pleasantly surprised to have found herself almost sleeping in, and all her boys alert and happy over a scrumptious breakfast. James gave her an enthusiastic greeting, and she couldn't help smiling at her love while scolding him for allowing this. Let us enjoy the day starting out peacefully. Remus rolled his eyes. You fussing at the hour can't be of much help. A good morning it was, despite the dreary rain beginning to patter across the windows as they sat down again. Remus took hold of the book and began lightly, while Lily tucked into James' side with their infant between them, all fingers crossed it could be a so all day, for once. Madame Pomfrey never can wait until after classes to dismiss you, Sirius sighed. You'd only complain she couldn't wait until the weekend, and then the whole of next week, and continuing on until the end of the year. Remus rolled his eyes. He'd taken any chance he could to leave as early as possible. There are benefits to those, Lily muttered in concern, wondering just what that bludger did to her son's head. Ah, she muttered for herself. She supposed that was one way to go about it. Harry groaned and tried to snatch the book away, but Remus wasn't having it, holding it protectively while they all got a good laugh. Honestly, Harry, the way you described this is ridiculous, James promised his son's boiling face. Lily had to fight hard to straighten out her face, but finally told them, Stop, the lot of you. He's clearly got strong feelings for her, more so than he even did show. Let him explain it to himself however he likes. We are, Sirius promised sincerely. I'm not over here telling him to think of it my way. I'm just laughing at his way. You're all awful, Harry insisted, and was ignored. Harry at once forgot the snickers all around him. He even forgot the question he'd just asked, and was highly interested in that answer. Sadly, like all things, the moment he tried to grab hold of why this stupid detail of a random student in the school should deserve his focus, he forgot that feeling instantly as well. I suppose it was the sight of Harry. James rolled his eyes. Yeah, Harry muttered absently, still running his hand in frustration to vainly try and make his hair lie flat or brush off a never-ending headache. I tried to convince Slughorn to run tests on them to see who was slipping shrinking solutions into their breakfasts that wasn't me, Sirius agreed. Strangely, that just seemed to make him think I was doing something so awful. Can you imagine? You serious? No, never. Harry happily jumped in with the joke rather than let his splitting headache grow. Wasn't Ron the tallest of you three? Lily couldn't help but chuckle at their antics. I'm really not surprised if he's been thinking that for years. Harry muttered to himself about his stupid one-track mind. He'd rather go back and chat with that first year, engage her politely like no older student had ever really done for him. His brow creased the more he tried to concoct this in his mind, and how insane those around him, and even himself, found this. What was this hang-up of his? I'd have a tiff with him about that too, James scowled. He could laugh off many a Quidditch injury, but not one done by such an inept human being from his own team. All four of them huffed, while Harry rubbed at the back of his head, not quite appreciating Ron trying to make a joke of this any more than the others did. I'm pretty sure having your skull cracked open already qualifies you as badly hurt, Remus snipped. Had he not been caught, he would have been more badly hurt. Thank you for the clarification, Lily snapped. I'm sure that went spiffing, Sirius tried to say with a straight face, succeeding at it as well as Harry tried not to go red and ignore him further. Why on earth wouldn't he be? Remus asked with far more innocence than his friends could ever muster. I think Hermione's on to you, James Stage whispered, honestly quite enjoying turning the tables and being the one to pick on someone else for their crush, for once like his friends had mirthlessly done to him through school. Harry still didn't have much to say at all to the lot of them. He still couldn't find all this as embarrassing as he had with Cho for some reason, but took it with grace and just tried to smile and laugh along while not letting his thoughts stray too far into dark corridors where there wasn't anyone at all. Except maybe Ginny. Is she trying to poison Ron next? Lily couldn't help but mutter in concern for what the girl was doing with all that, even if the explanation of the girl herself felt like answer enough. I don't find invitation the right word, Remus rolled his eyes. I can't even imagine ignoring such a summons. Would you like me to call them summons from now on then? Harry couldn't help but laugh at his put-out expression. Nah, then he'd find some new way to gripe. Just keep going, Harry, Sirius encouraged. Hopefully unused, James offered with a crinkled nose. Look, even Ron admits my spirit's possessing him. Sirius seemed to be enjoying this new round of humor with his name, an everlasting joke, even if the others weren't, and were now steadfastly ignoring the lump in their throats rather than responding. I'm sure that'll come in handy very soon, Remus tried to say in a pleasant tone of voice. Mostly he was just imagining what those could even be and coming up blank. He wasn't even sure he was pronouncing it right. Harry was quite pleased that everyone around him was smiling in much the same way. He missed his other friends just as much as his best friends, and the idea of Luna being here with him, watching more people get used to her, filled with him as much calm as it did longing. So, she was in a pleasant mood then, James tried to say in a jovial tone of voice. Just because you like the sound of storms does not make it a good comparison. Lily shook her head for this to come. Ah, Sirius was the most exaggerated face for those demands, but he wasn't the only one with a generally annoyed expression for this. Even Lily's sympathy was starting to wane. The girl really should take a hint at this point and break it off herself. At least someone's getting something out of this, James still enforced mock cheer. She would never, Remus Mark gasped. Doing homework for you, the scandal. Don't hurt yourself with your own sarcasm, Mooney, Sirius chuckled. Oh, the sacrifices she makes, Lily giggled, wishing she'd had as good a friend in school in those times. And this day was going so well, James sighed. Don't know what you're on about, Remus scoffed. She's a hoot when you get her going. Wonder if she was up there telling Dumbledore he was going to die next, Sirius agreed dryly, none of them noticing Harry's uneasy wince. Unless Dumbledore just got a lot more eccentric, I don't think throwing has ever been involved in his life. Lily rolled her eyes. Even when he cast spells, they were more performed and aimed rather than thrown any which way. Why is she trying to get rid of Forenza? Harry asked in genuine surprise. Same reason McGonagall wouldn't be too happy with another transfiguration teacher on site, I suppose. James shrugged without much care. He'd still enjoyed the centaur rather than, to use her phrase, nag. She'd certainly been the one nagging his son to drop dead for her predictions, and had caused his own death in certainly a roundabout way, so any humor he'd once found in her presence was long vanished. Good luck with that, Remus gave a disbelieving sniff, considering she'd yet found one. Dumbledore invited him fully inside, and Harry saw two more tiny crystal bottles full of swirling memory. Was that a pun? Sirius demanded, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. Here I thought Dumbledore lost his sense of humor with Voldemort's return, James agreed, an actual appreciative grin on his face for the efforts, even unintended. You think she'd go blabbing loud and proud, or curl up in a ball and never speak again? Remus said slowly, like he really couldn't decide which option was better. Hopefully we won't have to find out. Lily shivered slightly. She despised the woman, but not enough for her to fall victim to whatever Voldemort would do to her to get his hands on any form of that prophecy. That was an extraordinary list you've had this year, James said fairly. The baby cooed in Lily's lap as if in agreement, and the two shared a fond smile over him, still for all the world wishing their infant's largest worries for his future were how much homework he had coming. You somehow managed to make that sound even more lame than it actually was, Sirius told him with genuine disappointment his godson was so terrible at this. Let's have you try it then. Harry flared up, but he just couldn't work himself into any real anger. He still desperately wished every day back then, every hour here now, Sirius had been around to help him. Sirius either sensed this or just had no true rebuttal, and heavily leaning on the first, Remus kept going just slightly louder than before. I still don't see why it's his job, Sirius said petulantly, but there was a lingering look on him. Granted, none of them had really been coming up with any other scenarios either to offer to Harry, but they all somehow managed to adopt guilty expressions, as if they'd all been caught slacking on this, causing Harry to smother a laugh. Dumbledore still had this affect on his former students when he wasn't even present. Really? I would have thought he'd watch Ron change colors while still chatting him up, Remus said bitingly, not appreciating his embarrassment a moment ago far more than the others. A hot, prickly feeling of shame spread from the top of Harry's head all the way down his body. Dumbledore had not raised his voice. He did not even sound angry, but Harry would have preferred him to yell. This cold disappointment was worse than anything. Good to know, James tried to say in a wise old man type of voice. Just to mess with his son, he'd picked up on something useful. But he really couldn't hold the expression, as yet another person was managing to give his son far more parenting than he ever had. Silence fell between them again, the most uncomfortable silence Harry had ever experienced with Dumbledore. It seemed to go on, punctuated only by the little grunting snores of the portrait of Armando Dippet over Dumbledore's head. Harry felt strangely diminished, as though he had shrunk a little since he had entered the room. Don't beat yourself up too much, Harry. It's not as if he's offered you much help either, Lily offered. He could have at least told you what he's tried already, if he's done anything since getting the false memory himself, Remus agreed snidely. Harry knew that they were all rather put out was a nice way of phrasing it, with his headmaster, but it didn't stop him shrinking into himself, now despite their words of comfort. He still felt as if he were missing something vitally important. He should have known Dumbledore wouldn't ask him to do this if he didn't need to know. All five of them shivered again for that word being mentioned. Honestly, the longer that conversation was put off, the better. Not too surprising, consider he kills everyone who goes near him, James muttered. I guess, Remus grudgingly agreed. He hadn't a real problem with any of it so far. James sighed and muttered some more about other people making his son feel guilty. That was supposed to be his job. I am, Sirius said instantly. He hadn't exactly signed up to hear of Harry's life either, but at least he'd been willing to hear that happen. This Voldemort nonsense was getting beyond tiring. Couldn't they just hear him being killed already by someone who wasn't Harry? Murderer, Remus inserted as if Dumbledore had added that. Why doesn't that surprise me? Lily sighed. She could certainly see how the underbelly of their world had already collected Tom Riddle. It seemed natural he'd go there in the early stages of his Voldemort life. Moony, that one wasn't even funny, Sirius rolled his eyes. I didn't make that up, I swear, he insisted, going cross-eyed, his skin starting to crawl with disgust at the very idea. But James spluttered as he tried to wrap his head around the idea. That would somehow manage to be worse than every single horrid teacher we've had, ours and Harry's combined. I can't even imagine a day with him, let alone a whole year, Lily agreed. Harry fought back the urge to remind them he technically did have Voldemort for a teacher in his first year, and sort of did again in his fourth if a Death Eater counted. It didn't stop him twitching with just as much unease as the others. Harry's uneasy frown spoke what they were all thinking. Even hearing of him from his youth still hadn't managed them to relate to the human side of the Dark Lord like that one line had, because they'd all felt that way at some point in their life. Still, doesn't mean you have to go comparing yourself to Voldemort, Sirius quickly reminded, while trying to stop himself from doing the same now. All three marauders huffed at such a declaration they'd once made as well, and been proven wrong frequently by Prong's kid. Oh, so he's not the most conceited one out there, Lily jibbed playfully, well aware what the boys around her had just been thinking. There's the nightmares, Remus said with his lip curling in disgust. All of them couldn't help shivering again. Voldemort managed that well enough without actually being in the school, thank you. Obviously, or Hogwarts probably wouldn't still be standing, Remus said. Remus didn't need anyone to tell him to stop for that revelation. Wait, what? Dumbledore was just full of surprises today. How's that possible? I thought the curse had been there since. He paused and counted back, but none of them had ever tried to guess when it had started. Who is that woman and what was her secret? James agreed. We once had a teacher who only lasted a week. How did that work out? Harry asked in confusion. The teachers all took turns with that class that year. It was as hectic as you can imagine, Lily said with a grimace for them. Never did find out why that teacher got fired so fast, but my personal favorite was Mooney's rumor he turned Madam Pince into a book and lost her in the library. Sirius smirked. Remus smiled unabashedly and kept going with hopes Dumbledore would enlighten more. I can still hardly imagine it, James scowled. No matter how much Harry described a handsome teenage riddle, he just kept imagining the bone-white face he wanted to curse from his life. It never occurred to me to dig memories out of a house elf, Remus said with interest. Wonder if it's the same methods, or if you have to get more violent with them, Sirius muttered with just a little too much hope. I'm sure that's exactly what she was going for, James nodded along. I'm pretty sure it is actually, Sirius agreed, his face scrunched up with so much to dislike from all this he looked like he was trying to peel it off. Maybe the elf is blind, James offered. Lily couldn't help but laugh a bit, thinking how much fun it would be to rummage through all of that. Remus had read through the pleasantries with an expression akin to a clown near a bathtub. That's all any of this felt like, fake and waiting for something to go wrong. Oh, I'd say so, James said, with as much wide-eyed innocence as he could. Not many people could go around murdering in a school and keep it to themselves after all. Lily couldn't help but smile softly. She wished more people could be like that, though the irony that Voldemort was one of them wasn't lost on her. Harry licked his lips nervously, already having to fight back another impulse to grab his head in pain, scream at the top of his lungs, while it felt as if his very soul was seeking something. He couldn't fight it all off completely. He never could, his throat making terrible noises of frustration while his hands grasped at nothing. Remus stuttered in surprise and looked to him, but Harry shook his head frantically and waved Remus on. The sooner he got his answer to this, the better. How boring, Sirius said in disbelief. If I had something like that under my roof, I wouldn't put it down until I figured out what all it could do. He was eyeing Harry eagerly, hoping that's what was on the boy's mind. They found some other unique thing of the Founders like he'd already found Gryffindor's sword. Harry didn't respond. He hardly heard him, his breaths coming out shorter and shorter. Soon he'd dissolve into gasping breaths as he struggled to do anything but get past the pain riling up in his head for something he was so convinced he had to remember. Not for long. James shivered already with the realization this Smith woman didn't have long till she was just another trail in the ascension of Voldemort. Harry nearly doubled over in pain. The two items right beside each other had his jaw aching to scream something, to snatch them to him right now and hurl them as far away as he could in the same instant. They all jerked uneasily in their seats, but knew Harry would find no comfort from them until this was done. Lily tried in vain to brush her infant's hair flat as her mind went in circles along with this story, how everything had just come back around once more. This Locket managing to fall right back into Voldemort's lap through a series of such terrible events. Her hand was trembling as it passed over his unblemished forehead, unable to truly cross her fingers now, but still clinging to every last bit of hope. She had this circle would stop long before it caught up with her son and draw him into the next part of Voldemort's life. Pretty, Remus Mark agreed, thinking the word matched as well as the women's attire. Pretty damn evil, as far as I'm concerned, Sirius agreed. Nothing of Salazar Slytherin's could be called anything else. James grumbled and shifted uneasily, wishing Voldemort was as stupid as he was evil. That he'd slip up then, revealing himself to this woman and what they all knew his intentions were. Smith was surely an accomplished witch to keep such magical things away from most people, if only she'd somehow managed to make it known what was about to happen and reveal Riddle years earlier to stop the madness he'd continue bringing. There was no chance of this, though. He was already aware, for he'd never heard of this woman's name, let alone in conjunction with Voldemort. This must mean whatever happened in this place remained as quiet as the Guants. Harry wasn't feeling much calmer in here, though his mind wasn't so firmly latched onto those two things. His skin still felt hot and itchy all over, as if 1,000 brands were pressing in on him from all sides, his heart heavy and clouded with worry, as he desperately tried to keep memories away of why those items would mean so much to him. They all signed without true surprise. Knowing without a doubt and hearing it confirmed were still two different things. Sirius winced, some part of him shriveling up at the idea of a house elf managing to do that, and the miracle creature hadn't yet done it to him. "I see we are of one mind," said Dumbledore. "Certainly, then are many similarities between this death and that of the Riddles. In both cases, somebody else took the blame, someone who had a clear memory of having caused the death a circumflex euros." Harry had the same feelings washing through him now, helping him to finally ebb off whatever was drowning him before, still breathing carefully through his nose, but absolutely relieved to finally be remembering something of the world that wasn't centered around those objects. "You mean, until now," Lily pointed out, "there certainly had been no hint at all of this in their time." "Until my time," Harry agreed darkly. "Well, now we know even sooner than Dumbledore himself." Sirius forced excitement into his voice. "Still haven't quite seen what's at the end of this rope, but when Dumbledore finishes taking a whole year to get to the point, I'm sure something will have come of all this we can use." "Glad someone can be optimistic about all this," James sighed, only tightening his arm further around his wife, but he did not disagree. He was only afraid showing such hope would make his future even more inevitable. "I'm pretty sure he got both out of the first one as well," James huffed, still unable to get that ring off his mind any more than Harry could these objects. Something about it had really bothered him. Remus couldn't help but snort and look sideways at Harry. "One of those items alone would keep you without need of a job for several lifetimes, let alone both." "I agree in the way he got them. He easily could have fallen into Azkaban. But if he'd somehow managed to work out another idea, or simply waited a good long while before revealing a lie in which he'd come into them, any man would risk anything for these." "I don't want a history lesson right now," he responded, trying as hard as he could to keep the snap from his voice. He wasn't sure how well he'd succeeded, could still hardly pay attention to his own words. Those things had caught him so off guard, and still had such a strong hold on his mind. But thankfully, no one else wasted time with this. He'd never put much value into material objects anyways. Lily grumbled unhappily, thinking the only thing Voldemort should rightfully have was a coffin. Sirius heavily rolled his eyes, feeling they were as likely to find out what Voldemort was up to themselves in the time it took for Dumbledore to just explain everything. "Please feature more plum attire." James tried for a light-hearted smile again, though it wasn't really surprising all these memories regarding Voldemort always managed to put them in such a Morse mood. Remus shivered in his seat, all eyes flickering to the baby, and hastily away, as if just acknowledging his presence in the room would draw this closer to them. It had been almost surreal to hear of the slow progression from an actual child to the monster they knew in their time, and this supposedly final step before the reptilian Dark Lord they all loathed felt the worst of all. What was the one last step that stripped him of his humanity, or at least his human appearance? They didn't want to know at this point. "Stop that," Ceres almost whined. "Please stop pointing out every bloody time you two do something even remotely similar. I don't care if it's the same chair or the same toilet at this point." Harry almost managed a smile at him, brooding as it was, and instead bit down on his lip to stop himself, reminding his godfather they once technically had used the same sink, if you counted where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was. "As he should," James nodded sharply. He was still trying to work himself out of the habit of calling this deplorable thing by what he wanted. He'd start calling him Tom, and Riddle as well, just for some sort of proof no one could ever hold power over him. "I still can't decide if that's better or worse than all the ministers we have had," Sirius grumbled, the list of their problems somehow mounting equally with his one on Dumbledore lately. Remus flinched, though, sadly still knowing that with all his secrets, lies, and actions towards Harry, he'd still have this headmaster in school as long as he could, to perhaps open the doors to another youth whom no other would allow. "That's not a good thing," Lily yelped, still squirming unpleasantly at the idea of this atrocity in their school. What he could do to students, what he could have done to them, let alone her child and countless others in such a position. "Why am I not surprised that's a motto he'd live by?" Sirius wrinkled his nose in disgust. "Give him an hour at that school, he'd turn the school motto into that," James agreed. Don't encourage him. Lily couldn't help but snap. She thought that too easily implied Dumbledore was about to give him a chance. Is it mad I still think I'd rather have Umbridge? Harry asked. A bit, Remus agreed. I say Dumbledore hire him, then poison his next meal. James scowled. Nah, that's too obvious. He'd be expecting that. Slip something onto his pillow to smother him, then he'd be gone by breakfast anyways, Sirius cheerfully pointed out. I should be far more worried how easily you lot turn all your pranks into murder attempts. Lily frowned at them. Harry couldn't help but laugh, even though he had no idea what was so funny about that. Well, if we're going on his track record, looking for more things of the Founders, Remus offered. I suppose I can see it. After all, he found the chamber in 7 years there. As a teacher, he'd have unlimited time to try and find more. But does Dumbledore know that at this time, or does he put it together later when he's showing Harry all this? Lily reminded. Maybe this was the moment that tipped him off, James surmised. Clearly the man was as suspicious of him as ever. Lily felt something ache in her as well for the lost childhood on Riddle, for no one other than Dumbledore ever trying to step in and show him another way. She had little doubt it would have worked, and there was no sense looking back now and wishing for it to happen even in their time, but some part of her was still trying to come up with a human solution to at least stop this from ever happening again. The fact that you have to ask, James rolled his eyes. The man seemed determined to never answer the obvious question. For such a smart man, he was maddeningly dense. I much prefer sweets as reward for finishing homework, not more problems, Remus muttered. Damn, no subtlety at all this time in kicking you out. Sirius sort of snickered for this. I found that fairly obvious. James looked at him in surprise. I hardly see him teaching Muggle studies. Could have given Trelawney a run for her money if he'd tried setting up divination a few years earlier, Sirius sneered. Remus paused there for so long his mouth was dry when he finally closed it again and looked up at the others who were just as thrown by this revelation. That, he put the Lily wondered when their woes would ever stop circling back to Voldemort. How in Merlin's magic did he manage to enact that curse? Sirius howled, some deranged expression of amusement actually trying to make this funny to him. I always thought it was there since Hogwarts was created, but Voldemort himself. Riddle, James corrected. It would be easier to start doing that if he could get his friends involved as more than a joke. And for the life of me, I must admit, that's one of the most impressive things he's ever done. HPHPHPHP, one of my favorite revelations of all the books, honestly. I've spent a shameful amount of time just gaping over this line, and can't help but link it to the other bit of magic Voldemort always unintentionally set in motion. Just geez, it's mind-boggling to me how thoroughly Voldemort is involved in literally every aspect of this story. 9 chapters left, y'all. Woo, we're in the final countdown. Sadly, my class doesn't end until the 5th, but immediately after that, I'll be getting up double updates to finish this. By then, we'll be at the best parts of this story anyways.